I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Well, not too far until it's arena time. This is the final day of the playoffs. We've got our top 8. We need to get that down to 6, though. Before we get to any elimination games, we begin in the upper bracket. We've got a big one. Dark Zero and Virtus Pro, 2 teams that have looked quite exceptional at this 6 Invitational. One's 5-1, the other's 4-1. They're both basically 2 of the top 3 when it comes to attacking win rate as well at this event. We're in for, hopefully, one of the better games that we've had this 6 Invitational.
Yeah, both teams have been incredibly ruthless as we have a look back at the playoff bracket. Of course, VP seeded into the second round and arguably having one of the easier runs so far with a 2-0 victory over NIP. For Dark Zero, it's been a little bit more of a grind for them. 2-0 over Liquid, and then obviously taking down their North American counterparts in SSG. Expecting this to be obviously a really competitive matchup. Obviously, no one goes home at the end of the day from this one, but it does make that run just a little bit hard. Win this, and you're 1 game away from the grand final.
Yeah, that's the main thing, and of course, you can see what's been transpiring down in that lower bracket as well. W7M SSG playing later today, and then on the B stream, we've got Team Bliss and G2. Really does kind of highlight some of those teams that in round 2 have been knocked out. Liquid, Wolves, Bleed having a good run, NIP, so some really good teams have made their way out of the tournament. So if you are obviously in that upper bracket, you probably don't want to come down to this lower bracket. The good news is, though, of course, for these 4 teams in the upper bracket, you go to main stage regardless. It's just a question as to where you play when you do get to the arena. So obviously a lot on the line, as you mentioned. You know, you win this, you're only then 1 best of 3 series away from a grand final at an SI. I mean, that really does kind of heighten the stakes in this kind of matchup. The other part of it too is really just form and momentum. You know, you got 2 teams, DZ 5-1. Obviously, they had a tremendous group stage where they were able to win 3 out of their 4 games. They lost that 1 game to G2, though, and that cost them top spot, hence why they had to play the extra game against Liquid in the upper bracket. Whereas for Virtus Pro, they also basically did the same kind of numbers. 3 wins, 1 loss, but that was enough to get them top spot. For obviously this Dark Zero roster, right now, second best when it comes to attacking win rate at this tournament. First when it comes to planting. Clearly having the proficiency on the attack in a defender-sided meta is really setting these guys apart.
Yeah, personally, I haven't had an opportunity to cover Dark Zero, and I'm sure like many, I had my reservations as to whether or not this new DZ project would work out. Of course, Nafe, Olo in this roster, clearly having a huge impact thus far, and obviously they're looking to fly the flag for North America, unable to finish in the top 4 at Atlanta, and chasing former glory at the Charlotte Major. Big storyline as well, Canadian, able to win this one game away from the grand final and the opportunity to be the one and only player in Rainbow Six history to lift the hammer 3 times.
And could you imagine probably something that Pengu doesn't want to happen, maybe for the sake of selfish reasons? Let's go to Virtus Pro, a team that I've been actually quite fortunate to cover a couple of times now throughout this tournament. I've been severely impressed. You go back to obviously their first game against Liquid, they lost that 1-2, and it really did maybe highlight the inconsistencies for this roster, a roster that can have some really high highs and at times some low lows. And you can look at some of their results, 2-1 against Bleed. So that was a game in which they actually went on a 12-round winning streak over the course of 2 maps, really again highlighting how high they can go. Then they allowed Bleed back into that game and it went all the way the distance to close out on that 3rd map. Obviously they took down W7M, which at that point in the group stage at that time was arguably the best game that we had seen at Six Invitational. That 2-1 match win against W7M for Virtus Pro evidently ended up topping their group with the way things went, and of course W7M have had a shaky SI in that group of death. So you go back to that Group C group and how many top teams were there. They topped them all. And so therefore they only had to play the 1 match in that semi-final in the upper bracket against NIP, 2-0 over them. And I mean, as we know, NIP then bombed out in the lower bracket pretty unconvincingly. So look, I think we've got basically 2 teams that haven't done much wrong so far at this event. Let's go to the maps though for this particular series, best of 3 as usual. And it is going to be Chalet, Bank, and Skyscraper for our 3 maps. Now, interestingly enough here, Bank is actually the preferential map for both of these 2 teams, at least in terms of what they like to play. For Dark Zero, they obviously go Chalet first, but then Virtus Pro backing themselves in, thinking, okay, yeah, you guys don't mind Bank, but we want it a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, both teams' picks are incredibly strong in their own regard, and given the format they have heading into this tournament, probably expecting that Skyscraper to come into fruition. Unfortunately for Virtus Pro, Skyscraper has quite a bit of red in that column for them, and it's a map that they frequently ban out. So I suppose for Virtus Pro, they're going all in on the first 2 maps and hoping that they can conclude it, because if it does go to the 3rd, fair chance that Dark Zero will be able to edge them out.
Yeah, and statistically as well, 2 teams that I think are very, very similar. They've both got the same entry percentage, which is in terms of success when they make their entry, 51%. Basically both as well, entry time, around that minute 25 to minute 29. So they both like that setup style. And again, they're both the top 2 teams when it comes to getting plants down successfully. 35% for Dark Zero, 33% in second for Virtus Pro. So again, really highlighting. Now, mind you, there's some teams at this event that are as low as like 11 to 14%. So there's quite a big gulf there. The main separating factor for me, though, is on defense. Virtus Pro 5% higher on defense, but then DZ 4% higher on attack. These 2 teams are very difficult to split. Now, mind you, there's a lot of Bolo fans, there's a lot of Dark Zero fans, so they go a little higher when it comes to the predictions on the socials. But do not get it twisted. This is a game. This is a series where 2 teams are meeting, and there's not much separating them.
Let's jump in though. Chalet looms, and it's Ying off the board first from Virtus Pro. We'll see how DZ elect to respond, and it's Dockerby. So 2 strong attackers taken down, especially for that execute style, that set-up style that we're likely expecting from both of these particular rosters. Onto the defense now, and DZ followed up with Azami, and you would anticipate that VP will probably want to take down either the Valkyrie
Solace
or the Fenrir. Solace, I'd be a little bit more surprised, and we'll get into that if that ends up being the case. We'll wait and see.
Valkyrie is a good one.
It is the Valkyrie. Does again leave that Fenrir in play, and if they are going to play a setup style, it's going to be important that both teams clear that utility for the final execute.
Ying and Dockerby have been pretty clearly the most targeted bans when it comes to attacking operators at this event. We've even started to see Grim slip in every now and then, especially as the event has gone on. Speaking of it, Canadian straight onto it too in terms of the Grim. Dark Zero attacking first. Chalet, when it comes to attacking win rate at 6 Invitational so far, pretty decent, 45%. Again, none of the maps at this event are over 50%. So it's kind of how close can you get to it in terms of attacking success. And for Dark Zero, a team that is the second best attacking team at the tournament on a 45% attacking win rate, does kind of mean the onus is on probably Dark Zero to start well here, considering what we've seen from them statistically. Maybe puts a little bit of pressure in terms of what Virtus Pro want to do defensively. Immediately they go to kitchen and dining to begin this. I imagine by the setup that they're bringing with the castle barricades and the Oryx, they will extend up above, of course, over towards office and bedroom.
And if you are just jumping in for this game to kick off, a reminder that this is not an elimination game. Winner goes through to the upper bracket final on the live stage. Loser will still play on the live stage as well, and I believe they'll be seeded against the winner of G2 and this later on, or maybe it's W7 MSSG. I'll get confirmation on that. Obviously, with how the bracket plays out.
It's been a very difficult bracket to kind of follow in terms of the inverted nature of it. Let's blink in here. And yeah, I think the fact that this is not an elimination game does kind of mean the nerves are quelled a little bit. But there is still a lot on the line in terms of that upper bracket final, getting into the main stage in a really strong position as well. Then only being one best of 3 series away from that grand final does kind of put still a heavy emphasis on doing well in this match if you want to continue that form. And arguably speaking, as I've kind of mentioned, both teams have had a really good run at this SI. 5-1 for DZ, 4-1 for Virtus Pro. You don't really want to find your second loss this close to the main arena, to the main stage. So you really want to keep those good vibes going. Now, mind you, for Dark Zero, there's been a lot of really good plaudits for Naif. I think he's been clearly a major standout. But I honestly think NJR is giving me the eye test. And every time that I've been able to kind of watch Dark Zero, NJR has been a big, big factor for them. Obviously, Bowler's going to get a lot of credit, and he's got a lot of fans, and Canadian, etc. But I like what I've seen from NJR so far at this tournament. So keep an eye on him throughout this match for Dark Zero.
Eyes on Pamba then, who's begun down low through main garage. May look to make a play up west main, but will just sit and lurk. Always able to catch Naif off guard, so that's the Twitch taken off the board. And you think about the usefulness of the shock drones in this kind of meta with clearing traps like those F-Not mines. That would definitely hurt DZ. Pamba now up west main and actually in towards the objective. Does he know there's one behind the table? Well, initially he doesn't, and punished. Traded though by Bolo, who follows up. Pasha, though, inside of kitchen, has a strong position. Canadian now in the 1 versus 4. And for DZ, his first attack has not been amazing.
Yeah, I mentioned it before as well. Defense for Virtus Pro has been a strength of theirs throughout this tournament. Really strong start. And a lot of the reason for that in that round was the horizontal nature of their defense. They didn't actually look to put everybody up above. They actually had good pressure on site. A couple of players over towards that west main hallway as well. I think even towards library stairs. So they clearly were able to deny any kind of fast push from Dark Zero. Cut that off completely. Really good opening engagement as well for Virtus Pro. Mind you as well for DZ to try and go direct there. Pretty good pacing for a team that at times can go into that more setup style focus and really try and maybe kind of work their way through the round. They opted to go a little bit faster there. Maybe try and catch Virtus Pro off guard. Evidently doesn't work, not this time around. Really good start there from Virtus Pro. They obviously win out kitchen and dining, which is one of the stronger defensive sites on Chalet. And now we go down to basement.
So the Bandit in play then round 2. So Pasha likely looking to trick the walls as best as he possibly can. Keeping in mind though that very difficult on this side with the vertical pressure that the attack typically establishes. There's Bandit batteries though can be used on the rear walls, facing main garage, boiler as well. And in fact there is a foothole set up to impact trick that down below. Up above though, an extension from Virtus Pro. Focus on denying entry towards library. Also some line of sight through office as well, and even dining occupied here by defense. So for Dark Zero, if they want to go for a full map clear, it's going to be a bit of a grind. So we'll see if they look to attempt it. Keeping in mind that round number 1, the attack never really got off to a start.
No, it didn't. Obviously, they lost Nath early playing that Twitch. We didn't really get to see the shock drones get utilized. Hoping this time around for Canadian's sake that he can get involved. There's a lot of utility here. You've got the bulletproof cameras. You've got the discs as well as the bandit shock batteries as well. Goo mines. You can get rid of the Fenrir F-Not mines. So there's a lot that can be taken out here from Canadian. Obviously, we saw Nath lose his life over towards Mud early on, just trying to get into the map and the entry into Chalet. So clearly something that Dark Zero do need to be mindful of if Virtus Pro are denying some of these entry positions. And clearly that's going to be the case on a basement site here as we get a lovely, nice static vision. And it's been a long time since we've seen any kind of drone bugs. You remember back in the day with the old mute drone bugs? There we go, fixed, all good. And in time as well for the Nitroself and Pasha to hit the mark onto Nath. 2 rounds in a row where Nath has just not been able to enter the building. Really good defense from Virtus Pro denying these entry points. Pampazoo was able to sneak in, got 1 traded though, and then back 2 by Canadian. So good crossfires here for Dark Zero, and they're able to get themselves trophy control, but a slow swing gets punished. Bolo just not up for the task as always, was watching it, wants to finish him off with the goo mine, throws it at his location as he just leaves him sitting there. Minute 40 left. It's essentially a 3 versus 2 in favor of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Dark Zero finding it tricky to clear these roams currently. Halfway point round 2 and always in a predicament. Shot through the wall, or at least an attempt from Dark Zero, but it doesn't quite land. Always tries to cross, caught on the half wall, taken down. So some good work from Canadian who made that
They get the
push
revive now.
through trophy. The revive should be on, and Bolo brought back up. DZ now at the 3 versus 2, and they make this work.
Yeah, NJR's low, so is Bolo. Canadian has taken a bit of damage, and Shepard still has 2 impacts. Obviously, the Warden can also deny those flashes available through NJR and Bolo. And while they've got the numbers, or at least they had, remember, of course, yeah, it doesn't take that much there for Shepard to get that kill onto NJR. Comes a 2 versus 2. Bolo gets a second chance after being knocked down earlier. He has been revived. EE1D available too as well on that Lion. A couple of flashes still, but again, you're going up against the Warden of Dan. 40 seconds remaining in the round though for Dark Zero. They've still got a little bit of time. There's 1 of 2 flashes down from Bolo. There's the second to follow. Dan, of course, sitting. The glasses does its job, and Dan will get the kill on the drop. Now makes it very difficult for Canadian. Well done for Virtus Pro. On-site defense is strong. Bit of a messy round through the mid-round with the trades that we saw from both teams, but ultimately successful for VP.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be an opportunity there for Dark Zero to bring back the 3 versus 2, but considering the amount of utility and time they had remaining, it was always going to be a challenge. Here's a look back at that roam clear. Virtus Pro doing a decent job in wasting time, and then Dark Zero forced to filter through late into the objective, having to then flash out a Warden a pillar with the shield. That is obviously not going to be a favorable engagement for the North Americans. So good work from VP to kick things off, and we talked about how Dark Zero, a strong attacking team in the context of this event, on a map that is quite strong for the attack in the context of the meta and the event itself. Not off to the greatest of starts, so this is impressive from VP, and we'll see if they can keep the ball rolling.
I mean, to be fair, 2 rounds in, firstly, but it is also Dark Zero's map pick, and they have been the 2nd best attacking team in the tournament on a map where attacking has been quite good, even despite the fact that it's been super defender-sided in this meta. Virtus Pro, though, 63% defensive win rate, not too much of a surprise. Obviously, you think back to that opening round, the West main push, not really successful for Dark Zero from there. The round then crumbles apart. The last round, though, was complete 50-50. Could have easily won that round. Unfortunately, yeah, the Warden was still alive, really strong position. 1 round at a time mentality, though, and of course, for both of these 2 teams, neither of them really suffering too much in terms of defeat. Both only dropping 1 series. It was an 0-2 loss. DZ back in groups against G2, and vice versa as well for Virtus Pro. That 1-2 loss to Team Liquid, team who's obviously not even here anymore. That was back in the very early portions of the group stage. Virtus Pro certainly a team that, yeah, can look really good at times and then can start to drop the ball. And that's when Dark Zero will have to pounce at some point in this series. Don't know when, but I imagine VP will probably let them back in. It is early days though, and Nate with the Boogie Auto breacher on that library balcony exterior can make a very quick entry with the throw in, along with the vert angles that can be opened up. Red King does not get the kill onto joysticks. Eventually though from Pampazoo, but traded library stairs. That's from Pasha. But eventually doesn't even get that kill, and Bolo was able to also then get the kill onto Always. Pasha now pushing into Piano, wants to clear this position out on the balcony. As the response from Virtus Pro is quite swift in their approach.
Pretty wild that Pambo was permitted in that area. Shouldn't be an area of the map where VP can allow him, but nonetheless, it will be confirmed in the end. So a 3 versus 3. Both Dan and Bolo low on HP. Power positions, though, still held by the defense. Pasha rotates over towards box, but that position still being held by Nafe outside on the rappel. NJR doesn't find the pinch, so the Oryx will survive. Plenty of time remaining once again for the attack. Very swift on the entry from Dark Zero. Virtus Pro, though, keeping pace.
Yeah, the issue right now for Dark Zero is the fact that all 3 players are outside of the building. No one's got a really good foothold. Shaw getting some pressure in towards Library. A bolt in towards Piano is successful from Bolo. I think it was a goo mine that he stepped on. Still has all 4 Rotero charges. Doesn't need them though. NJR from big window into the mezzanine. Gets that kill onto Pasha. Opens up library stairs. And for the second round in a row, Dark Zero have got themselves into a 3 versus 2 scenario. But again, like the last round, they're both 2 players low and still got a water to deal with. So a couple of flashes available through Nate and Bolo. Can they at least now utilize the time, the vert advantage that they have, open up these sight lines, and make it a little bit easier? Well, a bit of damage onto Shepard. Now really evens things up in terms of the health. They can't just go for a hatch drop though. Bar stock has not been cleared.
Challenging here for Dark Zero despite the double stack backstore, no hard breach. So how will Dark Zero look to dislodge these defenders? It's Shepard with the shotgun, good for one. Dan watches the drop down but gets slammed by Nafe. Now it's all on Shepard, position known, yellow ping, and Dark Zero will claim their first attacking round.
Yeah, really smart from Nate there with the hatch drop at the right time in terms of the fact that they started to push over towards backstore, try and clear out those 2 players. Once they had the information there for Dark Zero, then they could understand, okay, if we've got one pushing in from the bar side, I'm going to then drop the hatch over towards games. Really good little pinch from Dark Zero. Bolo never even really got involved in that round as well, so it was more like a 2 versus 2 when it was all said and done. Bit of a strange round, though, with the way it did kind of play out early on. That was a nice little shot as well in terms of the acute angle. Nave with the double to close it out, and Dark Zero certainly get a deserved round. Haven't necessarily been bad to begin here. A couple of moments here or there, and Virtus Pro looked really strong on defense. That time, though, DZ were able to break them down. Despite the fact they didn't even really have a whole lot of map control. To be fair, it's bar games, probably don't need much.
Over to Dining Van round 4, Castle in play from Virtus Pro. Looking to layer some utility and probably stall out the low potential here from Dark Zero. We've seen it across a couple of rounds now. Probably most notably in the last round with Pamba being allowed quite swiftly into that top library stairs position. Probably an attempt from VP to not allow that to be the case. Maybe shut down some of the lines of sight that can be established from outside as well, because we know that those are really powerful. Cutting down rotations here on Chalet. So we'll see where Shepard, of course, employs those and how VP look to play around them. Aussie as well in play, so some information denial on the board, but Dark Zero with plenty of tools of their own to gather info. Think about that Grim Lion combo. For me, that's probably the most ideal way to play around the Grim, is layer it with the Lion. And it can sometimes make it a real challenge for the defense to adapt and change their positions on the fly, as is often required at the moment.
Yeah, and last time on this side, Dark Zero opted for a bit more of a fast-paced approach through West Main, go for a more direct hit. Virtus Pro, though, were pretty much ready for that. I think they actually only had like maybe 2 up above. Like, Virtus Pro aren't just like 5 stacking up above and allowing sight to be hit quite quickly on a horizontal take. I've seen, I think it was G2. G2's really abused these kind of vert holds on Chalet a couple of times throughout this tournament, where they just go so fast, open up, hit sight, get the plant down. Virtus Pro, though, really putting an emphasis on making sure the library stairs is in their control. Just the ability on this side to be able to rotate up, down to below, obviously makes it very, very strong. They do give up that solar rotate, obviously, over towards trophies. So they need somewhere on the map that they too can rotate down, and that will be library stairs. That'll be that library side. And JR on the rappel outside of bedroom. And a couple of players be able to utilize that position and make it work as the Guan Hive launcher gets utilized now by Canadian. This allows the entry as well in towards Soul, and here comes Nave. So far, so good. And is able to put the pressure onto Joystick. Got that kill. Dan, though, elsewhere got Pambazoos. They lose the hard bridge. Not necessarily needed, though. Not at this point, especially if they do get that vert control. And so far, it's a good start here. Again, it's kitchen dining. So you do eventually have to make your way down below.
Pasha's position is revealed off the back of the drone. There's no pinch, though, from behind here from Dark Zero. Instead, a heavy focus through Solar. That said, there may not be an incentive to push forward and can just claim the control they have and transition that in towards the objective. But Dan is able to throw a spanner into the works. Bolo falls, and the Lion will play no further part in the round. Dark Zero will continue to march forward. I don't know how much information they have at the moment. Still 6 drones. Nath exposing himself perhaps to a trade attempt. Although up above, he is able to find Shepard and escape. So perhaps a slight misplay there from Virtus Pro, not aggressing on the sledge. Nonetheless, though, it's now a 3 versus 3, and they have info on sight.
Last bit of droning as well from Dark Zero now to just try and find where these players are. Canadian gets the kill onto Pasha. The Nitrocell in response from Dan is ineffectual despite the yellow ping. Nice long range of shot over towards NJR. Always trying to get involved as well. time will become a factor. And if the hatch drops come through, well, then obviously a chance still here for Virtus Pro, playing sight, good long angles that they've got established. Dan's going for that flank up above, and it will catch one off guard. That's Nave still up. Canadians going for the plant. It is being watched here. NJR, I think, has got this one covered and does. Nicely done from NJR. Really well worked from Dark Zero. 2 rounds, 2 attacking rounds early on, and so far a strong start on Chalet.
Unfortunate there for Dan. He had to play it perfectly up above and find Nave. Then would have been perhaps an opportunity for him to deny the plant in time, or at least initiate a retake for Virtus Pro. But doesn't go his way, and Dark Zero, again, they get enough map control. Nave gives them the license to vert and find a kill right here. And then a good transition in towards the objective to get the plant down and deny the retake attempt. So it's back-to-back rounds for Dark Zero, and VP will rotate down below.
Yeah, and remember as well, Dark Zero is the best team at this tournament when it comes to getting plants down successfully. 35% win rate in terms of, well, not win rate, sorry, but more so plant rate.
Win conditions, yeah.
Yeah, so a big win condition for them. And so far, and when you go back to those first 2 rounds that Virtus Pro were able to win, they were able to deny Dark Zero really any kind of chance of getting that plant down. And so they don't have to worry too much about that retake scenario. But in response, DZ have been able to really switch up their play. Obviously doing a really good job now of really transitioning their focus towards these sites, making it difficult for VP. Virtus Pro haven't really been as effectual in getting these early kills and denying entry. They're a little bit more stagnant there, back on site. So now it feels like with 2 rounds to go in the half, it's probably back on Virtus Pro to see if they can turn things around. After a really solid start, Dark Zero have responded. Well, what's the response to the responding Dark Zero?
That's quite a convoluted sentence.
It works though.
Oh, yeah. We'll see if this works though. Hard breach, snowmobile. Pasha unable to really deal with that, do all too much on the bandit. We saw before he was peppering those batteries, especially on reinforcements off-site, to help fortify the roam attempt from Virtus Pro. Dark Zero played into it, and we'll see if they're dragged into it this time around. I would anticipate as much. Interesting composition, Capital in play, so Canadian can use those bolt probably for the execute. Bolo can use his air jabs to cut off the retake attempt. And with the Flores to help clear util on site, there's every world in which Dark Zero could be far more direct on their approach.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why Dark Zero have got main breach opened up and then rotate, it's more the perceived pressure. They're not going to play through it straight away, and it does give them an avenue later in the round. Now they'll turn their attention to a roaming VP. Obviously, a couple of players up above. Pasha over towards Piotr, and now the library hallway, someone to really be dealt with in that top floor scenario defensively for VP as he continues to run around. And this Dan actually finds the opening kill onto NJR. What that kind of angle? That must have been super aggressive from NJR down below. Surprising, because I really thought Dark Zero would opt to try and clear up above, but he does get caught. So far, so good. Dan, 5-2, playing the Warden well. More kills as well. Dark Zero opting to go a little bit more aggressive here. Not try to play that roam game style, but it does not work. Does not pay dividends, and there is that response from Virtus Pro. Again, similar to the opening 2 rounds. That on-site defense is just so strong. If they don't lose members early, if they've got numbers up, they are a very strong, stalwart defense to try and push through, and Dark Zero just found nothing.
Yeah, Virtus Pro displaying that if they're able to hold power positions and aren't under immense amounts of pressure, they would be able to hold the line, win the kills required, and then in doing so, convert the round for the team. Opening pick there from Dan was very clean, and then he basically just held that line, ensured that Boiler Room was not contested by Dark Zero. Of course, if it is contested and DZ, the attacker, able to get control, they can spearhead a default plant, even with that shield standing. But yeah, perhaps the timing there in the sync from the attack not great. And Virtus Pro showing that they can bunker down.
Yeah, and I like the response, though, especially bar games, Dark Zero. So you're kind of thinking, oh, Virtus Pro are good on site. Really good on that on-site defense, bunkered down. So what can we do to maybe bring that? They were originally looking at that Glaz combo, which I kind of like with the Capital, extra smokes. Really does make that Glaz very powerful in either clearing out library or site itself down below. Instead, they just opt for a little bit more conventional. The Lion, the Grim, you know, pretty normal displacement, dislodgement kind of operators, especially coupled with the Capital. It does kind of suggest to me, though, that Dark Zero may opt to go a little bit more aggressive again towards site. How much clearing that they will do, not too sure. Do have the Twitch in terms of Pamperzoo if they want to get rid of some extra utility. But otherwise, looking at their spawns, it seems like a pretty heavy focus towards this library side.
Initial drone work from Bolo to clear up above. Also focus down below here from Dark Zero. That may allow them to apply more pressure in towards backstore. And we saw that VP, especially late in the round last time, looked to fortify that particular position. Here is Pamba on the shock drones. And we'll be able to track what kind of information he can gather and maybe util he can clear. Although I'm guessing it will be relatively limited. That's always on the bot library stairs position. And with those goo mines in tow, he can do a really good job in denying that lurk potential down below, which the likes of Pambazoo may elect to try and go for.
Yeah, again, Dark Zero with the operator lineup, they've got a really good way of flushing out positions, but if those positions are being held by Virtus Pro and then moving around, you've got the Oryx, the Warden doesn't sit still, then that can kind of deny a little bit of what DZ is trying to bring here. So curious to see how Virtus Pro are opting to play this round. Like Shepard's sitting on the bomb chassis inside of games. Like that's how, you know, moving around that he is being. And that means he can't just sit in towards backstore because he knows he'll get incendiaried, he might get smoked out. Obviously the Hive launcher now being utilized here by Canadian. The VP are actually playing this well. They're like holding a lot of off-angle positions that wouldn't necessarily be as cleared. And look at Dan, how aggressive, swinging big window, despite the bees buzzing inside of his face. Drone right in front of him as well. He'll get rid of that one. Only 4 now remaining for Dark Zero. They do find the opening kill though. Response doesn't come through from Dan. It's actually Bolo that gets the kill onto Joystick. And Nafe is going in for the plant over towards the half-wall default. Does Dan even know this? He can't even stop it again. Oh, just in time from Dan. 8-2 on the Warden. Dark Zero cannot stop him. The plant does not go down. And suddenly now it's a recovery mission.
Pamba with the shotgun. As DZ look to recover the round, Dan storming through the flames to deny that attempt from the attack. Now Pamba, an awkward fight up above. Can he link up with NJR? They do. So a 2 versus 2, 30 seconds, 1 Selma. But they need to flush out Dan, and this will be a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, hatch drop is pretty much a no-go at this point. Dan is just well primed in his position. Oh, what an angle! Oh, okay. The little open hole in towards backstorm. Pambazoo takes the time. He didn't have much of it to flank and go for that kill. It's down to always in a 1v2. Pambazoo! What a turnaround! The dynamic duo for Dark Zero. And it is a successful recovery mission despite the collapse at the default half wall. Scrappy round, but well played from DZ to not give up on said round. Found another avenue, found another option. And they get themselves a 3rd round to close out the half. 3-3 scoreline. And really highlighting again how close these two teams are.
Dan and Pamba, the stars of the show in that previous round. What a play from Dan to be able to clear the plant cover, rush through the flames, and then find this 2nd kill. Understandably so, no one from Dark Zero able to initially trade that, but then Pamba plucks 1 with the pistol, then the shotgun up close for the 2nd and final kill.
I think the fact that in that instance, VP still had a player up in library and you probably want to get a bit of vert there to really clear out, then push down below. They were able to then trap that player, pinch, get the double kill. They knew that Kit was in a good position. Ironically, at half-wall default, that's fine. That's always even a 3rd backup option if required. So they knew they could probably have the time to go for those kills. Really well played and executed from DZ. Virtus Pro now, the response from them now has to come in terms of attacking as we switch halves. DC go onto the defense, of which hasn't probably been their best strong suit. Again, attack for Dark Zero has really been what has set them apart, I think, at this tournament, especially in a defender-sided meta. And a 58% defensive win rate compared to their 55% attacker win rate is quite strange that we don't see that very close number difference. Whereas you look at VP, there's a whole 12% difference. Their defense is far stronger than their attack. Again, a reminder that this is the map pick of Dark Zero as well. So good signs from both teams to begin. Hard to really predict who's going to take it from here as we go into the 2nd half.
So the Brava Twitch combo then from Virtus Pro. Canadian will have a big role to play here in round number 7 on the Solace. He needs to do his best to deny the Cludge drones and the shock drones from those respective operators on the attack. Because if they're able to hack and or destroy Fenrir mines and Maestro cams, that will significantly weaken the defense here from Dark Zero, who love playing around that information game and will be reliant upon that utility.
Ooh, nice opening kill through big window for Always. Captures out Canadian on the Soul as being aggressive, as you typically want to be on that operator. Forward facing at the front contact, trying to get rid of those drones early, wanting to find a couple of kills. Pampazu, though, over towards Ego Belt. Can he find the trade? He overswings, expecting in the corner, but Always is in the off-angle position. Really well played there from Always, expecting that trade to come through from an aggressive Dark Zero. Punishes that play. It's a two-player advantage now for VP. Drop down from Joystick, and they get themselves closer towards site eventually. Of course, basement, another hatch available to eventually drop through. Blow up the Vulcan canister. And right now, for Dark Zero, it's a question of do you bunker back down on site or opt to do what Pampazu tried to do and go for a counterpunch?
Well, Naif is still in bar stop. Will have the ability to drop down the stairs if required, but may instead elect to lurk and perhaps even regress into dining. As you can see, though, uncertainty based on his body language. Not entirely sure where these members of VP are, and Joystick very much ready and waiting. Or a retake attempt from the defense. Drone to go deep then from Pasha, and one spotted blue. VP, I'm presuming, off the back of clearing that canister earlier, we're going for that wine cellar plant just right of the breach.
Really showing the respect here to Dark Zero that they know they can't just rush in, get the job done. Capitao as well, sending out the incendiary bolts. Smokes, gone 6, blow that up. Pasha now got the plan of default. Bees are buzzing as well. To deny any kind of push from Dark Zero. Bolo can't really make a step forward. Nice kills over towards that front door exit as well from Always onto Nave. Suddenly NJR in a 1 versus 5. The clutchability factor of NJR is pretty good, but in a 1 versus 5, it's always going to be quite difficult. And a really, really well-worked round from Virtus Pro from start to finish, and it's flawless. And a really good sign for them that they can certainly deal with the DZ defense. And attacking round early here on Chalet in the second half gets them back into an advantage, 4-3.
One of the big win conditions for the attack is clearing that Solace, especially again if you're going to lean into the 2 specialist drone operators of the Brava and the Twitch. Solace a fantastic counter in locating and clearing out that utility. So if you can find Canadian, as it was in that particular instance early on into the piece, not only do you give yourself the advantage, but in terms of the util game, it's huge. Canadian clearly just caught off guard, then forces the play from Pambo, who also got caught off by the off angle that was held by VP. From that point onwards, pretty simple transition. Joystick with the presence of mind to ensure that the retake attempt was not going to work out for Dark Zero, and all in all, a really solid attack.
We head over to bar games now for Dark Zero, opting away from basement, trying to change things up a little bit. They bring the mirror as well now. Nave making that bar stock position even more fortified. In terms of the response, though, from Virtus Pro, again, a pretty similar lineup to what we actually saw from Dark Zero on their own attack. We are really seeing this Grim get utilized, has become quite a big part of the attacking meta, coupled with the Lion especially. And it's a double drone game play as well from Virtus Pro. Dan and Always bringing the Roteros and the shock drones, respectively speaking. Couple of smokes, a lot of flashes, really good utility lineup as well for VP. We're in kind of a vengeful push. Dan has been able to get all the way in, almost pop that window. We're talking about maybe 1 second here or there. Cheeky from Dan. Shock drone did get taken out.
Yeah, good work there from NJR. Presence of mind to protect the mirror window and body block it, making it very challenging for Dan. We'll see how Virtus Pro then look to pivot. It will probably be important that Shepard keeps the somewhere in the pocket. He might be able to use that late to dislodge that position. Could also like to use one as well on the wall facing into bar stock, but Canadian, with obviously a lot of experience and game sense, will feel that pressure or feel that read and deny that. Oh, that's good from Dan though.
Oh, okay.
Canadian didn't anticipate that.
Wow.
And this bar stock position now exposed.
Yeah, and then those are probably the little differences here now for Virtus Pro. Can they capitalize off that, right? Job done, opened up that mirror window. Obviously, Dark Zero know that, okay, well, that's open now. Bar stock's no longer going to be the fortified position that we would have liked it to be. Canadians, obviously, as you said, got that game sense to be able to still play for that position fine. Ideally, you want to hold on to it for as long as possible. The Nitro Cell from bar stock over towards half-wall default, obviously, is quite strong. Virtus Pro, though, very much going for this full sweep across. We saw them open up Snow. Now they're going over towards Solar and Bedroom. Joystick on the repel in. Maybe anticipating Dark Zero to get really aggressive on the roam, which, for some reasons, they certainly are. Nave all the way down below. Bolo still around Library Stairs. So far, the issue for me for Virtus Pro here is time. 60 seconds left, and it's still a 5 versus 5. Pasha, only just now, off of some ping information towards top Library Stairs, is starting to try and flush out Bolo.
Yeah, good flash onto Bolo, forces him down. But will time become the enemy of the attack as it begins now to really trickle down? Players on site not under a whole lot of pressure. And the attack's still relatively static. Joystick will show some initiative, however. With the Bailiff, he creates some vert in towards that B objective. But how will the rest of the attack form around this? Control up above now, of course. 30 seconds, though, on the clock. And I can't help but feel that this is going to be a very challenging conclusion to the round for VP.
20 seconds left. Shepard has the kit, so keep an eye on where he's going to be playing in terms of trying to get that plant down. Right now, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Again, the time, though, a massive factor. Drop down from Shepard. Is this going to be a bar plant? It very well might. Makes his way in very slowly, crouching in, and goes for plant behind said bar. No trade yet. Dark Zero can't really get out of bar stock because of Dan's angle. Great shot from NJR. The plant goes down. Pampersu came in on the flank. Late, though, in the piece, and Canadian wants to get straight on it. But Pasha's got an angle from above through the hatch. He's able to watch this. This is a real retake scenario now for Dark Zero. They need to go above. Someone has to go above. But probably all of them have to go above. Got to get moving, and Canadian keeps trying to just get on the kit. Double stack over towards Fireplace Stairs. One down, NGR back up, 20 seconds. Guys are going to get moving, and they should know where Pasha is. They are indeed of full understanding as to where Pasha is. Really well worked from Dark Zero, and they get the counter defuse in the end, 4-4. But my goodness, there were some worrying signs. Canadian kept trying to just get on it. They could never really find a good position because of the vert angles from up above. And the fact is, that was a real scrappy mess, probably from both teams towards the conclusion of that round. But nevertheless, Dark Zero understood the mission. They had to go up above. They had to get the retake from above. Did so successfully. Virtus.pro will probably feel like they've let that round slip away.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a strange plant position, not one that we commonly see from the attack. And that's probably why when Pamba rounded the corner, he didn't initially see where the plant was going down right there. If he had have and he pre-fired it, every chance in which he would have been able to actually deny the plant going down. Of course, he didn't. And then we entered the post. Dark Zero had to clear up above. And despite maybe the initial read being a little bit slow, of course, able to hit the res, able to double stack that Fireplace Stairs position, and landing some really nice shot on the two remaining members of Virtus.pro who invested in the vert but couldn't quite get it done.
Yeah, and I think for Dark Zero as well in that round, probably the kind of round that they needed a little bit. Virtus.pro have been looking really, really good over the last few, but DZ playing a couple of off-angle positions on site. They never really got cleared from above. Obviously, though, bar eventually was a bit of a weakness because of that double stack in towards bar stock, and you could really see the hive launcher being used, making it so difficult to get out of that position. NJR again, though, in the clutch, another good player. We've seen him have super high impact kills at this tournament. Might not be the most rated player in terms of the actual number of kills, but I think a very high impact typically. Also, Pampersu with that flank. He was like, I think 1 or 2 seconds off of being able to deny the plant on that eventual flank as well early on. That certainly helped for Dark Zero. So even when that plant went down for VP, didn't really matter too much because Dark Zero then had the numbers. So 4-4 scoreline. I think rightfully so. Two teams that so far have, again, been really difficult to separate. And I imagine this is a storyline that should continue for the remainder of this series the whole way through. I'd be very surprised if one, really pulls away. And dining again into the 9th round. Dark Zero opting to get aggressive on that Solus Canadian. Again, we saw earlier on in this half, he lost his life a little early on the Solus. As expected, though, of course, you need to be aggressive. You're looking to get rid of those drones. 4 drones have already been taken out. Over towards Library Stairs, holding a key pillar in terms of a position on this map.
A huge emphasis inside of Office here from Dark Zero, with the lines of sight that they have facing down below and towards the objective.
Well,
Canadian, once again, falls early into the piece. That will, again, bolster the ability of Virtus.pro to gather information. Fortunately, it is the Brava traded out, so I suppose, in one way or another, not awful a DZ, although still not ideal. Joystick on the solo, Repel, seeing if maybe he can apply pressure in towards that position. Minute 20 now on the clock. Pasha will come alongside, and this is a pretty typical play that we see at the moment. The Hive launcher to create a bit of space and prevent the defense from denying this Repel in.
Yeah, really difficult. You don't really want to push through. Pampersu, though, good angle, holding Trophy Stairs. I'm not sure if Pasha was aware that Pampersu was holding this close angle. He gets the kill, denied entry. And especially as the Hive launcher has been used, running out of charges, in fact gone now for Joystick, makes it really annoying for Virtus Pro that they can't really flush out some of these positions, especially Closet, which is what Nafe is currently holding. They would have liked to have been able to clear that out with said Hive launcher, can no longer. And now down a player as well, Incendiary from Shepard. Well, Pambazoo hasn't really been cleared. He's been holding the same position anyway. That bolt basically has done nothing. Oh, there's 3 in the round. Pambazoo, a big difference maker here for Dark Zero on the defense, making sure that that solar push from Virtus Pro was not going to happen. Getting 3 very important kills, holding down the portion of the map where VP wanted to enter from. Down to just Shepard, and always 10 seconds remaining, and always getting shot at straight away, understanding that there's one looking at his angle through the foothold, and that's NJR, who still knows he's behind the barricade. He should be good for a second to close this one out. Indeed he is. Again, more high impact kills from NJR to win the round for Dark Zero. And for the first time maybe here on Chalet, just starting to edge Virtus Pro a little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of starts for the defense. Again, unfortunate for Canadian, the first to fall. However, the counterplay was really nice. Good position held from Pamba, and that power position just wasn't unlocked by Virtus Pro. The utility required was a little bit late into the piece and didn't even quite land on the mark. They had to clear up above. A huge vertical presence from Dark Zero with lines of sight in towards the objective meant that Virtus Pro almost certainly did have to clear it. Fortunately, they couldn't connect the dots. They'll call a tactical timeout in response. Now trailing 4-5.
Yeah, and indeed the first lead now for Dark Zero. So that kind of eye test has been met rightfully so. 3 of the last 4 rounds. So you're starting to get that vibe that Dark Zero themselves are getting a little bit of that control here on this game of Chalet. VP are good enough that they're not going to go down without a fight for sure, as they take this time out to talk things over, heading into the 10th round for what feels like an important round. But Pambazoo was the standout, at least in that one. 3 kills over towards the solar side, making sure Trophy Stairs was under lock and key, and probably needed to keep that position in check, considering they did lose Canadian over towards Library Stairs really early on in the piece. Just meant that in terms of those rotate options, when you're trying to play that vert up above kitchen, dining, inside office and bedroom, you need at least one of those, either Trophy Stairs or Library Stairs. They lost the Library Stairs, but obviously Pambazoo did his job over towards solar side. 5-4, the lead for Dark Zero now established for the first time here on Chalet for what is, of course, their map pick. Can they look to close this out? Pambazoo now on the Vigil. Why not? I think the Vigil license has been well and truly earned after that last round.
Yeah, again, we'll see if that Jackal and Grim info gathering combo for the attack will provide value. Amber certainly has earned the license to run around here on the Vigil. His primary goal will be to try and waste as much time as possible. Eyes on Bolo now. Only 3 kills for him so far. Been a solid event, still with a positive rating despite coming back from retirement and not having all the time in the world to prepare for this event. I know DZ did bootcamp, especially with Nave jumping in as well, but there were big question marks as to whether or not they'd be able to make it work. Successful so far, though, for Dark Zero. And now expectation on them to do well at this event.
Yeah, when you get this deep into the tournament, Canadians still so fortunate to be alive. That was about to be the 3rd round in a row that Canadian is going to go down early on the solos. But look at the drone economy. Well done, right? Virtus Pro's only got 3 drones remaining at the 2-minute and 10-second mark. So you need to be aggressive on that solos. You can't just be sitting on site. And Canadian's obviously the one that has to take those fights and has to make sure he tries to stay alive while getting rid of these drones. Low on health for the remainder of the round, so now obviously can't get too overly aggressive from here on out, but job done. Virtus Pro making the entry in as Dan over towards piano side. Of course, this is a basement site, but they are going for that top floor clear, utilizing the Jackal to help facilitate that.
Still remnants of the roam here, though, from Dark Zero.
There's 2 drones left. They're going to have no info on site.
Yeah, with Pampa falling off. Canadian, though, is still inside of bar, so that's something to keep our eyes on. You can see the lines through the wall, the outline. With the drone economy low! Canadian's position should not be known, but Shepard will still hit a very clean shot through the front door to give his team the advantage. Next step will be clearing some utility, clearing key positions. Boiler room here being held by NJR with the shotgun up close. This could be a challenge. Pamba's been given an opportunity, though, to re-aggress, and if he can time this flank well, There's an opportunity for him to catch VP off guard.
Between the work the Canadian was able to do on the Solus, along now with Pambazoo on the Vigil, this is going to be quite interesting to see for Virtus Pro. Not really a whole lot of information, just forcing that swing onto NJR, and they do get the down always. Despite the smoke, despite the obscuring of the vision, he does get that kill. Opens up that boiler position for Virtus Pro. Up above, Pambazoo on the Vigil, just caught napping. Dan was watching for the flank. And it's fallen apart defensively for Dark Zero. Virtus Pro have been able to just slice them apart on this particular site. It's all down to Bolo. There's 2 for good measure to make it a 1 versus 3. But he's low on health, in a difficult position. Rotates away, trying to see if he can catch one on the vert. Can he make it a 3rd? No, he can't. Always up close. Bolo, for just a brief second, maybe thought he could make something miraculous happen. But Virtus Pro shut it down. What a start, though, to the round for them. Offensively, they dealt with Canadian, despite the fact that they lost a lot of drones. Eventually dealing with Pambazoo, despite the fact that he was looking to flank. Everything said in that round that it was going DZ's way. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, Virtus Pro just get a 4K.
It's really impressive that VP were able to bring that round back, despite the drone economy looking so poor. Don't know how much of that, of course, was facilitated by Canadian. We don't have a Solus cam in the corner where we can see every single drone that he's spotting out.
I would love that. I need like a little stack counter.
But I'm assuming he played a pivotal role. Unfortunately, they did die. Really nice opening kill from Shepard for VP. And then they had the systems and the set play available to go for that wine hit.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Pamba was denied any opportunity to retake with the flank watch in play. And the rest of the team then collapsing on site. 5-5 the scoreline. And this match has very much been a back and forth.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, the biggest lead of this match was actually 2-round lead to Virtus Pro to begin after the first 2 rounds. Since then, it's been either equal scoreline or a 1-round lead. Well, one of these 2 teams is about to get map point here on Chalet. Virtus Pro on the verge of maybe taking the map pick away from DZ if they can win this round, buying a second attacking round in a row. Canadian once again on that Solus, and well, whenever you play that Solus, you will get the plaudits for if the drone economy of the attacking team is squandered. To be fair, we saw him running around. I think you can go with good measure that he's a big reason as to why the drone game for Virtus Pro has clearly been affected. You can see obviously the work here firsthand from this POV. I think that drone's going to get away from him. Oh, just squeaked by into the door. It does track it down. But this is also where it's quite difficult. Look at the movement here of the Solus and the way that a Solus will typically play. Moving around, you're so focused on these drones, it's very easy to then take a bit of a step and then suddenly, oh, a window's open and you're now spotted and you get killed. And that's why a lot of the Soluses at times can be that first death.
The nature of Chalet with those exterior windows means they can be tricky to rotate back towards side. But it looks like Canadian's been able to achieve that now, and Pamba also will make his way back. Perhaps to join the likes of Bolo here on Mezzanine. As for VP, though, what have they been able to achieve in the round? They're still double droning over towards bedroom. And they'll look to probably chip away at that map control. Next in line, likely Bolo does have a deployable shield to play behind, at least for now. Rotero from Always. And this is a key little part of the round. If he's able to clear the shield, and he is, Bolo doesn't turn around and clear it in time.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's got 2 very big angles that he needs to watch there. Obviously from the library, from the piano side, and then also down below main entrance. But yeah, it does allow that shield to go down, really hindering that position of the mezzanine. For 2 reasons. One, you don't have the shield now facing towards that hallway position, but then also down below, Vert has been opened up eventually. It can go both ways too, especially if BP opt to go in towards bar. Canadian trying to get aggressive over towards West Main, still trying to get rid of these drones. 5 on the board this time for Virtus Pro. So BP's done a much better job. Understanding the Solus is a huge factor in play the last couple of rounds. So clearly putting a large emphasis on keeping those drones alive. Bolo, though, sensing the pressure. While double swing on his position, not much more he could really do. He got essentially hunted down, but they lose the Warden. At this point in the round, 35 seconds left, and now there's no Warden on the board. What can Canadian do inside of Dining? He's the flank option now.
Yeah, double smokes from Dan, triple flash from Pasha. So losing that Warden could hurt big time for DZ. 20 seconds. Pasha should be caught off guard.
Canadian.
But has a read. Doesn't matter. Canadian wins that fight.
That's absolutely huge. Now he can retake in as well from Piano side going in towards Library. If VP still have members up above, they should be wary though. And the swing onto Canadian does come through from the mezzanine. Very low. Pings towards Library stairs. The Earth not mine as well. But DZ have found kills on site and time has run out for Virtus Pro. Canadian was a nuisance and those on site were stalwart in their defense for Dark Zero. Map point for DZ on Chalet.
Now, we may have only seen, quote-unquote, one kill there from Canadian, the focus on him as the execute came through, but it can't be understated just how much that disrupted the push from Virtus Pro and made it a real challenge to dedicate every attacker towards the objective, knowing that at any moment, Canadian will be in a position to flank. And again, on the Solos, can deny on Vert. So many win conditions still available there to Dark Zero, and despite losing the Warden first, they were able to make up for it.
Yeah, and to put it kind of into the specifics, right? Canadian gets a kill, that's one. Then second, there's a player in Library for VP that now knows that he's getting flanked. And so he can no longer kind of just sit up above, looking down, try to put pressure on those on site, which means he's then having to go to the mezzanine to go and try and deal with Canadian. Doesn't get that kill initially. And then that means when the rest of VP are actually pushing their way into site, they firstly have already lost one player to Canadian, and then the second player got pulled away, so they didn't have the vert. So they didn't have the numbers there because of what...
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Into the final round then of regulation, and we'll see if Dark Zero are able to bring this one across the line. It will be the Solace in play again here for the defense. Canadian key stakeholder in the previous round. Again, it's the Brava in play though from VP. Shock drones as well from Shepard. And we'll see if they're able to play around this information and actually make it count. Perhaps there'll be a bigger focus on hunting down Canadian. Shepard now with a shock drone in towards the objective. Able though to stamp that out. There's 20 then on the clock and decent work down below here from Always on that sledge. Fenrir mines have been pinged out and you can see through multiple layers of floor he's seeing if he is able to deal with those. Magnets also in play from Pamba. That's in an attempt to fortify the Solar Stairs position. Back to Shepard then, and he's looking to clear even more utility. Unfortunately though for him, that reign of terror on the shock drone put to rest with the mute jammer. Time then continuing to tick down. Virtus Pro have not shied away from taking their time in gathering as much info as they possibly can.
Deploying magnet.
Silence across the map then. Pamba spotted out. Of course, wary of the pinch from behind, but able to escape that position. It should now be vacated for Virtus Pro to take that space, but instead they elect to hold back. Being patient here and not wanting to make any mistakes on the final round of regulation. Pamba then will continue to hold bathroom. Backs away in towards Piano then. Joystick to push forward. He's the first to initiate the push for Virtus Pro. Over 60 seconds then remains in the round. Only 4 kills for the Cyborg on this map thus far. Pasha to hold his flank and Always now to double down. Able to establish some vertical supremacy with that sledgehammer. Dark Zero not feeling a whole load of pressure though at this point of the round. And for Virtus Pro, they need to do a better job at dislodging this defense as Dark Zero continue to hold really key positions. Nafe half wall, Canadian mezzanine. And with 30 seconds on the clock, this should be a Dark Zero round unless Virtus Pro can make something magical happen. Dan's trying to catch somebody off guard, but Dark Zero not providing anything for free. It is the Canadian to fall first. NJR elsewhere to find a pick, and Nafe as well. Now 3 versus 3. Always to go for the plant, but denial up above from Nafe. Dark Zero only a moment away from taking their map pick in this best of 3. Pasha will need to pull off something very special as he looks to retake through Solar, but Dark Zero able to confirm that round. And map 1 going the way of North Americans.
As a unit, I think everyone on phase today was absolutely excellent.
Yeah, I mean, we can see both Stalls and Cyber in the bottom, and where have we seen them on the scoreboard usually?
At the top.
Yeah, and that's what we mean what we spoke about before the game. The flexibility of this team is second to none. Like, I genuinely believe that they have the most flexible team in terms of players that can play operators, because they just have so many guys that just, yeah, we need this, I'll play that.
Well, there's one player that's actually been leading. We talked about them yesterday. We talked about them earlier on today, and it's Cyber. He is pretty darn good, I would say. And Fresh, do you want to hammer that home?
Yep. So we talked about in the pre-match, we talked about this flexible role that Cyber has, where he sees an opportunity to just make a little bit of a quirky play. Leaves the wall soft on the attic. Ambi's obviously made a little bit of a mistake there on the IQ, not checking for the C4. Waits for the Maverick to blow up the hard wall, and then he blows up the C4. This is it, obviously, from his point of view, then follows it up with an unreal kill. And this is what we was talking about from Cyber, where he sees these opportunities, he makes those opportunities happen, and that was a 5v3 in that round, completely from an individual play that he is trusted to make within this team. And from there, the round is only ever going to go one way.
Yeah, and we saw the scoreboard just before, right? He was second to last.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 7-7 or 7-6, I think Souls had. So it doesn't really matter, but it's just that they have that overall team ability. You spoke about Ambi making a very small mistake, and that's what we were talking about before the game as well. Sonics haven't been making these small mistakes. Ambi himself, I think, have had a little bit of a rough start to his day because, honestly, I think he's had quite low impact today. We're looking at his defenses. He didn't do much in the defenses until he got a flank kill that, in the end, didn't lead to much. And in attack, he only had one round really on a basement attack where he got 2 entry kills. I think we need more from him. I think he has that by far. Like, he's shown that he's got that. So maybe it's just time to wake up between maps.
But with kind of that afterglow of map 1 hitting everybody, including Sonics, and especially that pregame that we hyped up Sonics about it all, maybe we have to reconsider. Maybe it's just after one map. I mean, how tough, how stiff was the competition heading into this game that Sonics were presented
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the things that you can level at Sonics is the level of competition they've come up against. They have not come up against a top 3 team, you know, worldwide that would have punished them, realistically. Every team that they've played has exited the competition at this point. Whereas FaZe have played multiple teams such as, you know, for example, G2 and, dare I say it, Bliss, who are still in the competition, right? So I think that was like this is like been the first big test for Sonics. They've had the best attack, you know, win rate coming into the competition. Didn't win an attack today. So they need to, you know, cut up. They need to sharpen up on these mistakes. And they've got what it takes. They've shown what they've got what it takes. But they've been punished by a team, and they know they need to raise their level now.
Yeah, it's the next level step that they have to take now. And honestly, Sonics didn't look that bad as it may sound that we're saying. They didn't. They actually looked very solid. Their defenses and their team play in the defense was actually really, really good. And the only reason that they lost one top for attack as well against FaZe is because FaZe are just that good. So we're talking about 2 teams that are at the absolute top. They're the absolute best, and they really showed it in that map. Even if the scoreline, yeah, sure, 3 rounds apart, but I don't think it really reflected the game.
Yeah.
And with the absolute best, you have to be able to recover and take each map on its own. For that, let's turn to our map bans. We already went through map number 1, Oregon, going the way of FaZe Clan. Now we go on to Sonics' pick, Clubhouse, where FaZe start off on the defense. Fresh, I turn to you. What are expectations here?
So this is where it happens in a best of 3. You're supposed to lose your opponent's map pick. You're then supposed to win your map pick. Sonics could not be on a better map pick for themselves. FaZe have 2 permabans. Clubhouse was always going to be open. Sonics were always going to pick it because it's their favorite map by far. Lost it once across 10 plays in this year. 90% win rate on the map. They absolutely love it.
And the map in itself, I think, fits Sonics a little bit better because now we're going into a map that Oregon is very rigid in 1, 2, 3 steps. Sure, Clubhouse is also known to be a very rigid map, but I think you have more options on Clubhouse because you have different takes that you can take on the basement. Oregon basement is you have 2 options, front or back. Which one do you select? On Clubhouse, you have way more.
Well, now is the question for Sonics. Like we said, a team at this level is supposed to be able to just snap and bring it back, right? But Sonics, can they learn to stand against FaZe that are able to run shields? And shields is very common on Clubhouse also. Is that something that is going to come up again?
Monty Bank could be a potential here because taking Monty basically anywhere really can enable an attack. I think that Monty is reasonable. Clash, maybe not so much of a reasonable ban on this map because I think there are more options and more ways to take care of Clash here.
The big determining factor for me as to who will win this map and whether Sonics can win this map will be that attack start that they have. The first 6 rounds are going to be huge because we saw Sonics be good on the attack on Oregon. Sonics good on the defense on Oregon, but struggle on the attack. We saw FaZe good at both. So Sonics need to level up on their attacks.
Well, you talked about the overall comfort that Sonics has on Clubhouse.
Yes.
What would set them apart on the attacking side?
I think we're looking for Ambi to make that entry, make that step up in terms of the entry play, and then the play off the back of that. I think their attacks particularly, Sonics attacks particularly, were a little bit disjointed. It was very small timing differences that other teams in this competition have not punished, but FaZe will. And that's where they need to level up, is 1, Ambi, 2, just be together.
I think there's one important thing to look at. You guys see on your screen the face cams, well, you don't see the face cams, but cameras on their faces, and they're not showing any sort of fear or any sort of worry.
Yep.
They're comfortable, they're happy, and I think that's going to be one of the main reasons. If they can show that, and I see it on their faces, they don't care about map 1. It wasn't their pick. Now the real game starts for them.
Map 3, yes, no, game's ready.
I hope so.
I think map 3.
All right, Fresh, Fabian, thank you very much. Our casters are ready, and Taro Pengu, take it away.
Well, FaZe win their map, and that's A-OK. So now Sonics go to their map, And if they win it, then we are well positioned for an exciting best of 3. If not, then FaZe Clan advances to a highly coveted spot in this tourney. Now, I will say this. Both of these teams have already secured main stage. It cannot be said enough. They will both play in front of a crowd.
Well, a bit of an abrupt end to that first map of the series. I did go missing there momentarily, but I've been able to find my way back. Well done, Guz, by the way, on going a little solo there, a little rogue to close that one out. In obviously what was a really sensational game. Two teams that were going back and forth in nature. Felt like 1 for 1 in terms of the rounds. VP won the opening 2. Dark Zero then responded. And it really felt like, at least throughout the entire portion of that game, it was really difficult to see who was going to pull away. In the end, though, in the clutch, it was DZ that was able to win it out 7-5.
Yeah, really competitive game from both teams, and I was a big fan of the counterplay that we saw, especially through the defensive half of Dark Zero. Again, so much of revolving around the Solace play, the drone specialist from the attack Canadian under so much pressure, but then able to have impact late into the piece. The likes of Pamba really stepping up. NJR had a couple of key moments as well. So an entertaining match, and coming right down to the wire in regulation. We pitched this as probably having to be, based on historical data, a 2-0 for VP, because the third map doesn't look great. So smooth sailing and a great position for DZ now.
You say that, there's already been a couple of games at this tournament where, you know, going into quote-unquote the third map that doesn't look great ends up being fine. So it's not really a whitewash in that scenario. But for DZ, 4 of the last 5 rounds. That's quite telling in terms of the way that they were able to close this game out, because as I said, by and large, this was back and forth in nature, as you can see down the middle there, until DZ were able to find a way to separate. I mentioned at the start of the game, I said NJR, I felt like he was the kind of player that maybe doesn't get the plaudits that, you know, Bolo or a Canadian, especially Nafe at this tournament, but that he is someone to keep an eye on because he gets those high impact kills. 12 and 6, 2 and 1 on the entries as well. Decent cost, and he had obviously a very, very solid game.
Yeah, looking at those player stats, you can see an interesting spread for both teams, where it does drop off a little bit towards the tail end. So it was really a game of star players on that occasion. Again, though, facilitated by the supports and the flexes from both rosters. So keen to track that heading into the second map. It is Bank, the pick of Virtus Pro, and we'll see how they're able to rebound after what was, to be fair, a very competitive first map.
Yeah, ultra competitive. Again, I felt like it was also the kind of game that it was clear, at least on display, that this was two teams that coming into it, 5 and 1 for DZ, 4 and 1 for Virtus Pro, right? Not a lot of mistakes have necessarily been made by either of these two teams coming into this tournament through the group stage and through a couple of the upper bracket games as well. In terms of the prediction here, it does shrink and come a little closer for Bank, considering it is the map pick of Virtus Pro, 56% on the social. Still, though, favoring Dark Zero, opting to now see if they can get themselves a 2-0 win and in towards that upper bracket final, and then just 2 maps away from a grand final at a 6 Invitational. Really does go to show how close they are to going all the way. Massive map coming up here, of course, for Virtus Pro. Not wanting to go down to that lower bracket, because now that run, if you go into it, becomes so much more difficult to get towards that grand final. Ying banned out by BP. I imagine Dockerby probably to follow from Dark Zero.
Well, let's jump into things then. It's the Ying taken off the board first via VP. We'll see if it's a Dockerby in response from DZ, and indeed it will be. So 2 very prominent attacking operators for the final. Execute will play no further part in this match. Now, defensively, you might see a little bit more variance. It is the Azami from Dark Zero, so opening the door probably for the Valkyrie in response from Virtus Pro, when you consider Bank and how large it is and how relatively easy it is to hide those cameras. I anticipate that will probably be taken off the board. I guess secondary to that, though, is the Kaid on a very hatch-heavy map. So VP not wanting to deal with that, and probably themselves will lean into the Valk for the first 6 rounds.
All right, well, it does put the onus on Virtus Pro to do well here on Bank. It is their map pick, looking to bounce back from an untimely defeat on Chalet. 4 of the last 5 rounds from Dark Zero. Again, highlighting they were able to get the hold of Virtus Pro. There were good signs from VP, though, back on Chalet, where at times their defense looked really, really strong. I think that was probably the best looking factor about Virtus Pro back on Chalet. Probably was their defense. VP, of course, starting on the defense to begin with on Bang. Straight to lockers and CCTV to begin with in this second map of the series. Easy, up 1-0. BP must win this and send us to third map in the series if they've got any hope of staying in this upper bracket. If they can do that, we would then be going to Skyscraper.
So let's have a look at this composition then, especially from the defense for round 1. As you can see, a rather traditional lineup is probably the way I would describe it, in the sense that BP are very much leaning into area denial. Smoke and Goyo in play. Shepard as well on the Yokais can deny plant, gather information. Aruni, an intriguing one as well, and we'll probably see some hat-tricking from the defense, which is always fun to see. On the side of the attack, though, we are going to see the Monty Canadian sacrificing his ability to throw out to help gain map control and give calls to the rest of the team. I feel like every time I've seen Monty in this event thus far, I've had to asterisk it with the comment that it's been a bit mixed in its ability to win rounds, and truthfully that has been the case. It all relies on the rest of Dark Zero playing around this shield effectively. I like this though from Canadian. He can aggress over towards Server and Dirt very early in on the round, and it just draws a defender towards this position to ensure that he isn't allowed to advance further forward.
Saw Canadian playing a lot of solos back on Chalet, taking those kind of selfless roles here as well now with the Montang. Dan obviously trying to be oppressive inside of Server, but at some point you probably just have to give this position up, try and hold an angle where you can then get the second player trying to push him behind the shield on the Montang. That's exactly what he's trying to do now. Making it difficult to get that cross to happen. Vulcan Canister got blown up nice and early in the round as well in terms of time denial. Dan still holding these aggressive angles. Nice little tap on to Bolo, gets him low. Bolo and Canadian both half health for the remainder of this round. More drones to come through. Never mind, Bolo just got absolutely sat down by Dan. Lovely tap headshot here from the Goyo. And it does give Virtus Pro an advantage to begin. Live drone for Nave down blue stairs. Of course, they've already got server control now. And it's a triple stack through blue for the side of Dark Zero. It does make this quite one-dimensional. And JR over towards open area. Looking down the hatch and has got himself into a position. Of course, does need to be mindful of any kind of main stairs flank through Beepers later in the round. Not sure if that will come through from VP. They're pretty happy with the way they've got things set up right now.
Very much feels like Basement Bank of old. The attack stacks inside of Server and one lurker and NJR up above. It's Dan in red though to hold down the line with the shotgun. Taking a stack of damage as he looks to pepper away at those Goyo canisters over time and deny the space for Dark Zero. Who are patient on the attack. But it does mean though they'll need to be perfect from this point onwards. Any more mistakes, especially in the 4 versus 5, will be punished by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, a little double up there. So Vulcan canister blown along with the gas pipe. Canadian has slipped in, not being denied here, and I think he's got a good opportunity to stick this the whole way unless Shepard can hit it. No, he cannot. Dark Zero through Canadian have been able to get the plant down. Virtus Pro allowing this despite so much utility in the form of the gas babes. They had the Vulcan canister, they had obviously the Yokai drone, and all of that. None of it then able to deny Canadian, who just slips in like a Montang and gets that plant down. NJR in a good position as well. Understanding, of course, for Virtus Pro, they're going to want to try and come flush out his position towards open. They need to retake above. They do so successfully through Pasha from Beepers. Another one over towards Staff Room as well for Dark Zero. Is Pasha aware of this? He is now. Stands up, headshot. Suddenly now, time though, the biggest thing. What a shot from Dan onto Nave. Down to Canadian. He too falls. And Shepard was on it with time. In the end, Virtus Pro may have allowed the plant, but they got the retake.
Just in time, 0.8 seconds left on that fuse. Really well played from Virtus Pro. Arguably, they shouldn't have allowed the plant to go down, at least not on that first attempt, but they quickly switched up in the post. The Yokai sent up above for some information. Other players immediately vacating the basement, going up main stairs to apply pressure on the likes of NJR, up above, kitchen as well, which was occupied. Unfortunate there for Nafe. He would have loved to have been able to lurk a little bit longer inside of Server, maybe pluck one kill, and then obviously time would have gone the way of Dark Zero. Not meant to be though, and a very chaotic opening round. I don't think it's every day of the week, especially in this kind of meta, right, where we see a very traditional plant through Server, the turtle plant, no hatch drop to speak of from Dark Zero, so very different compared to the norm.
Even just the plant position there from Canadian as he was able to just sort of vault in, no one really watching it. The Yokai drone wasn't set up initially in place because you obviously don't want it to be directly there immediately. Then it's very easy to deal with it early on from any kind of Twitch drone or even any kind of offensive player that can then kind of shoot it out. Instead, then it comes over a little too late, and then Canadian obviously wasn't planning in that default, so there was no real time there. Still, really good, swift response from Virtus Pro. Understanding there's a large stack over towards server room, so obviously put a lot of bodies in towards CCTV to clear out server, and then sent Pasher up above through main in towards Beeper, and then cleared out open and staff basically single-handedly. It was a solid start defensively for Virtus Pro, but we know their defense has been a big, strong factor at this tournament. It's really going to be how will their next half go. So as many rounds as they could possibly find here on their defensive half is going to be very important for them here on Bank.
So the Monty will once again be employed here by the attack. And for Dark Zero once more, it's going to probably be a large part of the strategy, and they'll be looking to play around it. Canadian top square, and he'll be able to get control through Jan Hall into Stock Hall. Just forcing these defenders back. Minute into the round, so decent timestamp. Dark Zero. Don't collect many kills, but that's not really what they need at this point in time. Map control will suffice. That will allow Pamba to come across with the Skeleton Key, vert out from CEO across. Very traditional attacks from Dark Zero to kick it off. Pamba is top floor, and he'll be getting to work on that vert in a moment. VP, I'm sure, will be pretty content and looking to play late into the round, much like we saw in Basement.
Long desk control from Pamba. As you said, traditional approach from Dark Zero so far. But with that approach, VP have kind of given them the respect, dropping down, giving up top floor control. Obviously here for staff room and open area into the second round, and over still 60 seconds more than enough time remaining for DZ, and especially now with Pampas on that buck using the Skeleton Key to open up these floorboards over towards Stock, over towards Janitor, with the pressure now for those on site, 4 of which are on site for VP. Dan though over towards Archives is a factor. And actually, no, he's not even Archives. He's even further down below, all the way towards Basement. Shot, though, through the hatch. His position now rightfully known. And you can see for the rest of VP, though, all very much on site, waiting for this attack from Dark Zero.
Secondary hard breach on the wall. Quad wall, that is bot square, but always with the impacts in response. Able to deal with the first. Now one in the pocket for Canadian, but also one in the pocket for Always. He'll have to pick his mark. Secondary to the right, exothermic to the left. He picks the ladder, but still now that position exposed.
Bolo was able to deal with Dan down below, so they deal with the lurk roam in Basement. 20 seconds left. Nafe getting the Roteros out. Bolo with a team kill. Not sure how that happened, but he ended up taking out Canadian. Always then with a double. Little bit of a messy round to close this out here in the second on Bank. Flash from Pambazoo. Doesn't get the play. A close angled left. Prone, Shepard, one gas babe, and he's just hiding. He's full white though. Went a little early. Nicely done from NJR. And 1 versus 1. Time the biggest. Backed up. But Pambazoo doesn't need the time. Finds the kill in the nick of time. And Dark Zero somehow win that round despite some very bizarre circumstances. Then Polo with the team kill on Canadian. The flashes, a little bit awry. But ultimately a round win for Dark Zero nevertheless. And for Virtus Pro, probably slim, gloom faces for a reason. Defense is meant to be their strength. And they've given up an attacking round to DZ already.
Wow, what a round, and an insane trade late in the piece from Pamba to be able to bring that round back. Great presence of mind from him, and signs that communication from Dark Zero at the moment, late into the piece, is really, really strong. Not entirely sure how Bolo ripped off the head of his IGL. Nonetheless, made up for it with a second kill to follow onto the opposition.
Move out of the way, old man.
Yeah, old man indeed. Well, round number 3 then, and we go top floor. And as always, the discussion point on this particular objective can be a challenge to defend, even with innovations over towards Stock Hallway, for instance, because of the prevalence of the repel and the difficulty that the defense generally has in denying that. You have to see the defense continue to adapt and react accordingly to the attack itself. Now, I thought perhaps we'd maybe see the Monty 3 rounds straight and a push through Banana here from Dark Zero, not meant to be. Instead, Canadian will rotate back to the Capital like we saw on Chalet.
Strong round to close that out for Pambazoo. Had a big clutch back on Chalet when he got that 3K in Solar. But he's had some very high impactful moments so far for Dark Zero. So far, very much like Chalet though, where this already begins back and forth. Very close rounds. And mistakes will typically get punished, for the most part, from either of these two teams, for that matter. Pretty standard kind of look right now. The Repel opening up these castle barricades. over towards CEO would go for the third round. Up above, top floor here from VP. Naif getting the Roteros go to work over towards the spiral staircase as Shepard holding over towards Kanto in the elevators, which pressure already being applied. Selma will open up that. And Naif also has the drones coming down from the skylight towards top main, putting pressure on Virtus Pro's defense. Pasha over towards the stock hallway with the standardized shield. Pretty default setup here from Virtus Pro, always inside a janitor. Not sure how susceptible he will be to Dark Zero. I mean, they do have Canadian on that Capital on the repel. He can incendiary inside of janitor. Minute 40, and he's getting some decent drone work here.
Yeah, really good read here from Canadian, and you can see the comms flowing on the player cam. Util on the window dealt with relatively well. Of course, those magnets can capture the bolts from the Capital. The Canadian prioritizing those and ensuring that they're clear, so that he'll be able to dump utility in response here. Time remaining. Bolt now taken out. Canadian will make the call, and I anticipate the push will follow. He'll look to just gain a little bit more information that will be relayed to the team, but now seems content that the push can come through.
Double stack over towards front desk from the side of VP, although it was actually Dan losing his life from that very position at hands of NJR. 55 seconds left. Naif making good work over towards top square. Again, looking to contest Pasha here through that stock hallway. Shield is still up, makes it difficult. Initially, that flash in towards Janitor, though. He's playing by himself, so this becomes a quite big battle. Naif in the 1 versus 1 against Pasha, despite that shield being up, despite the fact that Always is inside a janitor, he still wins it. And Always never even went for that trade. He's holding the position to deny the repel. Canadian on said repel, losing his life. Full wipe for Always. Can he survive? Somehow! Despite the fact that all he was seeing was nothing but white, Naif can't push in, get that kill. It becomes a 3 versus 3. Bolo has to recover the kit outside, and Pampazoo does take stock hallway. Big position, but loses immediately to Shepard. What a round that is currently playing out. Time a big factor. Bolo's been able to repel into sight. Will start to stick down to joystick. Can he deny? In a 1 versus 2, pushes out. Player long desk, goes for the run, goes for the deny. The Nitrocell doesn't hit the mark because NJR denies. And he saves Bolo. He saves DZ. And they take a second round on bank.
Huge play there from NJR. Able to drag his team across the line. Felt like there was a slight disconnect there from Dark Zero. We saw the double flame bolt in towards Janitor. Always was not under as much pressure as could have been the case. Perhaps Dark Zero lacking a little bit of intel to clear out that position and maybe play off it. And with that position fortified, it meant that the diffuser was dropped on the repel. And Dark Zero then having to put in a recovery effort for the remainder of it. But they pivoted well. And that's a sign of a team that's attacking nicely. It's very rare that everything's going to go perfectly, especially on attack. So Dark Zero did a decent job in recovering the round.
Yeah, and I liked what I saw from DZ in terms of really spreading Virtus Pro's defense, where they were on the repel left side, repel over towards airlock side, then top square approach. So really utilizing as much of the map as possible on a map that can be quite complex to really break down. DZ, again, second best attacking team at SI thus far. It's really no surprise to see them already have 2 attacking rounds, regardless of what the meta really has been doing to this particular tournament. DZ have kind of been bucking that trend a little bit with their very successful attacking win rates on certain maps, and so far that has been prevalent on bank. Go to lockers and CCTV though. Last time out, it was a close round. They got the plant down successfully for Dark Zero, but VP got the retake. And right now, VP probably need this round. This becomes a very pivotal round for them. You allow Dark Zero to get to a third already at this point, and suddenly it's a long way back into this. For a series that's been quite back and forth, Dark Zero showing at the end of Chalet, showing now at the start of Bank, are showing that they are looking like they can pull away from Virtus Pro.
Deja vu inside of server then, and it's the Monty in the face of Dan on the Goyo. The Yokai from Echo though, just making it a little bit more tricky for Canadian to aggress. He pushes forward, the stun will come through and opens a window of opportunity for both Dan and Pasha to aggress on the shield. But again though, for Dark Zero shaping up for probably a push directly inside of server, Pasha needs to be mindful as the flash comes through, but able to escape back towards site. So quick control here from Dark Zero. Pamba doing a really good job to already get bot blue control.
Yeah, I think that's the key there from Dark Zero. The fact that they were able to send Pambazoo down blue stairs, and then that really kind of made that server hold for Virtus Pro essentially ineffectual. They had to fall back at that point, otherwise they were going to get completely pinched and already open up this wall. Pressure mounting from Dark Zero. Where's the response response from Virtus Pro? Will they look to go and try and send someone, say, square side, come in on the backside of blue stairs? Obviously, for Dark Zero, we'll have flank watch, and it is an opening kill from Pasha. Needed that one on the Aruni. Bolo losing his life there on the Thermite, opening up the walls, but Pasha finds the kill from the loading dock inside a garage. And suddenly, we kind of go back a deja vu to the last time we saw Lockers in CCTV with Dan inside a red, Canadian on the Montang. It's all quite same. Will we have the same outcome, though? Well, remains to be seen.
NJR once again up above, and if the plant goes down, he'll play a pivotal role in the post. But that may not come into fruition because Dan inside of red is farming. Canadian will back in towards the objective. The plant comes out, but eventually denied. 45 seconds then on the clock, and Virtus Pro continue to chip away at this attack. Dark Zero looking to double down around the Monty once more through server. Virtus Pro even more proficient in denying that play. Shepard with one more yokai will be able to deny the plant once more alongside the smoke canister from Always, who still has one in the pocket. With 30 seconds on the clock, Dark Zero will not be able to win this round. Virtus Pro should be evening up the scoreline unless Canadian and Pamba can pull off an absolute miracle. Won't be the case though.
15 seconds.
No,
Pamba's up above.
That's a forfeit there from Pambazoo, understanding they've been outdone defensively there by Virtus Pro. Really nicely done from VP. Firstly, in the initial hold towards server as they get the final kill through joystick for that flawless round. The initial hold towards server just buys a little bit of time, and you're more in the phase of DZ. DZ then can't get into their setup as early as they could last time out on Locker CCTV, and where we saw Canadian really put that Montang to use. They got an early plant down, and that's the main thing. They got an early plant down. This time they couldn't do that because VP were putting a lot more pressure inside a server with that yokai drone, making it difficult. Eventually, Pamba then has to come through blue stairs, and yes, they pushed them back, but then VP can go into that time delay that we typically see, and it also meant that Dark Zero had to get others over there to help out Canadian, to get him out of tons in towards server. And it also then meant that it becomes a quite one-dimensional attack from Dark Zero. We saw no one main stairs. We didn't see anyone go towards lobby hatch. No pressure elevator. We didn't see really much in terms of an admin drop. It was really just a bit of a hold. And so ultimately it becomes quite easy for Virtus Pro. Just aim your guns towards server. And they did that. They got some good angled shots, got a couple of kills, and then it became very difficult for Dark Zero to plant because of those gas babes, because of that yokai drone. You had the Vulcan canisters. So much delay was quite evident.
10 seconds to go.
So once again, then over towards open area with the castle in play. Dan will fortify his position. Top floor. Dark Zero did contest that. Pambazoo on the buck. Again, should play a key role in this particular round in flushing out that defense across, especially if Dark Zero once again want to commit towards hot square late in the round, commit to maybe a hatch drop or two as well, and then collapse onto the objective. Osa an intriguing pick here from Canadian. And those Talon shields will open up perhaps some more playmaking opportunities in locking down maybe a cross or two and allowing him to give calls and information to the rest of the team. Likewise, I do like the Maestro pick here as well from VP. They've been leaning into typically that or the Echo so far. Maestro with the added benefit of being able to chip away at the drone economy of Dark Zero as well.
Yeah, pretty similar hold as last time out for VP. Good news for Dark Zero is they've won every other site outside of basement, so this is where they can shine. Now that Lockers and CCTV has been locked away for the remainder of this half, can they continue to find success up above? Oh, well, NJR catches Dan just, though, momentarily after Dan was already able to get the kill onto Pambazoo, and that's a pretty big kill. I think that's a win more so for Virtus Pro because you get rid of the buck, and the buck can do a lot of work once top floor control is established in opening up stock, in opening up long desk, and opening up positions like janitor, for example. And so therefore, there's a little bit less offensive power now from Dark Zero. But they've finds a kill onto Pasha, and so that probably offsets the loss of Pambazoo. Anyway, Canadian steps up, but he cannot clear out stock. Joystick on the water now drops, losing a lot of life, but he stays alive. 3 versus 3, under 90 seconds left in the round, and only just now Dark Zero can start to get this top floor control as Virtus Pro concede it and now hold sight.
Yeah, and any opportunity for DZ to play around with that Osa and opening up some playmaking positions now will no longer be the case. Bolo still has 3 Summers in hand, so there may be a push through bot square late, but I think his attention's drawn elsewhere at the moment. Still plenty of time available though. 60 seconds on the clock. Nave can get to work with those Rotero drones to create some lines of sight. flushing out the defense and perhaps capturing utility on that quad wall. Maybe a mute jammer or two from Shepard, but should be pretty easy to deal with those. Still hard breach in the hands of NJR as well. Can't look past that. 2 exothermics available to him. So there's every world in which Dark Zero can expose these defenders on the objective, but they'll need to hit some sharp shots to ensure they capture the kills.
Bolo trying to open up the quad inside of Electrical at the moment. 30 seconds left. Again, all 3 remaining players for VP sitting in sight, sitting over towards that position all together. They've got themselves a good spot in terms of crossfire angles. No real solo positions for VP defensively, so it does mean for Dark Zero, if you kind of push him by yourself, if you go a little bit early here, before everyone else, you probably lose your life. Always with a good angle. Flashes to come through. Are they successful? Always off that angle. Does find a kill. Shepard too. And these little solo pushes from DZ fall flat on its face. They spent so much time trying to open up these walls, trying to open up these sightlines, deal with the utility. The time became a factor. They ran out of it. And in the end, Virtus Pro hold strong on defense, on site, and they get themselves the lead on Bank.
The ability to anchor site from VP has been a big strength for them so far in this matchup. And despite Dark Zero having the utility of the Salmas and the exothermics to open up entry points and lines of sight to expose those defenders, they found it difficult to flush them out. And that's even with the Azami banned out. So perhaps then a lack of information, although I think the drone economy wasn't terrible. There were still 4 left at this point in the round. But it came down to a lot of ones. And I mean, sometimes that can be the case. A 50-50 round like that, one fight goes the other way, and then Dark Zero can trade out the next pick, etc. But again, credit goes to Virtus Pro. They didn't get antsy on the objective, didn't expose themselves unnecessarily. They trusted that 3, pyramid or triangle that they had remaining to hit those crosses and executed it really well.
So, final round of the half. Virtus Pro looking to establish a lead going into the second half, one that might be required.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see. Obviously, EZ have already shown that they can defend quite vigorously back on Chalet. Dark Zero, of course, they were able to close out the first half of Chalet by tying it up 3-3. So a lot of similarities transpiring now on Bank compared to what we saw on Chalet. Not really too much in differences. It's more of the same, which might be good news for DZ, but also a chance at redemption for Virtus Pro. Feeling as if they let one slip away on Chalet. Bambazu straight in towards open. And it's the stock hat, of course, that he is looking at. Not really being played too aggressively. Pasha more so in the hallway position. Obviously, he'll be very much aware, though, of the pressure that will be wanting to be applied on said position of stock and this hallway position towards Janitor as well, which is what Always is holding. Again, very much the same lineup in terms of positioning for VP the last time out on CEO, which was won by Dark Zero.
Well, it's a free kill for Pam, but if Pasha had dropped down the hatch, but a lack of pressure means that Pasha instead will elect to sit behind the shield. NJR on lobby repel. His job to open up that Kanto wall if possible. Although I believe there's a mute jammer on currently, and that's confirmed from the POV of Shepard. Amber elsewhere will move forward and deal with a mute jammer on the objective itself. Needs to be mindful, though, that no one on the defense really aggresses these positions, although from what I can see, I don't believe that will be the case, at least not for now. He'll have the ability to make plays for himself.
Yeah,
the rest of the team gets to work.
Double stack over towards front desk, so there's no real kind of defense from Virtus Pro down below, hence why Bambazu is able to do what he pleases over towards Archives down on that first floor. Minute 12 seconds.
Well, they've dumped utility again into Jan. This time it's the Hive Launcher and not the asphyxiating bolts from the Capital, but we need to see Dark Zero actually play off this, right? There's no one inside of Janitor at the moment, and arguably this is a good opportunity to gather some control or maybe make a play, but they're quite static at the moment on the attack.
Always was forced to drop down that hatch. It does mean Janitor's quite vulnerable, though. Pushed away and yellow pinged out. Does get the down. So Always is eliminated out of the game. And so is Dan as well from NJR. So now it's an advantage for Dark Zero. Looking to do what they did back on Chalet. Close out the half, forcing that 3-3 scoreline, not allowing Virtus Pro to get a 4. Pasha now feeling as if he has to hold a different position, maybe feeling as if that stock hallway position is now very much under threat. 20 seconds, it probably comes down to, can they deny the plant? Can they deny Canadian on the repel? That becomes a huge win condition now for Virtus Pro. Pasha cannot survive. He gets completely overwhelmed as Pambazoo and Nafe made their way in top square. There's only one left. It's Shepard. And all he can do now is hope to deny Canadian. He can't because Nafe was watching. And Dark Zero again break the hearts of Virtus.pro as they did back on Chalet to close the first half. They do so here on Bank 3-3. And at no point have VP been able to separate from Dark Zero.
That's a really stellar round from Canadian, and you look at the scoreboard and he's not necessarily posting huge numbers, but we saw there directly the impact that he had on the round. The Grim Launcher to flush out Janitor. They didn't necessarily play off that directly, as Canadian had the drone down below, facilitated the kill open area, then made sure the rest of the team was in position for the next phase of the push, had more Hive launch charges available to clear out a couple more positions. Great swing in. Rest of the team was in sync. So the shot calling from Canadian and the information that he's relaying to other key players on the team is just phenomenal at the moment. And Canadian, again, looking to keep the dream alive of 3 hammers. The only player to do so if he's able to achieve that feat. Winning this game, winning this map would be a huge step towards that goal.
So, 3-3 scoreline. Again, deserved, and again, really highlighting how close these two teams have been. Despite that, though, of course, DZ won out 7-5 on Chalet, and now are only a couple of rounds away from progressing forward in this upper bracket portion of the tournament. You win this map, and you are 2 maps away from a grand final of the 6 Invitational. That is what is on the line here for Dark Zero. That is how close they are to greatness. For Virtus.pro, these next rounds, this half becomes essential. Looking to send us to Skyscraper if necessary for a 3rd map. Their attack now put to the test on Bank. Dark Zero already showed back on Chalet they have a very strong defense. This is not going to be light work for Virtus.pro. They are the underdogs. Well and truly now here on Bank. Easy, the favorites to close this out. We'll see whether or not they can do that. This time it's Nafe on the Solar. So it's Canadian's job back on Chalet. Nitrosol perfect though. Well, he's on the pulse. And he finds a kill. His first kill of this game. But what an impactful one onto the Buck joystick. Again, the Buck is just so strong in a map like Bank. You get rid of a player. You have that advantage. Always is low on health outside of the map. This is not a good start for VP.
Let's see if they can recover the round though. Down with some top square control, and Pasha up the DMR is able to seek out Canadian and find that there. We'll continue his push forward and just making sure that no one on the defense really aggresses up top blue. As VP slowly chip away at this map control, it is NJR on that stairs position. No real incentive for him to push up, but Amber's actually found himself inside of Printer now. Open area. This is a big playmaking position for Pamba, but elects to play safe and drops down.
Vecchio sensor on!
Nafe just holding that position in elevator for the time being. Can drop if he does get droned out, of which there's only 2 remaining, by the way. So in terms of that economy, absolutely shattered again. We saw it back on Chalet where Canadian did such a good job on the Solus. Now it's Nafe on the Solus. And he too also is making Virtus.pro struggle to get this information later in the round. 60 seconds left, and what will they be able to gain in terms of info? Over towards Admin to open up that hatch with the secondary hard breach. Will do so successfully as Dan makes the drop down into server. They haven't even really got these walls opened up either and won't be able to. Well, never mind, they will because they've got Always, and this one's been left soft as well. Mind you, it doesn't really matter because NJR with those gas babes will be able to deny the plant inside of default if it does come through. Dan trying to hold an angle to see if anyone wishes to peek, if anyone wishes to make their presence known. Lovely red ping onto NJR. That felt like a little moment there where VP needed to get that kill. And now he's still alive and he still has 2 gas babes.
15 seconds then on the clock. Shepard to back into the default plant position, but another smoke canister will make it very, very challenging. Bolo, though, now left all alive in the 1 versus 3. Can Bolo win this out? It's Shepard to go for the plant. Dan to cover Bolo! 3 in the round, and he's been able to do it! Bolo is back, baby!
Oh! Well, just for a moment, it was 4 versus 1 in favor of Virtus.pro. They were able to send Always down towards that main stairs position, catching Dark Zero in the back. They had no idea the flank was on. A couple of moments there for VP that they would be kicking themselves Should have probably gotten that kill onto NJR. If you do, then you can get the default plant. Instead, he stays alive. He gets the gas babes out. He's able to deny the plant from going down. That then gives Bolo time, get a couple of kills, comes in from behind, and he's able to then deny plant. There's no time left at that point, despite the 1 versus 1. And a sensational round. Started off with Canadian getting that kill onto Joystick, but again, it's a 1 versus 3, but time was the biggest factor of them all. And so it became a bit of a rush for VP. And yeah, it's a facepalm moment for them because that's another round they've squandered. And that's probably been the storyline in this series, unfortunately, for Virtus Pro. Dark Zero have just been better in the clutch. Dark Zero have been better in these key moments back on Chalet, now here on Bank. And they have a deserved 4-3 lead. They are 3 rounds away from that upper bracket final. Making a sensational run here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And could that be the catalyst for a player that has got such high expectations, so many fans in Bolo? There's some that are thinking he's not quite performing to the level he has previously. Well, that was a very high impact moment.
It doesn't get much better than that. Huge from Bolo. And silencing Virtus Pro. What a way to kick off the defensive half hit. The Dark Zero. Huge play. VP, though, respond here on the attack. They'll kick things off with pressure over towards CEO. Partial to drone forward with the shock drone.
Well, this is where now for Virtus Pro, when it comes to them, mental dexterity and their fortitude and resilience, how thick is their skin? After a round like that, you know, it's very easy to facepalm, slouch in your chair, go back, think, oh my goodness, we're on a montage reel. But you have to stay locked in and focused. It's only 3-4. Your attacks have been okay for the most part throughout this series. Nothing to suggest that they can't bring this back. It's only a 1-round deficit. And you were very close to being able to win that round on a Locker's CCTV site. But have to keep the mental focus for Virtus Pro here. That's just 1 round. It's gone. Forget about it. Forget about the first map, don't you? And a nice little red ping information here. Good pop square control from Dan. And a little bit of damage onto Pamper, so he's taking quite low. Pasha, the F not mine. And a player to his right. He was red pinged, had the information along with the call out, but he's just shot so quickly by Canadian. He never even got a chance to take that swing the way he would have wanted to. Advantage Dark Zero as joystick in towards airlock, but he's losing that battle too. All these little 1v1s, these little coin flip moments going the way of Dark Zero. Nafe is strong, holds his position in a steadfast angle, and Dan now goes up to try and salvage it for Virtus Pro.
I mean, they have a flush lead defenders. Dan does have a read over towards front desk. He wins this. It might make things interesting, but he's taken very low. And Dark Zero now have fortified their positions on site. Time does remain here for Virtus Pro, but it's going to be a challenge. Reaching charges in the pockets of a couple of these players to create lines of sight. Although at this point of the round, I don't think that will be too impactful. Looking at the outlines as well, Canadian is lurking bot blue stairs, a position so commonly flanked by the defense. So Dan needs to be so mindful of that. Bot quad wall opened up, but Dark Zero with some really strong positions.
20 seconds is all that remains in this round. Dark Zero, can they get themselves up to 5-3, or can Virtus Pro finally go and clutch a round out? It feels like forever since we've seen them be able to do that. Not a lot of time, but a drop down is successful from Always. Spray over towards blue is sensational from Dan. Talk about game sense, but where's that kit? They don't need it. Dan shot through the softball, gets the kill onto NJR. Cannot be hard-pressed to think that NJR was going to be able to maybe salvage that 4DZ, but Virtus Pro, they are steadfast, they are resilient, and they do tie it up 4-4. And a timeout has been called, actually, by Virtus Pro for this tactical timeout, despite the round win. But a much-needed round with the way things have been shaping up in this series, and that could be a circuit breaker. Off the back of the Bolo clutch, the response from VP is immediate. And then they call the timeout to maybe just calm things down a little bit. Go for a reset in momentum.
I really did think there that Canadian was in the playmaking position to lock out the round for DZ. The one thing that I couldn't see on the overhead, and you obviously couldn't see through the walls, and I didn't notice it if it was shown on screen at any brief period of time, was the fact that top blue was barricaded off. Canadian can't give away the sound cube because then his position is known. Dan was low on HP, so Canadian probably still would have won the fight, but understandably so. He elected to keep a low sound profile. and then attempting to spray through the barricade made things very, very awkward, and Dan punished Canadian in that position and allowed the attack in through bot square. So an unfortunate round there from Dark Zero. But what a response from Virtus Pro. It would have been so easy to drop your head after the bolo clutch, but they respond nicely there once again in the late round, tidying it up.
Off the back of that round win for Virtus Pro, along with that timeout, a chance to reset things. At 4-4 in terms of the scoreline, both teams are as even as they possibly can be here on Bank. The map pick of Virtus Pro, so far good signs that they didn't seem really all that affected by the bolo clutch, despite the fact that we saw a couple of hands-on faces and some little slouching in the moment. Certainly a round they felt got away from them, and that has probably been a bit of a story here so far in this series, as Dark Zero have certainly looked a lot more clinical in these late round moments, in the clutch moments. Virtus Pro, though, not that time. That time they were able to close it out, deservedly so. So far, it's always, that's kind of leading from the front. He's the main man right now for Virtus Pro, 10-4. Does kind of mean, though, it's a little bit of that one-man show. Pasha's being good as well at times, and so potentially others to stand up. Also, Dan, 8-4. Where's Joystick? Where's Shepard? Can they get involved? Especially for Joystick playing this buck. Big round coming up. 9th round. And can VP get to 5? Can they find a way to get that advantage once again?
And for Joystick, Shepard and Dan still chasing glory on the back of the Riley Major back in 2019. They've been close but no cigars since then to win 6 Invitational. They haven't quite had it in them to get it across the line. Could this perhaps be the tournament for them? Oh, they want to continue the run through the upper bracket to bolster their chances. And to do so, I need to continue this run here on Bank. Round 9 we go. And the shock drones to go deep from Pasha. Good information gathered. I presume Pamba has seen that in response though, so he should be able to swiftly deal with those drones. But if they can capitalize off this info, VP should be in good standing. Red pings to come through, and oddly enough, it is that Solace pinged out. But Dan, caught off guard. It's NJR down below on what is a rather obscure objective choice.
Shepard looking for all that response. Didn't quite come through. Nape a little bit damaged up, but he's okay for the most part. Oh, never mind. As soon as he made that drop down, and Shepard was aware he was shooting at him while he was up above. So could not make the rotate back. Unfortunately for Nape's sake, especially on the Warden, could be a factor here. 60 seconds remains for what's shaping up again to be another close encounter between these two teams, where it does feel like these little moments are going to separate them. NJR with a nice little peek from Square's side onto Always, gets him low, gets him vulnerable, and gets him second guessing here.
45 seconds then. Canadian probing around, will reposition over towards Mac, lean into his yokais late in the piece, and he'll trade positions with Pamba. Time again could perhaps become an issue for Virtus Pro. They continue to leave the execute very deep into the round, meaning that there's very few opportunities to make mistakes, of course. 20 seconds then, diffuser recovered. And these players on site not under as much pressure, I think, as Virtus Pro would like. NJR's toes not exposed, and he's in a really good spot now.
10 seconds remaining in the round, and NJR has been spotted. That good spot, no more. He goes down. That gives VP a real good look in with Shepard. Can he get the Talon shield down? Plus the plant. He's got to go quick. Forget the shield. Just get the plant down. Canadian should deny and will deny. Game sense of old, and it makes an impactful moment again for Dark Zero. Again, late in these rounds, it always has been Dark Zero in this series. Virtus Pro, despite even having the numbers advantage, still succumb. Still fall short. And it's DZ off the back of that Virtus Pro timeout that come away with the round win. 5-4 is now the lead.
Playing into the Goyo and the Echo, unfortunately for Virtus Pro, just taking far too long and not finding as much value from the Vert as they otherwise would have liked. Good flush out onto NJR, but as we highlighted prior to that passage of play, Canadian trading positions with Pamba. He was safely down below inside of basement. Virtus Pro were never going to find the Echo and never going to take those yokais off the board unless they directly shot them out. And Canadian doing a great job in sneaking it into position. Fantastic denial inside of Archives, and VP, not much they could do.
Well, right now, it really does feel like Virtus Pro are on the ropes here. Dark Zero, 2 more rounds away from an upper bracket final position.
10 seconds left.
You get into that said position, and you are then just 2 maps away
5
from a
seconds
grand final at the 6th Invitational. Both of these teams will be playing on the main stage, guys. They will be playing in the arena, but only one of them will be playing from the upper bracket, the other in the lower. And right now, it's looking as if that will be Virtus Pro, unless they turn it around for what feels like a very pivotal 10th round. Can they tie the scores? Pressure mounting. And when you're on the attack, it feels even more difficult when you know you have to make these steps forward. You have to try and set the pace, be aggressive, try and find ways to open up this defense, a defense that has looked so strong. And now they get the opportunity as well to go back to basement. This is a very difficult task for Virtus Pro, because Dark Zero have not put much wrong.
Simple but effective counterplay here on offer for Dan. The IQ brought out. He should be able to help find these Valkyrie cameras from Canadian, and perhaps some Yokais from Bolo and the Echo as well. He's able to deal with those. It bolsters Virtus Pro's chances again. If they're going to go for a late round execute, if you're able to chip away at that utility, clear it out, ensure that there's a lack of information for the defense, it should make life a little bit easier. Elsewhere, joystick on the vertical up above. Just cutting off any rotations if there is a roam employed here by Dark Zero. As far as I can tell, there isn't. Nafe may be prone inside of elevator, so something to keep in mind. Hatch open though, so he'll chip away at these drones and look to get back towards site.
Just under 90 seconds left still in that 5 versus 5. And while it's not a match point round, it kind of has that same feeling to it. Joystick opens up stock, drop down. No one there to meet him though initially. No real response here from DZ up above. At this point in the round, they're more than happy to place sight. You've got the smoke, you've got the Yokai from the Echo, the Vulcan canisters. Time denial aplenty. And the Warden as well for any kind of attack towards the site more directly. But it's a triple stack square and server site from Virtus Pro. All of their eggs are in one basket unless someone goes for a flank. Either elevator or main stairs. Vulcan canister blown up. Fire aplenty. And now time for the gas babes from NJR. 2 more remaining with 40 seconds left in the round.
Always to perhaps go for the first plant attempt. He'll turn around, hold that F key. Let's see if DZ deny.
He does get denied immediately. NJR has 1 more gas bait, but he's dead. No more. Big nade from Dan suddenly gives an avenue for Virtus Pro. Always. Where's that Yokai? It burst. It's good. Always denied. Can there be a shot out from Dan? Losing his life to Pampazoo. Now always can he stick it? Yes, he can. Just momentarily. And Shepard's able to help out. Canadian then gets the kill. The flush on the Pampazoo. But don't let it be twisted. It was predominantly Shepard. Now they need to go above. But already there is Pasha. Denying that main stairs push. And it's only Canadian. In a 1 versus 4 through the barbed wire of main stairs, 1 to meet him at Beepers. Wants to go for the revive to help out in terms of numbers for the side of Dark Zero. They've got the double swing, but he doesn't check left side of the hallway. And Pasha was able to deny the retake immediately. Despite the Yokai, the burst being successful first time around, unfortunately for Dark Zero, they ran out of plant denial. And eventually that plant went down. Virtus Pro in position to deny the retake. 5-5. We are tied here on Bank.
Yeah, Pamper forced into an awkward position to go for Hail Mary play and denying the plant, but it was Shepard up above, who I believe got the down, and then unfortunately confirmed by Canadian. Now, Canadian at that point in time was the only player that had plant denial available. He had a nitro cell in hand. He used it in the post, likely because he couldn't get in a position to deny the plant because he was so far away. Unfortunate there for Dark Zero that a couple of things didn't go their way. The Yokai counterplay from VP, though, cannot be understated. Did a really good job after the initial burst to ensure that it was cleared. And that big win condition for the defense shut down. So a 5-5 scoreline as these two continue the back and forth.
Well, it was this moment back on Chalet. 5-5. Dark Zero pulled away. They won the last 2 rounds to close this out, despite how close and back and forth that map was, respectively. Now, can Virtus Pro look to do the same? They've got themselves very minor margin of momentum, again, to just try and take into this 11th round after winning that lockers and CCTV site, getting the plant down successfully, denying the rotates. Pasha in a good position. So far, Dan Pasha and always really strong here on Bank. Dark Zero, so close. Will it be a case of so far, though, or can they look to close this out 2-0? Skyscraper potentially beckons. If Virtus Pro can win next couple of rounds.
Once again, Dan on the IQ, looking to place spoils for the information gathering pools, especially Canadian, who jump back onto the Echo. Again, with last time I'm back to the previous round, and even prior to that as well, where it was actually successful, the Echo has been very impactful in this particular match. Shock drone's available as well for Pasha on the Twitch, and he can shoot away at those F-Not mines from the Fenrir. And if those Yokos are located, he'll be able to deal with those too. But it's Amber to deal with always, and that will limit the hard breach potential for this attack.
Yeah, that's Kit down as well. Pampazoo from long desk getting that kill. Bit of a repel pressure from Virtus Pro, losing always, as he said. Hard breach gone. They do still have secondary hard breaches available through Shepard, but doesn't quite replace the Selmas initially. Dan getting to work, continuing over towards top square, dealing with some of these gadgets. 90 seconds is all that remains in the round. Virtus Pro finding it difficult to get a large amount of this map control, with still good pressure up above from Dark Zero. Only just now has Bolo dropped from stock in towards open, leaving that shield in the hallway position. Dark Zero feel as if they've done enough when it comes to that top floor hold. They got it killed. Now they can fall back, hold sight, and play for the long game. Up to Virtus Pro to try and change the fortunes of this round, but right now it's all leading into one direction, and that direction is Dark Zero getting themselves into a serious point scenario. 60 seconds is all that remains.
Again, with that hard breach limited though for Virtus Pro, I don't think a push through bot square will be the play. Secondary hard breach available for Shepard, but he's rotating front door as Pasha now drops down below. So they may look to concoct something using main stairs. Maybe force their way through tellers and archives, potentially.
I think they're hunting Canadian.
Probably not the worst of decisions.
Got to go quick though. Might not be a bad decision right now from Pasha, but it's all about the timing of it. Default left up, no one watching it. Inside of the hatch. Hello, here comes Pampazoo. Maybe anticipating that push from down below helps out Canadian. Joystick though from above, one on the stairwell. Who's going to win this one? Not watching though was Pampazoo, looking towards Beepers. Did not anticipate the joystick was already there. Now mind you, Canadian is still down below, flashing himself. Shepard though, the incendiary bolt towards main stairs, down with a good kill, on to Bolo. Plant needs to go down safely, cannot be denied. Canadian the one to watch here, maybe on the Yokais, not sure if there are any in place, don't think so, and the plant does not get denied. And suddenly, Canadian and Nafe, in a 2-on-3 retake, the joystick go towards Beepers, and they are double stack pushing up main.
And they have a read. Canadian now 1 versus 2. A challenge, limited info, pushes forward, shut down. A phenomenal attack from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, insane. You lose your hard breach early on. You didn't really win that battle top floor clear. Dark Zero won that battle, and then eventually opted to go back down below. Loved the double swing as well. Bot main from Pampazoo, anticipating someone to go for that flank. Dark Zero felt like they had a really good read on that round, but Virtus Pro just, through sheer aggression, was able to just force their way into sight. Won that main stairs battle. That was the most convincing aspect. Then through Beepers, they were able to get through into open. Tactical timeout has been called. Utilized by Dark Zero now as they are down. Map point to Virtus Pro. Having already won on Chalet, yes, they took good momentum into this map. They started really well, 2 of the first 3 rounds. But it's been VP on Bank that is really showing that they've got that mental dexterity to deal with some of these disadvantages that they've found themselves in throughout this game. The Bolo clutch, even more clutches and some mistakes as well from VP, but they've been able to offset all of that and get themselves into match point.
So looking back then at that previous round, you can see Pamba protecting Canadian down below, who was looking to play for plant denial, but unfortunately, those Yokai cameras had already been taken down. Those Yokai drones had already been dealt with by Virtus Pro. It meant that Dark Zero were not then in position to deny the plant, and retaking up through main, through the double door, was always going to be a very tough challenge, and especially with Virtus Pro having a read that there was a stack downstairs, it was all but impossible. Virtus Pro now on map point. They're able to convert this final round of regulation. We will be heading to a 3rd and final map.
And that would be Skyscraper. You have already mentioned a couple of times, though, not a map that, for at least VP's sake, that they'd be too happy to go to, but at that point, it's one map and a big one. You can kind of throw maybe some of the historical data out of the window. Play on that raw emotion. Can Dark Zero now respond and send us to overtime here on Bank? Keep that pressure on Virtus Pro. For the moment, the valve has maybe just released in terms of pressure on VP, knowing at minimum they can go to OT. This is not a do-or-die round for them. Neither is it, though, for Dark Zero, having already won a map. Canadian playing that Echo once again. And has already had a couple of big clutches with these Yokais so far in this half. Obviously none in that last round. Bolo, big position over towards that stop hallway. At times, in said position, you can kind of feel like you're on an island if you do get pinched from, say, main stairs or then top square.
And heading into this game, Teller's Archives only played twice at the event so far. So an objective that Virtus Pro on attack likely not particularly familiar with. But perhaps they've learned some lessons from their last attempt where Canadian, playing that Echo to perfection, was able to deny plant. Virtus Pro took a long time to wind up that attack. So that's something they'll be focusing on here, is cleaning that up. Hammer for the impact trick on the wall to fortify position inside of Janitor. Naif elsewhere under fire. He'll survive. Dom was in response. The two-barrel play really good there from DZ. Another impact trick. Another Zoto canister to follow. So the counterplay here from Dark Zero, and the utility is on point.
Bolo won his 1v1 towards that stock hallway, keeping that position alive. Zoto canisters being thrown out by NJR in terms of stalling out. And always, obviously trying to get this vert established in towards above site now, above Archives.
And Dan dying first is so devastating. Look at that defensive lineup. The IQ here is so valuable for Virtus Pro. This is going to be a very difficult round to recover.
They do get the kill onto Naif, who's got a bit more quiet here on Bank. 6 and 11, so he's been flushed out of front desk. Minute left, and this vert has been established. Now, Virtus Pro can look to put pressure on Archives along with Talers and through the floorboard always. What a sensational game he's had, and he shuts down NJR. The Zoto canisters were already utilized, so job done from the tuber out. 45 seconds left. Is this another Bolo moment? Canadian with the Yokai. Pam Bazoo has already had some big kills as well, but down a player. The numbers disadvantage. The biggest factor right now is Pam Bazoo goes hunting through server.
Up through blue now, but there's a drone and a barricade in his way. Plant now 2 go down. Can Canadian deny?
He looks like he's getting himself into position. Always, this is going to be close. He does deny. But Shepard got the kill onto Bambazoo. Canadian can only do so much more in trying to deny this. Always straight back on it. Bolo needs to get going. Get close enough. Takes the battle from below in terms of this vert. Plant down successfully. And now Bolo has position known inside of Towers. Canadian coming up blue stairs. Bolo gets flushed out from joystick. And Virtus Pro now on the verge of sending us to Skyscraper. Indeed they do. So strong and resilient. Dark Zero, at many times in this match, in this series, looked like they were going to run away with it. Bolo clutch or not, the response comes from Virtus Pro. 7-5, and we go to a third map.
The game plan from Dark Zero dismantled by Virtus Pro, who countered the way in which they wanted to defend Bank. Great effort, especially again in response to that Bolo clutch, which could have been to the demise of Virtus Pro, but they keep this series alive. Map 3 now looms, and despite it not looking fantastic for VP historically, I totally agree with you, right? In this kind of circumstance, with the momentum that they've gathered off the back of that, throw that result out. Map 3, a fresh slate for both teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. 7-5 win for both teams on their respective map picks, which is really all you can ask for. I said at the very beginning in our pre-show discussion for this matchup, was that these two teams are really difficult to break down and try and see who's going to pull away. I mentioned how close they were statistically. You're seeing that now inside of the server as well. 7-5 on Chalet, picked by DZ, they win it out. 7-5 on Bank, picked by VP, they win it out. And both very similar in that they were 5-5 back and forth, and then the preceding team was able to win the final 2 to obviously get the job done. Really, really good shine from Virtus Pro, because there were many moments in that game, especially on Bank, where you could easily see, and you could see after that Bolo clutch, I think it was Pasha, I can't recall, double face palm, slouch in the chair, and just kind of felt like maybe it was going to get away from them. Not to be, though. This match, this semi-upper bracket game has got it all. Don't go too far. When we come back, we head to Skyscraper.
Win condition and last time on basement, there's only one downside. they do have less utility in some ways. Because when you're playing something around the plant deny, well, you have to also get the entry denial. That's why Citizen is on the Fenrir. If you walk down blue, walk down main staircase, walk in third, whatever your priorities are, a Fenrir mine might be there to spot you out, nearside you, and make you unable to push forward. Wamai, Magnus here from Rexon to protect the players from any possible nades or a flashbang to stall things out further. So a lot of utility being brought out, but at the same time, you cannot really risk losing any of these defenders. So your goal? Have everyone stay alive for as long as possible, get to that like 30, 40 seconds where all the passive gadgets and active gadgets have been utilized, all magnets have been charged up, then Rexon can throw his life away as he has to, Ambient Bandit can throw his life away as well. Same with Citizen, but Geo and Grixer, they have to stay alive as Echo and Smoke.
Just a brief update on what's going on the other stream. For those of you that want to know, spoilers inbound. Close your ears for about 10 seconds or so. DZVP is heading to map number 3 after DZ went up 1-0. VP have clawed it back. And a third map will be required between these two titans. Same can be said for Sonics and FaZe, providing Sonics ride out the favorable side here on Clubhouse and prevail on this church defense down below. But so far, the attackers have done quite well in overtime.
That they have. It's a big surprise. We know FaZe, they love this blue attack, but surely they cannot do it 3 times, right? It's maybe a bit of fake here. Church wall opened up, 1 member in blue. We don't know where the exact push is coming from.
There goes all of this church wall, by the way. 3 Selmas tossed out. And that means that Ambi has to hit the deck. Taking out a C4, throwing it. The explosive does not net what he wanted. Now it's Cyber to come in through blue. Sees Tracers over his head. The Bees are there to hold down these players from Sonics, but none find their marks. Handy striking first. Down goes Ambi. Grixer is gone as well. 3 players from Sonics remain. Their run in the upper bracket, hinging upon the remaining players as Cyber's now worked his way into the bomb site. And he sees the Wamai, down he goes. Could it be a flawless round? Yes, it is! Cyber taking no prisoners. And FaZe Clan taking both maps as they move to the upper bracket finals. A Brazilian team going deep in Brazil like it was written in the stars. FaZe Clan have been so good in this map, and this match has been no exception. They beat Sonics 2-0.
Mind you, that FaZe are breaking hearts of fans right now. They beat out G2, sending them to the low bracket, now beating Sonics, doing the same exact things, just showing how consistent they are throughout the many years in Siege. Despite different roster iterations, they are here to stay, and they will represent Brazil in the upper bracket, so they get 1 more shot before even going down to lower. They have 2 games on main stage at least.
Absolutely. So the Brazilian fans will have something to cheer for. Fans around the world who support FaZe Clan, who might not be based here in Brazil, also have something to cheer for. If you don't know how bracket works, Sonics are not gone. They go down to the lower bracket, but we got the desk to talk to our winners.
Congratulations to FaZe Clan, who take down Sonics, but those 2 squads, or at least Sonics specifically, have not been eliminated just yet. They'll be dropping down to the lower bracket, and we'll talk about that in a second. But here, joining us is FaZe Clan with KDS.
Hello everyone.
How you feeling?
Amazing. Top 3 in the 6 invitation in Brazil. It's amazing.
How does it feel now that you're going to get to play on stage? We're already set to play on stage, but you're going to have an advantage going into it. You're close to getting to the final. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's the first time I play 6 invitation with the Crown. And in Brazil, it's amazing, the feeling.
So far, you've played obviously Sonics, G2, and lost 1.
Yeah.
That is a very tough bracket to get through. What is it that makes you guys just so good at competing against these top tier teams and just always win?
I think what we are gonna do is continue to play aggressive sometimes, or other times just waiting, then getting the free kills. And I think that is the thing we are doing, and playing happy and confident with the team.
On top of that, you say opportunity taking. It seems like you guys have adaptations to almost everything that your opponents are doing. It's like you have this perfect understanding and reading of this is the next move that we have to do. Is that because you guys have so much trust in each other and you believe in each other to always make the right decisions?
Yeah, for sure. Like in the round we play, I think Oregon.
Yeah.
I just go in the white stairs with the drone. If I got killed, fine. If I'm not, we don't care, you know.
Yeah.
We just playing our game, and I think this is the best for us.
Yeah, and you love each other. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
Honestly, that camaraderie really does show in FaZe and the entire squad. You trust one another. I think it's very important to do that. Now, with this victory, anything you'd like to say to all the fans out there of FaZe and of yours, and you can do it also in Portuguese. Here's to camera 4.
Thank you everyone to support FaZe and send messages. We are working a lot to win this 6th Invitational, and yeah, that's it.
In Portuguese?
No,
it's fine.
English. No.
It's English good enough.
Look at him. It's not Portuguese fans. Anything though to the Brazilian fans who are going to see you on Friday?
Espero que todo mundo aproveite o tempo no Ibirapuera. Vai ser grande evento e é isso.
Thank you very much, Kirias.
Thank you.
Congratulations, FaZe Clan. They move on, defeating Sonics. Thank you again, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. There it is, our match summary, 2-0 between FaZe and Sonics. However, you flip a coin and maybe this game goes the complete opposite way from one moment to the next, yet still fresh. FaZe, incredible performance in that max OT.
Absolutely, and I think I've got probably the weakest analysis I've ever done. They've all got the same trainers on and it's in the FaZe colours. And that's why they won. It's very simple.
Oh yeah, there it is. Let's head to a break, shall we?
Yeah. In reality,
You're good at hosting.
this team is so good at changing their playstyle within round.
Yeah.
Within round to round, but within a round, they can change what the outcome is and what their win condition is. Add on to the fact they've got some of the most incredibly talented players on this game, and they punish every mistake that the opponent makes. They're looking like probably the favourites right now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm trying to find their problems, like their mistakes, but it's almost impossible.
We sit and look there, don't we? We're like, how can we criticize them? Well, what's their weakness?
There isn't one, because they just keep going. And if they lose a round, they have the adaptations for the next one, or completely just pull another strat out of their hat. They just have answers to everything. They truly have the master key to everything that their opponent puts in front of them.
If FaZe is stumping both Fresh and Fabian in this, I really wonder what sort of analyst or coach on the other side that are going to play FaZe later on in the tournament, how they're going to find those weak spots and be able to fragment them themselves.
And it's just the mentals. Like, if you look at the teams that I just mentioned to Kirias, which teams have they gone up against? It's some of the greatest teams that we have still in the bracket. And they just, nope. We're here to play, we're here to win, and that's what they're doing.
I think one round really exemplifies this, which is our Intel play the game. Play of the game. Bring it up. Here it is. And a dive here. You'll see from Cyber. Look at it. Perfect positioning, Fresh.
Yeah, he played this round exceptionally well. And this is one of the things about basically everybody in FaZe, but especially him. Some of the shots that he hit inside of this round was just absolutely exceptional. Sonics thought they had this round won, and then just Cyber just turned up, bang, bang, changed around again. And that's exactly what he does. That shot onto the shield. Nuts.
Yeah.
Like,
listen to behind the shield, that one is nuts.
It's when, like, we say FaZe don't really strategically. Obviously, they don't win every round, don't get me wrong. But sometimes you don't strategically win a round, and then you've got a player that pops up and just can absolutely just change around just through pure FPS and intelligence. Cyber did.
And why is that the play of the game? Is because not just, hey, oh, you need to get like 5 kills in a row to make it really flashy and cool. No, it's because the flank came down at the right moment and got the kills that are oh so necessary to win what was probably the most important round in that entire game.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's the first overtime round. So you want that round on your side because it puts pressure on your opponent, which, well, sure, Sonics did come back on that round, but overall, it's just so impressive the way that they play. And then Cyber, he has that extra spice on top to hit those shots.
I love that when you put a little spice on top of things, Fabian. Let's go on and look at our bracket. Things have moved slightly this morning. Of course, we don't have a ton of games, but as you'll see, FaZe 2-0ing Sonics. Both FaZe and Sonics will be playing in the main event in Sao Paulo come this weekend. However, currently Dark Zero and Virtus Pro are tied 1-1, and it is a barn burner of a game, a classic NAEU, very tight. That is on Rainbow Six Bravo stream. You can watch it on there, and I hope that at least it comes out with one of the best games that we've had so far in the tournament, because I have to say, yesterday we had a lot of bangers with our elimination matches.
Yeah, we absolutely did. Elimination just adds that extra little bit of pressure to absolutely everything. The intensity that, for example, in the Liquid game, it's just the emotion that happened in there, that's what elimination's about.
You know, I love elimination, mostly just because I can see players cry, make my day better.
Wait, didn't you get a pity invite to an event?
Doesn't matter, I've still won 3 of them. How many have Team Liquid won? I don't remember.
Hey, remember where we are, buddy.
So we go the distance. It's 1-1 here on the B stream between Dark Zero and Virtus Pro, both unable to separate, especially here on Bank. Able to win both of their map picks, guys, which I think really highlighting that there's not much between these two teams. We need Skyscraper to separate them to see who is going to take on FaZe Clan in the upper bracket final on the main stage. A daunting task, of course, for those unaware in terms of the A stream. Sonics lose out. It does become a very difficult proposition.
Yeah, can Dark Zero keep the hopes and dreams of North America alive in the upper bracket? It was a fantastically close map for both teams, and each round, I guess, individually, also coming down to the wire on multiple occasions as well. Devastation for Virtus Pro off the back of a huge clutch from Bolo, who really made his presence known here on Bank, but multiple clutch attempts and executes as well across the board. I'm almost lost for words, stumbling through this replay package just because there were so many insane moments. That one as well, yeah. Canadian with the Yokai drone. We saw Teller's Archives played twice from Dark Zero, but Virtus Pro eventually able to break it.
The general consensus from me so far, Chalet, Bank, with the amount of rounds that we've seen, has been that Dark Zero have looked a lot better in clutching up rounds, key moments. But that doesn't necessarily mean you've been the better team. If you're clutching up, it means that things have gone wrong prior to said clutch. Now, great in terms of the clutch ability factor of Dark Zero. It's been ever present. But I think at moments, Virtus Pro, especially on Bank, just looked a little stronger throughout the map. And you can probably see that in terms of the EPS rating. Everyone on VP pulled their weight. No one was dragging their feet. The one area, though, of concern for VP probably was the first kill ratio, where I think Dark Zero were able to have those kind of 5-on-3, 5-on-4 moments. VP were able to bring it back. And so for obviously, both teams have been able to have pretty clear standout performances on Bank and on Chalet. Now we go to Skyscraper, and it's like, how do you separate that? Like, I at this point, I don't know how you separate that.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. I think, it's going to come down to those attacks. They're going to come at a premium here on Skyscraper, and both teams at the death late round in the face of an execute defensively have actually looked quite strong. You could see it there again in the stat line that despite struggling on the opening entry, VP in the late round, really, really strong. So let's prepare ourselves then for Skyscraper, the third and final map in this best of 3. Winner continues on in the upper bracket. Loser, of course, will have to make the run through the lower.
And look at that prediction. It's got lower and lower and lower for each map, down to just 56% now for Dark Zero. Hard to predict this one as we are very much getting ready to get in. We can all see that at the moment as we begin. For Skyscraper, it will be another testing map between these two teams that have gone back and forth quite literally in the rounds, in now the maps. And it is all down to this one map, this one singular best of one, to determine who moves forward to the upper bracket final in the main stage against a Brazilian juggernaut in FaZe Clan.
So now we pose a question as to what bans we'll see. Ying and Dokkaebi have been a staple throughout this series, and I don't think that that's going to change up all too much here on Skyscraper. So we'll see how things shape up. It is, of course, VP to respond, and they'll be attacking first in this particular map. And they do respond with the Ying. Now, defensively, I'm intrigued to see what gets brought out. We saw a lot of echo play on the previous map. So there's every world in which VP take that down, but very difficult probably to justify in the face of other very strong defensive operators at the moment. And understandably, Virtus Pro not wanting to play against the Azami.
Now, I mentioned, of course, what the winner gets in terms of taking on FaZe Clan. Well, the loser will be taking on the winner of the game after this, which is G2 and Bliss. So that is the pathway then forward. Now, of course, both of these two teams will be on the main stage regardless. They make the arena because of the position they already find themselves in. Jaeger gets banned out, which is actually not one that I've seen in a long, long time. Shepard counterban, says Nave. And we head into Skyscraper, opening round. DZ on the defense, Virtus Pro will be attacking. Now, so far to know, in terms of Chalet and in terms of Bank, both first halves were Virtus Pro defending, and they were 3-3 scorelines. Well, for the first time in the series, we see Virtus Pro now on the attack to begin here on Skyscraper. A map where attacking has been incredibly difficult. It is the worst attacker-rated map at 6 Invitational so far. It has a very nice defensive win rate at 69%.
That was That was pretty funny, I will say. I was more so focusing in on some of the stats. I was looking at the Jaeger pick percentage at the event thus far. In the single digits, only at 8% so far. So certainly a target ban coming out from Dark Zero, reading into some of the setups from Virtus Pro. And I'll be intrigued to see how VP respond in the second half. They are starting out on attack though this time round, and we'll see how they're able to contest these setups from Dark Zero. Mirror in play, as well as the Maestro. So strong anchor operators available. Valkyrie also in play. Now last time over on Bank, especially with the Echo being prevalent as well, we did see Dan eventually transition across to IQ, hard counter those operators. This time though, starting out on the Grim, and we'll track as to whether or not he switches up later on.
So we begin what feels like the final charge for these two teams. 24 rounds have been played, and so far we cannot separate them. More required. NJR holding over towards VIP. A single wall gets opened up. Obviously saw the MP get thrown over towards Evil Eye. Pasha makes his way in as well on the balcony outside of this kitchen position for Virtus Pro. I don't know why I was about to say for Dark Zero. Canadian holding up above. And interestingly enough as well, not a Tea Room Karaoke start. It is going to be offers an exhibition. Tea Room Karaoke, typically like the first choice option, if you will, for teams defensively on this map. Drone shot out. Only 5 now remaining for the side of Virtus Pro.
Pretty big extension here from Dark Zero deep in towards T, as opposed to perhaps being a little bit more restrained through Throne and Drum. Canadian to contest. Gives the call to Pamper, who's able to sweep up. Follow drops down as well. So the extension / roam from Dark Zero proving to be a success. VP on a map where, again, statistically they haven't been great. Fortunately, not off the best of starts.
Yeah, no. I mean, to be fair, Dark Zero getting in their face nice and early, and again, but this time shut down. Always with a good shot onto Canadian. Does at least open things up ever so slightly for VP. Looking for this sweep across push now from Tea Room Karaoke side. Shepard has droned out Drum, which is uncontested. So is the Mezzanine. Does mean, of course, Dark Zero have fallen back over the site. We can see that there with the overhead. Close by to Joystick, though. NJR over towards Dragon. Same with Pambazoo. Joystick obviously now making his way towards this direction. Really doesn't have much to aid for himself in terms of helping clear this. It's a dry swing. Dry peak, but only 35 seconds left. You don't have many other choices remaining in the round for Virtus Pro. Shepard has the kit, but he still finds himself over towards Tea Room, a long way away from sight. Yellow ping comes out. Joystick must find something here, but no reason to swing or peek from Pambazoo. And he has NJR close by, and it can be a double swing. That is successful. NJR losing his life by Shepard. Again, with the kit in hand, he must not fall here, and does not. 2 versus 2, but needs to push into sight and get the plant down. Always is there to cover. The red ping now from Bolo. Can he get involved? He certainly should be able to with the impacts and the double red pings. Plant going down next to him. Nitro cell thrown out. Does not deny Shepard, but it's an easy push at that point in the 2 versus 1. And a really strong start now from Dark Zero to open things up on Skyscraper.
Really good stall out there from Dark Zero in that dragon position. Unfortunately, Shepard was in an awkward spot. Couldn't necessarily flash it out to create space then for Joystick, who we saw was dry peeking that position for quite some time. Virtus Pro stalled out really off the back of the extension through T there from Dark Zero. Really like that defensive setup. Virtus Pro perhaps not anticipating it. They did an okay job in the end to eventually clear it and trade, but man down in the face of a lot of late round utility as well was always going to be a challenge. And I wouldn't be too surprised if this shapes up to be very defender-started.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it before. 69% defensive win rate here on Skyscraper. Dark Zero probably a little bit more favored on this map as well, and starting on the defense. Kind of go and look at the defensive win rate. 58%, yeah, maybe on the lower side when it comes to DZ. Tea Room Karaoke now for the second round after opting to go and start on Offers and Exhibition. It was the sweep across from VP in the first round. Question now will be if they look to do that again here in the second round and come in from that Office and Exhibition side, or if they go a little bit more direct. Geisha down below, Vert, Barbecue and Kitchen, try and put pressure on site. The way they're shaping up though, well, it could be direct, especially with that blitz. Let's end Ossa, by the way. Double shield setup here from Virtus Pro.
We've seen a little bit of Ossa in the series so far. Unfortunately, though, the impact of that particular operator hasn't necessarily been felt directly. So we'll see if Shepard is able to get in an advanced position with those Talon shields and create some playmaking opportunities for the team. Grim sees more playtime as well. Big talking point at this event is the impact of the Grim. Even banned out on a few occasions as well. Especially post-buff and the ability to read down the Hive launcher. Opened up more playmaking opportunities because you don't necessarily have to dry peek corners, which was clearly one of the big issues with that particular operator on launch.
It is looking like it'll be pretty direct and also vert in nature. We're not really seeing Virtus Pro positioning towards Office and Exhibition. There's a lot more on that first floor over towards Kitchen and Barbecue. Geisha window opened up as well. So I think the plan right now for VP is very much going to hit site. They're not going to clear out drums, not going to clear out the mezzanine. And Joystick now making his way in. Top black stairs. Smoke goes out, and they've got the rotate hole as well in towards Karaoke. The Repel 2 to come through with the Ossa Talon shield by Shepard. The kit in hand and trying to find a way to now get this plant down successfully. Again, they do have a bit of that vert, and JR losing his life to Joystick. Where's the deny going to come from now for Dark Zero? It has to be this Nitro Cell, and it needs to be perfect, and it is. Perfectly placed by Naif with the throw, and now a recovery mission here for Virtus Pro to get that kit and get it down. And Canadian lurks down below.
Phenomenal job there from Dark Zero, relaying information that the plant was going down, and the denial hits the spot. Canadian still down below. He too with a Nitro Cell in pocket.
Oh, he spotted him.
Shots to come through with the MPX, good for one, but now it's Joystick to hunt him down. Blitz shield in the face of the Valk. Finds that trade. 50 seconds in a 3v3.
Makes it a little bit more easier to now recover that diffuser. No real vert option here for Dark Zero. Looking at it from below. Always gets another one. Oh, they actually going to trade. What a quick little trade between Always and Pambazu. Pasha pushes through, gets the kill onto Bolo, lane prone. 2 versus 1, down to Naif. 30 seconds left, goes with the diffuser as Naif wins that one. And it's all down to the blitz of Joystick. Hunting him down, quite literally running at Naif. Goes for the pistol shot through the doorway. He is low, very low. And Joystick will get it done with the pistol. Who needs the shield anyway? What a round from Joystick and what a round for Virtus Pro.
Big from Joystick. Able to send it down below for the trade onto Canadian. And then so composed in the 1 versus 1. Naif trapped. Awkward position. And Joystick playing it to perfection. Fantastic peak. And a player that you would back to win those kinds of situations. It wasn't the greatest of starts for VP. The information available for the plant denial was perfect at the start. And it was Naif on the Warden to get that first pick. But then the win condition changed. Virtus Pro recognizing that collecting that diffuser and going for the plant was going to be incredibly difficult. So instead hunted down those defenders, put them on an island, and then Joystick with this phenomenal shot.
Yeah, and it was Joystick as well that cleared down below earlier on Canadian. So really utilizing that blitz properly and just using not so much the shield, but honestly his feet just running around the map, clearing out positions, and had the final position as well to get that win for Virtus Pro. And that's probably the kind of moment that I think throughout this series, Dark Zero have probably won far more often than, say, Virtus Pro. So a really good little individual moment for Joystick. Massive for Virtus Pro to win a close encounter at the end of a round. T-Room and Karaoke, no good with DZ. Instead, they now go down below, over towards Kitchen and Barbecue for this 3rd round. Obviously, Offers and Exhibition still locked out.
We've talked a lot about Solace throughout this series, and in particular, Canadian, the impact that he's been able to provide. Unfortunately, on map 1 of Chalet, because he was hunting down those drones, he was often taken down first and put on an island by Virtus Pro. But as this series has progressed, his impact has become more and more prevalent. We'll see if Virtus Pro are still able to collect information critical to show initiative on attack, goes without saying. Nitro Cell early in the piece from Naif to deny hard bridge on the Geisha wall. And that will just make that a little bit more awkward for the attack to enter through. They'll need to invest more on that position if they want an entry point.
3 drones left. On a map of Skyscraper, you really need that information. Such a big horizontal map, multi-layered, and you got 3 drones with 2 minutes in the round. That is a really good job from Dark Zero in, again, denying the drone game of Virtus Pro. And an ever-present threat that has been established now through all 3 maps has been DZ on defense, bringing that solace, denying the drones of Virtus Pro early in these rounds. These are not like late-round drone denials. This is just very early on. And on a map like Skyscraper, there's so many chokeholds to push through. You want those drones. And they've only got 2 remaining.
Yeah, not much in the way of map control. Slowly now just filtering through for the clear. But going in blind. Dark Zero from this position, yes, it's a 5 versus 5, but they will be able to play, realistically, any position to catch the attack off guard. Canadian still gathering more information and knows that this push through drum will come in a moment. The Rooney Gate to just stall it out for a moment, but it is Dan the first to fall. So this is going to be tough for Virtus Pro, even more so at the man disadvantage.
Yeah, again, no information, dry swinging, understanding, yeah, there might be some members of DZ around these choke point areas like Drum. They just don't have the information. Down 2 players now. A very strong defensive round from Dark Zero, but Canadian caught close by on the stairs, and a nice little shoulder peek from Joystick eventually gets the spot, then the kill. Job done, though, from Canadian, considering there's only been 1 drone remaining inside of the map for basically the last 30 seconds, with 30 seconds to go. Hive launcher now used by Shepard down the hallway. And Bolo up close again. Never got droned out because there's just no drones inside of the server. Joystick should be able to get this trade on the buck. Opens up a side angle, but no. Bolo's just too clinical. A real strong defensive round from Dark Zero. Denied map control, denied information. They were absolutely difficult to dislodge. Bolo gets 3 to close it out, and Dark Zero take the lead.
It's one thing to take down drones and for Canadian to spearhead that on the solos, but you still have to play as a compact defensive unit and be relaying that and ensuring that you're then playing in positions that punish it. And Bolo, really good example there. He's on the T half wall position. It's not something that's easy to clear, especially without information. So well played by Bolo. Rest of the team as well doing their job really nicely on that occasion. Skyscraper is very difficult to get map control. At the best of times, no information. It's near impossible. So fantastic work there from DZ.
Thought that was maybe an option back into the round, but Bolo was just very difficult to clear out. You could see on that first entry as well, over towards that position, they had no idea. Dark Zero take a 2-1 lead. And again, we continue this back and forth, Nate, between these 2 teams. Everything about this series is saying this should go the distance. Dark Zero would rather that not happen, though. Again, this is super defender side. The onus is on DZ to, well, at minimum, get probably 4 rounds. And probably not allow Virtus Pro to get anything else here.
I mean, we keep talking about drone economy, right? 3 drones already, and we're not even really into the bulk of the action phase. So it's rough. I get it. I understand it. Very, very challenging for the attack. It's easy to sit here and say, why are they sacking drones? But just something that VP need to be super mindful of. Replace Nitro, already ripped by Nafe. Samurai window goes out. Dan able to escape that and open up single wall.
Opened up successfully with no casualty either. But the Nitrocell. As we see, Joystick actually droning again. This does really feel like a very important part of the game. Canadian, despite not being on the solos, he's playing that mute. He's still playing that kind of role, denying these drones, denying information from across the other side of the map. Despite the fact it's Office and Exhibition, he finds himself over towards that T-Room and Karaoke position. At the moment, inside a T-Room. And just flicking some cams, of course, placed by the Valkyrie of Pambazoo. Always making his way up Black Stairs. Slow-paced push from Virtus Pro. Not really too surprising, though. They're a team that has roughly 1:30 on the entry time. So it's about this point in the round that we typically will see Virtus Pro start to really make their way and make some headway. Nitrocell don't even think that got that far. Certainly got nothing from it for Canadian, but a stand-up kill for the SMG-11 is absolutely pinpoint perfect. The headshot onto Always comes through. The ace is taken off the board. No response, at least not rapidly, either from Virtus Pro. And spending a lot of time trying to just deal with Canadian. And eventually, though, dealt with.
Yeah, decent clear there from Virtus Pro. That extension from DZ once more in towards D has bought them quite a bit of time. Canadian good for 1, and despite falling, it now leaves only Virtus Pro with about a minute to make this push work. Amber, probably the next to play contact, as Dan is there holding the line currently. Do they have info on this Virtus Pro? You would presume there's a player in this position. Again, the flashes don't land. But the high launcher does. Pamba forced back.
Yeah, I like that though from Pamba. Fall back, got the rotate option anyway. Plays sight, there's 30 seconds left. Don't need to take contact at that point in the round. So far, this has been so clean from Dark Zero. Earlier on from Canadian. Yeah, he lost his life, but it was job done. Denied a lot of time and position. Now Pambazoo gave up Dragon, but he can go for a flank option as well from the mezzanine. Port is Dan. Because of Pambazoo's willingness to go for the rotate rather than holding the position towards Dragon, and Dark Zero strangulating Virtus Pro right now here on Skyscraper. It's only Pasha. He got one kill, but it didn't matter because it was outgunned and outnumbered on site. That was perfect from DZ. Start to finish. Canadian with the hold, a solo hold as well. Denying drones, denying position, denying time. Eventually lost his life, yes, but he got at least one kill for it. He honestly didn't even need that. And eventually then through Dragon, Pambazoo, the flashes really weren't that successful. He holds, 30 seconds left, goes to the rotate. Really well worked from DZ, made it so difficult for Virtus Pro to attack into that round. And so much so, a tactical timeout as they're starting to feel the pressure here in this third map.
Even with EMPs and shock drones from the Twitch, Virtus Pro finding it difficult to deal with that T-hold, which was fortified with the mute jammers. Even once wall was open, Canadian still good for one. With Hive launchers then in play, Canadian felt the need to probably try and escape and was caught. But a 4v4, minute to go, only a few drones remaining. I mean, you make that formula and more often than not, the answer is going to be a defensive round win. So solid work there from Dark Zero. And here's a look back at that hold from Canadian.
Yeah, well, it starts there, right? And you think, well, what's the win condition for Virtus Pro to turn that round in a different direction? And it basically is you've got to clear out Canadian, a far more efficient approach. So who do you put the onus on? Well, it's actually Canadian. Canadian has to have a really good game plan there. Denies drones, plays position off of his mute jammers, and eventually gets information himself, plays off of that, gets a kill. So he's the one that has made it difficult for VP there. If someone else is in that position and plays it poorly, then VP probably clear that player on an island, creates the 5 versus 4, and then they can push forward, overload a position like Dragon. That's, again, highlighting where it's like, it's less to do with VP and more to do with what Canadian essentially did in that round. Especially also then those on site too. Not really overstepping the mark. No one felt like they also needed to go for a trade because they didn't really need to. There wasn't much time left in the round. Hero and Karaoke now into the 5th. And Dark Zero have got themselves a 2-round lead. For those maybe only just tuning in or only catching this map in particular, in terms of this series, I don't think we've ever had a team get a 3-round lead. It's either been 2 or 1. Now this becomes a very big round for Virtus Pro. Yes, it's super defender-sided. And this could very well be a game where they both go like 5-1 defensive halves. That is a possibility. But in terms of the landscape of this series, Virtus Pro have never really allowed DZ to get that far out in front.
Well, it's taken 4 rounds as we enter the 5th. The IQ now enters the arena. We saw it on Bank, and it was pretty impactful in being able to deny the information gathering tools of Dark Zero, which have persisted largely here into map 3. Naif on the Valk. No solo slow this time around for Dark Zero. And Pasha not with quite as much necessarily to do, but needs to ensure that he is efficient. 5 drones taken down in the early portion of this round. Pamba doing a great job at farming those and holding this side of the map. It's a triple stack on the bulk. Canadians down below with the Nitro, so keep an eye on him as well.
Yeah, I mean, close to a quad stack with how much pressure they're putting over towards this alpha side. Obviously, Canadian down below. Factor, Gumine immediately on the entry. Oh, the Nitro Self. Just short of the mark. Yeah, a bit of damage onto Chef. Would have loved to have gotten that kill, though, for DZ. The sake, Canadian down below with that Nitro Cell. Obviously, trying to play off of the sound cue. And another one thrown out as well towards that main bridge. But look at the pressure being applied right now. This is not even sight. Pasha also steps into another Gumine. Like, it is just impossible to enter the building. And that is what Dark Zero are basically doing to Virtus Pro, making it difficult to enter the building, despite the fact that they've even brought the Montag.
And VP haven't really shown a willingness to send a lurker down below, whether that be the likes of the Buck, the Bird up above, or just to try and capture any of these roamers on their venture back towards the objective. They simply haven't employed that. The Dark Zero being allowed to get away with it. Good example there with Pamba dropping the hatch, getting back towards site, uncontested, doesn't have to really worry about being cut off on that journey back. For Virtus Pro, they need to now be perfect elsewhere. Otherwise, they will ultimately be punished. Information still up. Frag grenade to try and deal with the BPC, but that does not land.
Not often you get to just watch that frag grenade just explode in front of the BPC. Bulletproof camera, of course. 45 seconds left, and again, not much headway made from BP. There were a couple of moments, though, back on Bank where they were able to win out these kind of rounds simply just by sheer aggression on site, pushing in, getting up a couple of really good headshots. Free plays from Naif. Down below, VP don't even really have much vert pressure either. It's all rather horizontal. The IQ does its job, though, to avoid that nitro cell. Understanding there is one playing down below. 20 seconds, though. Time, the biggest factor again. Always making the rappel in. Gasbabe immediately on his position, trying to play off of that Ossa towards Karaoke. That's the win condition right now for Virtus Pro. Always trying to get that plant. He was forced out momentarily through the rotate. He has to push forward. And it's the kills right now. Free-flowing kills from Dark Zero. The round is over. It's a 4-1 lead for Dark Zero. An onslaught here. Skyscraper defense proving to be too strong for Virtus Pro. DZ 3 rounds away from an upper bracket final date with FaZe Clan.
Dark Zero making very few mistakes defensively at the moment. It started off with a really good roam on the exhibition office side of the map. Despite the Nitro Cell early on not landing, Pamba was allowed to vacate that position, and as mentioned, no lurk potential from the attack meant that he could get back towards site. Then the rest of the team holding down the objective. A little bit of pressure over towards Drum, but not much. Still, though, Virtus Pro were stalled out. Eventually got Geisha, and looking to facilitate the plant off the back of the Talon shield, but no pressure down below meant that even if there was a world in which they won more picks on site, there was Nitro denial down below. So many conditions left available there for Dark Zero to get that one across the line. They now have the biggest lead in this series so far.
Now, we'll add, mind you, the final round of this half. In terms of the reality here, if Virtus Pro get a second attacking round, this is actually a pretty good half. Like, as much momentum as Dark Zero have and as good as they have been playing, they still have to maintain that now for one more round. Get that 5-1 lead, really nail home defensive advantage of Skyscraper, and really then means for Virtus Pro, yes, they get to go on the defense themselves, but they're also playing at a deficit. If Virtus Pro get this second attacking round, it suddenly makes their life a lot easier, far more manageable going into that second half. So despite all of this momentum for Dark Zero, it's still a round where VP can gain so much. And this is still a massive round, despite that scoreline which says 4 to Dark Zero and 1 to Virtus Pro. It's not really a true reflection of this game right now.
But Pamba again to play contact exhibition side of the map. With those goo mines in hand, he can help fortify his position, set up an alarm system to make it difficult for the attack to encroach on his position. Reinforcements up and lines of sight make this a challenge for Virtus Pro as Pamba continues to dash around. Canadian elsewhere once again on the solos, looking to chip away a drone utility for already taken down a minute into this round. There are though Brava Clutch drones in play. Perhaps an opportunity for Always. Back some utility we saw default taken down earlier. And if he can maybe find a Velcor too, that could change the tide of the round. BPC once again in position. Looking over this bulk. What's out? Canadian. So far not bad from VP. Canadian tries, I think, to impact the bulletproof camera, but yeah, evidently that doesn't land.
Not heavily required anyway to have gotten rid of that. Not really absolutely needed, but would have been nice. Obviously up to the Clutch drone, did its job. A minute 20 remaining. Final round of the half here. Every single map so far has been a 3-3. That will not be the case here. Back on Chalet and Bank, of course. Dark Zero opting. Once again, to play close to sight with a vert hold. Canadian outside in towards Bar, playing on this solos, but the drone game's been a little bit better this time around for Virtus Pro, able to keep the vast majority of their drones in play late into the piece. With under 60 seconds remaining, they still have 5 drones to utilize. And so that's already a big improvement from Virtus Pro. But alas, they've still not been able to get any kills from having these drones, but a little bit more pressure onto Canadian as he gets pinged out. And dead. And that's much better from BP. Can they capitalize now with the execute towards site? Smokes go out, Always deep in looking for this plant. I don't think you're going to be able to get denied initially. It looks as if this will be a successful plant. Indeed it is for Virtus Pro. And they win their gun battles as well elsewhere. A response in a much needed round. And suddenly changes the dynamics of this match with this one singular round to give them a second attacking round. Unless Bolo can win a 1 versus 4. It's a very daunting task, a very difficult one, but you always have to back yourself in. Have any kind of chance. It always starts with 1 kill, followed up by a second, but 1 to not find there for Bolo. Wanted to see if someone would then swing the doorway. But Virtus Pro are not giving him an inch, guys. They are not making any kind of move that would give Bolo any kind of chance. The kill onto Joystick, but at this point needs to stick to the diffuser. And obviously it's being watched. And now out of time. 4-2 to close out the half.
A phenomenal attack there from Virtus Pro. They did a phenomenal job in hunting down Canadian. We saw the drone work from VP and then the ability to push through the likes of delivery, reception as well to greet him. Canadian perhaps second-guessing himself a little bit. He elected to drop down the stairs. Maybe it was to try and fake out the attack. I'm not entirely sure the reasoning behind it, but it was rightly punished by VP. 2 attacking rounds certainly changes the complexion of this match significantly. I'm very intrigued to see how their defense will shape up.
Yeah, essentially 70% defensive sided on this map. And the other caveat to this approach, which I haven't really mentioned, is also the team defensive win rate for Virtus Pro is 5% higher than Dark Zero, 63% to 58. So they're just naturally a better defensive team on a very defensive map. And again, getting that second attacking round also relieves a bit of that pressure. You're not 4 rounds down. Now it's only 2. And suddenly with those 2 attacking rounds, now the onus and the pressure goes back over to Dark Zero. Despite the fact that they lead 4-2, you need to now find a way to get these attacking rounds on a very defender-sided map. So if Dark Zero are to do this and book their place against FaZe Clan in the arena in the upper bracket final, they will do so on their own merit of having been able to attack into a Virtus Pro defense on a the most defender-sided map. And so they will have earned it. The question is, can they do it? And we're about to find out to begin this second half.
Amaru in play then for the first attacking round for DZ. Very intrigued to see what they're going to try and cook up here. Perhaps Canadian will be looking for an opportunistic play. Enters down below, back stairs, but the Flames will push him back. I thought for a moment that he would push through, but instead goes for the latter option to stay down below.
Well, completely chaotic to begin that round, but I don't mind it because it may catch Virtus Pro off guard. The fact that they're losing these 1v1s, sure, not ideal for Dark Zero, but it's at least a set play that they've clearly thought about to try and maybe catch VP off guard. Doesn't come to fruition, not straight away. 4 versus 3, but always is low. Joystick's taking a bit of a beating. Admittedly, Bolo and Canadian not in the greatest shape either. Now, think back actually earlier to the much earlier portions of this wonderful tournament was Bleed versus Virtus Pro. And it was Skyscraper in which Bleed decimated VP with their attack, especially on Skyscraper. They made them look second-rate. And a lot of it came through this Amaru play. And I do wonder if DZ have kind of watched that and taken a little bit of inspiration.
Well, they're at the deficit currently. So we'll see if they're able to grind out this round and maybe bring it back. It will be a challenge, though. And a couple drones remain, and Canadian on one of said drones currently. We're going to try and find some info for Nathan Bolo to play off of. Guman goes off. So the position, I believe it was of Nave, will perhaps now be exposed. Canadian still down below. Supernova in hand. Great position if there's information gathering tool available, but as mentioned, there really isn't at the moment for DZ.
Yeah, the good thing as well, this fast-paced round means you've also still got time to salvage it after, yeah, it went astray to begin with. But at least it kind of forced the issue. 3 versus 4, but certainly still winnable if they can hit a couple of shots in quick succession. Dan takes a bit of damage. Over towards T-Room and Karaoke, we now turn our attention, always, deep inside of Karaoke. Some final drone work to come out, and when I say final drone, I mean final drone. 1 left for Dark Zero. Canadian trying to see if someone wants to make their presence known. To find an early kill, checks right side corner, no one there. And time is now against Dark Zero with the kit in hand for Canadian. Something special would have to happen. He gets one and into the corner he goes for the default. Joystick though, a response and knows exactly where the veteran gamer is going for the plank. And that should be the round. Indeed it is for Virtus Pro. They deal with the fast rush, they deal with the Amaru, and eventually then the slow-paced attack into its sight. Despite the fact that DZ got themselves into a planting position, Virtus Pro had time, and they were able to then respond to the plant going down 4-3, bringing this one back.
I quite liked the ability for Dark Zero there to try and problem solve so deep into the round. 1 drone left, Canadian spots player T-half wall. They know that they can probably then, with Nafe clearing the angle, try and plant hard right, but they had to cover Canadian. Some really good counterplay from Virtus Pro. Didn't really put a foot wrong, and of course Joystick really popped off and being able to dislodge that. So fantastic play from both teams in the late round, but more so as a whole, Virtus Pro kicked it off nicely. Doing a good job to just put the aggression at the start of the round to rest, because there is that window of opportunity, or there was that window of opportunity for Dark Zero to run away with it at the start, but they were able to hold firm.
If Joystick loses that battle there, I think honestly Dark Zero can probably win that round, especially if Canadian successfully gets the plant down, and that's how close that round ended up coming to.
10 seconds to go.
Fortunately, we're at a point in the tournament where there's only 8 teams remaining, guys. And of those 8 teams, the vast majority of them are pretty good at this game. So this is turning into a really, really good series between 2 teams that are clearly going back and forth. Both are rated as 2 out of the top 3 in terms of attacking siege as well. So really able to understand the current meta and how they can kind of push through this super defender-sided meta. But it's a tough ask on a map like Skyscraper. And so this will obviously end up favoring the defenses. But now for Virtus Pro, even though they're down 4-3, it does kind of feel like they're in a really solid position moving forward. And Dark Zero will only have so many rounds to get themselves at least 2 attacking rounds for overtime at minimum.
So the Capital once again is going to be brought out here from Dark Zero. Mixed success back on bank, frequently used to help flush out super powerful defensive anchor positions, namely the flame bolts, ensure that they can't be held by the defense. That then does require the rest of the team to play around it and actually punish the reposition from the defense. We'll see where that's employed. Initially though, hard breach from the Selmas of Hamber on the ace. That will work out towards Karaoke. Canadian has found himself down below, and that's what we didn't see as much of from VP, was that lurk down below. Dark Zero able to gain information, feed that to Canadian, or perhaps flush out defenders and force them into his line of sight down below. That could really aid their attacking efforts.
Yeah, we're not really seeing that from Virtus Pro right now. Big stack, Mezzanine, Dragon side. We see Pasha making his way back over towards site for Virtus Pro. Time already wasted a little bit. 1.5 minutes left. So you don't really need, at this point, to contest here in Karaoke or even drum Mezzanine. And for Virtus Pro, more than happy to just fall back here. Again, not really any kind of presence down below. If that continues for Dark Zero, could be something that is advantageous. Joystick go with a very aggressive position at this doorway position, just outside Dragon. Meaning that for Dark Zero, if they want to push in, they do need to clear Joystick out. Right, Grenade will obviously do that by getting rid of the deployable shield, but Joystick not opting to fall off straight away. Continues to be a nuisance.
No pressure on that window position though from Dark Zero, so Joystick will survive. 10 players alive then as we enter the final phase of the round. 40 seconds on the clock. Bolt to be used here by Dark Zero. Can they capitalize? Well, the answers are resounding yes. Bolo for 1. Pemba also gets in on the action, and Dark Zero, this is a key round for them to confirm.
Yeah, and suddenly opens up the site now. Defense stretched thin for Virtus Pro. Joystick still over towards Dragon. Always Pasha on site, but outnumbered. Joystick with 1, couldn't get the second, maybe not anticipating Bolo to be that close to NJR. 4-1. It's been the Bolo and Nafe show, always gets a critical kill. Creates the 1 versus 3. Can he find a way to create a couple of 1 versus 1? Pembazu doesn't need to continue to push because Bolo's right there. Really well worked from Dark Zero. They find that essential attacking round. And now the pressure straight back onto Virtus Pro. A defense completely unlocked by sheer gunplay of Dark Zero. Well worked, didn't rush. At no point did it seem like they wanted to get over aggressive. Despite the timer ticking down, they looked cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, a couple of key plays there from Dark Zero in unlocking the round. Off the back of the Capital and the sharpness of Bolo, he was able to find 1. Bolo then on the action again to trade out Joystick. Joystick hits 2 there and is able to lock down that Dragon position. Would have been quite difficult then for the rest of the team to push through, but he holds firm. Really good job on the IQ. And then able to confirm the last in the 1 versus 3. So Bolo hitting some great shots, finding some good form here on the 3rd map, really ramping it up as the series has gone on.
Yeah, those first 2 kills so critical because then it becomes that 5 versus 3. You kind of talk about things like split theory or whatever. Well, you can just use numbers advantage to obviously get those positions under control. You can kind of push Dragon, say with a 2-on-1 advantage. You know you'll be able to get that trade. Even if 1 dies and it becomes that then 1 player surviving, you'll still then have that back pushing towards site. 5-3. Dark Zero 2 rounds away. Virtus Pro on the ropes now. but they are still on defense. Not impossible to think they still can't, of course, climb back into this one. But for DZ, a much needed attacking round. Because just momentarily, with those 2 attacking rounds from VP, then a defensive round to begin, brought it back to 4-3. It just felt like, to me, momentum was starting to shift. But what a halt in that momentum from DZ in that last round.
There's similar tools then to be employed here from the attack in flushing out late round positions. I think Dark Zero will be quite content in allowing it to come down again to a 5 versus 5, bit of information, and then the likes of the Grim and the Capital flush out positions, find picks, and make Virtus Pro feel uncomfortable. I think for VP, they'll be looking to disrupt that attacking pattern though, maybe force some more fights this time around, whether that be up above or horizontally through the likes of Shepard. Dan though, like Stairs, not a single kill here on Skyscraper so far, but he holds a key part of the map for his team.
I think he's a key piece to the puzzle as well for Virtus Pro. Dan was great back on Chalet and Bank. Hasn't quite worked for him though here. Even losing that little battle against Canadian. Maybe more so a draw than anything, and still holds that top Black Stairs position. So far, for Dark Zero, it's been Bolo. What a show he has put on for Skyscraper, and just starting to activate at the right time at 6 Invitational. 15-3 in a critical match. To try and send Dark Zero to the upper bracket final, he has stood to the occasion and risen above it. Especially when there's been question marks throughout this tournament from others. The Grim making itself useful, though, with that Hive Launcher and Pampazoo wanting to go for the rush out of delivery. Shepard.
Deployed.
Does he even sense that he's in danger? So much danger ever present around him. Nate on this vert angle on the rappel, trying to get this kill, and that's exactly what DZ have been trying to do for the last minute or so. Just flush out these key positions up above, top floor. But Shepard still hasn't lost his life.
Dan as well, still alive. He's been holding up above and being a nuisance for Dark Zero, who perhaps may have to cut their losses and instead focus their efforts on site, but they'll be aware that that pressure up above could come back to bite them. 50 seconds then on the clock. NJR still watching up above on flank watch. Canadian low on HP. He has a diffuser in hand. Some utility available if he elects to use it. 1 bolt in the pocket. All 5 launches to come through, and Shepard finally pinched.
Overwhelmed completely. 2 different angles of attack. Dark Zero getting themselves into really good positions to get these kills. But it's a 4 versus 3 and there's only 30 seconds left. Canadian needs to hit these shots through Kitchen onto Pasha. He survives. And now Canadian probably feels the heat inside of the Kitchen. Bolo, though, comes to the rescue with the kill onto Pasha. But there's only 15 seconds remaining in the 3-on-2. Canadian has to get the plant to essentially a 2-on-2. But Joystick, can he find the angle? Canadian, he gets off of it. Now into red time. And he goes Bolo again! He goes to 17-3. And Canadian will get the plant down. Dark Zero should get the round, and therefore match and series point on the other side of it, unless Always can clutch up. But he's not in the best position to do so. Not from here. You would not think. Yeah, Kit has been spotted, but it feels like it's so far away. Dark Zero have all of the positions to deny any kind of 1v3 retake, despite the fact that Bolo and Canadian are so low. Nave wins this, and with that, Dark Zero are now one round, I should say, 1 round away from the upper bracket final.
What a play from Bolo. You could see Canadian frantically running around site, trying to find somewhere safe to plant. And despite eventually finding somewhere to plant, Joystick was able to change the landscape of the floor, create that line of sight down below, forcing him off. And the shots raining down were denied by a phenomenal shot there from Bolo. Is a look back at that. I tell you what, Joystick is not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think Joystick probably thinks that should have been a kill. And again, full credit, Dark Zero, the way they set themselves up with those sight lines, able to get the crossfires going, pinching over towards, say, delivery, for example. Virtus Pro just completely outnumbered, overwhelmed in those positions. Dark Zero understood what they needed to do. A game plan was set and a game plan was executed. 6-3, 3 match and series points for Dark Zero. 1 round away from an upper bracket final date with FaZe Clan in the arena with a Brazilian home crowd that would be against them.
10 seconds remaining.
But an opportunity that you would absolutely desire.
5 seconds left before insertion.
What a match that would be.
Attackers locate and defuse the bomb.
As Canadian continues his hunt for a third 6 invitational victory. Bolo jumping back into the competitive scene as well, looking for a second one. Tell you what, that is going to be one hell of a game on the live stage if that comes into fruition. FaZe with a lot of home support. Dark Zero now with 3 opportunities in regulation to close this one out.
Yeah, and if they do, what a sensational way to do it as well. 3 attacking rounds. I mentioned it at the half, at the switch. If they were to do it and get it done, boy, it would be merited. And we've seen that. 2 attacking round wins in a row from Dark Zero on the most defender-sided map against a team that defends a little bit better than you. A massive result here from Dark Zero. For Virtus Pro now, cannot give up. Cannot count this one as over. Back yourselves in. 3 rounds. It's not impossible. Certainly doable on the defense. Just have to take it 1 round at a time. And I think the most critical thing for VP is, can they start to get a couple of opening kills? Can they start to put DZ on the back foot? Because right now, Dark Zero, one thing they've done a really good job of so far here on Skyscraper is not losing players early. They're not rushing into the map. They're not too worried about their map control early on in the round. Flush out these positions, get these kills, wound Virtus Pro, force them back to site, and then make their way in. And they've been so clinical in that. Good droning as well here from Nape, and again, good droning in general from Dark Zero compared to what we saw from Virtus Pro. The onus is on VP to turn this around. Defense 5 players up, minute 20. Who's going to stand to the occasion for Virtus Pro?
Well, the groundwork from Dark Zero has been strong so far. But to be fair, they haven't been heavily contested by the defense. Virtus Pro seemingly happy again with another 5v5 execute at the death. The partial over peaks.
Bolo again.
Bolo up to 18 kills, hunting down 20 here on Skyscraper.
Well, this is a warning for the rest of the competition remaining. Bolo's here. He's arrived. Activated. 18-3 in a do-or-die cutthroat 3rd map. 45 seconds left, and once again, Virtus Pro on the back foot. But some good shots into NJR mean that Dark Zero still need to be careful of these entry points. And Dan on the rotate down below.
Canadian will be key late round. Hive launcher. You can see that utility being dumped. Can Dan, though, hit a flank? 5 attackers left, so they need to be really conscious here. Dark Zero, that flank is being mindfully watched. There is, of course, the Nomad on the board. 3 versus 3. But Bolo's still alive.
Yeah, he certainly is, and a big factor. He's been really good in these gunplays, up to 19-3. In a 2-on-3, Pampazu got 1. Dan shuts down Bolo, though. No heroics in this round, and Virtus Pro live to fight another day. They win out the gun battles this time on site. Really strong in their defense, and not being overwhelmed by Dark Zero. Not this time. And keeping themselves alive, offsetting the first of 3 match points. 2 more to go for VP.
Yeah, Dark Zero, they're looking to open up T-Wall with the exothermic and perhaps not having the player in the correct position to hold the swing. Dark Zero was so close to preparing themselves for that final push, but Virtus Pro threw that disruption at them. It was a ballsy play, a confident play from the Legion, but it paid off. Big dividends there for Virtus Pro in that final round. Really good work on the defense. Had that breach have gone off, had that swing not come through, Dark Zero should have confirmed the round.
Well, 2 more rounds to go. At the very least, 1 minimum, but Bolo onto the Glaz. 19-4. No one else on the side of Dark Zero has got double-digit kills, and Bolo's almost got 20. Joystick, though, on the other side for VP has 11. He's been a bit of a standout for Virtus Pro. But I think it's Dan. 2-9, started 0-8. If he starts to activate key position, key operator on the Warden late in these rounds, stay alive, especially on Office and Exhibition, I think it becomes a lot more difficult then for Dark Zero. The eyes on him. Already good signs from VP that they brought back a little bit of that strong on-site anchored defense that we saw a little bit of on Bank, and even at times of Chalet. Maybe not so much here on Skyscraper, but that round, yes, they brought it back. 2 more rounds, certainly doable. Again, very defender-sided map. Dark Zero will have to continue to play at their very best, of which they have been doing.
So NJR down below on Zofia, impact up above and deny the bandit trick attempt. There is line of sight, and Shepard actually contesting.
Wow.
This is probably the most aggression we've seen from VP in the early round defensively. Although Shepard will forfeit that position, breach opened up by the attack.
I do like that, though, at least from Shepard and for Virtus Pro. It's not like we're going to get bullied out of these positions. They're going to take a few shots, but also wise enough to know that you can't really just sit inside a VIP for much longer. Joystick over towards Drum. Dan on the other side. Mezzanine pushing in back over towards Dragon. Drones coming through now as well from Dark Zero, clearing out some of these positions in terms of information. Pambazoo now inside of makeup. Opens up sightlines towards the stairwell. Pambazoo, again, losing another drone. In fact, I think they just lost 3 or 4 drones in about the last 10 seconds. Down to 5 overall. Joystick continuing to maintain that position towards Drum. Feels like the most pivotal location on the map. Always also lurking down below. So a little bit more burp pressure here defensively from VP.
And Naif has this cutoff, so Joystick will probably do or die in this Drum position. Fair chance he gets cut off on the rotation, always as well.
Never mind, he's not below.
Big commitment here from Virtus Pro. Canadian rotates off. So perhaps Dark Zero will bet their chances that Naif will catch a player or two on that rotation and they can get to work elsewhere.
Yeah, keeping that wall closed always on the Bandit. Minute remaining. And this Drum position proving to be very difficult to push through. So maybe for Dark Zero opting to go Dragon side. But Dan is watching and he's got that deployable shield. Flashes out, yeah, but he's got the glasses. No pressure from the window. Does have Pasha that could swing in from Dragon, and it is Pambazoo that falls to Joystick over towards Drum. Opening engagement being won again by Virtus Pro. And Dan as well wins out in Dragon. So both chokeholds successfully defended. Naif's just got to go fast through delivery down below, up the stairs, and straight to sight. Him and Canadian in a 2 versus 5. Difficult and noise made courtesy of the barbed wire. We got a 6-5. It's going to be all the way once again in this third and decisive match. Credit to Virtus Pro for standing tall when it seemed like they were staring down the barrel of defeat. They have responded 2 rounds in a row. Still match and series point for Dark Zero. For Virtus Pro, you win this, you send it to overtime, and therefore DZ have seen enough. They call timeout to discuss how they want to close this map. Now, mind you, every map so far has been 7-5, 7-5. Will that trend continue now for Dark Zero?
Really well played by Joystick in that round just gone by. I said it was a do or die position. Dark Zero either had to flush him out and force him into the cross from Naif on his way back towards the objective, or trade him out in that exact position. Unfortunately for Dark Zero, unable to do either. So the plaudits to Joystick, who's now on 13 kills. For Dark Zero then, as this 60 seconds comes to a close, what will they be discussing at the moment? Can they find a way to unlock Skyscraper and convert it on the attack?
Yeah, and in that round, the Dragon hold, the Drum hold, these are just key pillar positions really on Skyscraper. If you're going to go direct and you're going to go for that front contact, obviously it becomes not so much a 50-50, but you can't quite work your way through those areas as much. It's just going to come down to, can you hit some really good shots? Can you hit those angle shots? They couldn't. Really well held defensively by Virtus Pro. The loser of this game is going to feel really hard done by and go down to the lower bracket feeling as if they've really let an opportunity slip away. For either of these two teams, it doesn't really matter at this point who it is. If it's DZ, well, a couple of match points, third map, it'd certainly be feeling as if they rued their chances. If it's Virtus Pro, well, they played well enough, all intents and purposes. Went 7-5 on Chalet in the opposition's map pick, won out their own map pick, and from a pretty decent deficit, able to bring themselves back here on Skyscraper, a map that many did not expect them to do well on. And both of these teams can hold their heads high for what's been a sensational match, but there can only be one winner. And as of right now, Dark Zero still got that opportunity, that match point, at least overtime banked, if required, if necessary, at the hands of Virtus Pro, who are looking to send us to overtime.
Dark Zero will be attacking in overtime, if required. Doesn't necessarily bode well for them statistically. See though if they can close it out here for another 7-5 between these two juggernauts in the upper bracket. The Twitch in play. Naif can chip away that utility. Elsewhere, Geisha open, uncontested. It is though Joystick to hold this position down. A reinforcement, a castle barricade. So he's been tasked with holding a key part of the map. We saw it last round. On that occasion, Drum, good for a multi, changed the perplexion of it. Can Dark Zero do a better job perhaps at contesting him this time around? Do they want to even contest him?
Yeah, and hate to say it because I don't really want this to be the Bolo show. He is 19-5. In the last 2 rounds that Virtus Pro won, he was unable to make an impact. And so I wonder then for DZ, how much of a win condition is it that Bolo just pops off here in this match point round? As much as he has been popping off already throughout this map, it hasn't quite been that Robin to the Batman that he is. 90 seconds left, and obviously, again, slow an approach for Dark Zero, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. They are a slower paced team, but they still get plants. They still get good attacking win rates. So don't be too dismayed by a slow push from Dark Zero, because despite that, they're pretty efficient once they get towards site.
So the T extension then spotted. Double reinforcement. Shock drones are still up here for Nafe, but eventually chipped away at. Pamba lurking at the moment for any defenders that misstep. But Virtus Pro not entering their lines of sight.
Pasha. This is where you got to be careful as you're running around, and obviously sightlines being opened up, third angles outside on these windows. Pasha wants to get aggressive. Why not? I mean, why not at this point? How many times has VP gone for a bit of a counterpunch in these middle portions of the round when DZ are setting up? It might just work. It might just catch them off guard. Pasha and an off angle. Canadian slips in. Had no idea he was that close. So far advantage, but no. Pambazoo with a double kill brings it back to a 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left. How fitting here in the match point round. Joystick has to win it. Oh, the timing! You could not make it up. He looks away, gives up the geisha position to NJR. And now with 25 seconds left, it's down to Dan and Always to try and salvage this for Virtus Pro. Kit recovered. Pambazoo now going for a move to try and get into a better position with said Kit. Dan, red pings, the playoff, couldn't hit the shots. Nafe. And for Dark Zero, surely this is the moment, the very moment. Unless Always, are you serious? I cannot believe what I've just seen. Are you fucking kidding me? How the hell has he clutched it for Virtus Pro? All of 1 second remaining and he's gone and done it and sends us to overtime. For a brief moment, it felt like Dark Zero had done enough, but clearly not enough. We need more time in this epic conclusion of a match.
Not even Always can believe it. There was information inside of Kitchen. The plant could not go down there. The smoke to cover, but not enough. The 3 versus 1. It slips away for Dark Zero. And as mentioned, they are attacking in overtime. So it only gets more challenging from here.
An incredible play. And this is why you never give up in these moments, in these rounds. Always understanding the situation and what it means for Virtus Pro. And what that could mean now for Dark Zero. Overtime we go. 6-6, and like you mentioned, it's that double defensive overtime now for Virtus Pro. We're already in that second half. They were able to do enough defensively to get themselves to this position. But we reset, guys. We have to reset now. Last round is gone. As great as that play was, and a play it was, it is now irrelevant. The focus now moves forward to begin this overtime. An upper bracket final position on the line. Both of these two teams are now 2 rounds away from taking on FaZe Clan in the arena.
I think if there's any team, though, that should have the ability to mentally reset, especially spearheaded by Canadian, it is this Dark Zero roster. Of course, such a disappointment, so close to being able to win out this map. But to be fair, their attacks overall have actually looked okay. And if Bolo once again can be put in playmaking positions, that could be the difference maker in converting this. Pamba on the Mav. Can he combo with Nafe and find this kill into jump? Dark Zero found it so challenging to dislodge Joystick from this exact position last time. It's him and Always. This could be a big part of the round. If this works out, if Nafe finds this kill, it could be the difference maker. Oh! And they do!
What's not a kill?
Always will fall. Shouldn't be a res, but it could be. We'll see.
Well, this is where Nate's got to be careful as well. You over-aggress this, maybe you then put yourself out of position. Always is back up, salvaged. Oh my goodness, talk about little inches and little moments. Joystick just killed the teammate he just revived while he was killing NJR. Talk about a collateral. I don't know what to make of that. It's a 4-on-4. You got the kill onto NJR, but you did have to sacrifice Always. 90 seconds left. And suddenly the pressure starts to maybe get to some of these players because it is high stakes. Bolo down, but not out.
The pacing then pauses. Pamba not capturing anybody. But Dark Zero do have drum control. Bolo falls, but he's picked up. Lurk potential late in the round, low on HP. Eyes on Dan now. He has found it very challenging here on Skyscraper, but once again tasked with holding a key position on the Warden. Behind the deployable shield. If Dark Zero cannot deal with this, they'll have no chance in contesting the objective itself.
Dan might have to get aggressive swing mezzanine because they've given up drums. Well, they haven't given up. It's been won over by Dark Zero. So suddenly Dan can't just hold Dragon. Otherwise, that drum position, as you can clearly see, gets overtaken. Bolo's back up. He is, though, low. So does Dan opt to maybe get aggressive? Push mezzanine, then eventually into drum. Go for that flank option. It is there if he wishes to. No one's pushing Dragon. There's no pressure on his position. 25 seconds in the round. Bolo holds the long angle, low on health. He could be an option to just send in and then trade him off anyway. The Maverick with the blowtorch to open up the final bit of sightlines into sight. Again, Dan is a man that can definitely change this round. Uncontested. Will he have an impact? Canadian bolts in. Dan does eventually get shut down by Pambazu. Shepard with a shotgun. Not what DZ want to see in a 1 versus 2. Time. Canadian, get the plant down. Canadian, the plant has to go down. That kid needs to be on the ground. Virtus Pro have got overtime match point.
The utility coming up clutch there at the death. I can only assume a Goomine catching Canadian off guard, unable to get that plant down. They left it so late. I'm looking back now at the round, and I'm pretty sure he vaults in. Gets caught by the goo.
Yeah, Goomine.
Took a tick of damage, could not pull it out in time.
Wow.
I tell you what, this game is coming right down to the wire round after round.
I cannot believe a singular Goomine makes that much of a difference and the impact that it can have. 6-7 overtime match point. From 6-3 to 6-7, guys. There is that Goomine. Well, actually, I think there was another one that he stepped on. He did take a tick of damage right at the end. You can see it there. You can see it there. So not his fault in terms of that plant not being able to go down. More so the defensive hold from VP being paramount in winning that round. Unfortunately, though, again, you could question the time once again being a factor, guys. That's the biggest thing. That there was no time to then fix any kind of lethal errors that may have intruded on that attack. But Dark Zero now for themselves go on the defense, and I'm going to be completely honest. The way this series is going, I'm expecting them to probably send us to a 15th round. It would be fitting.
The sense is going to be played here from Virtus Pro. The first time in this series. And directly into the Warden. It's one hell of a pick for Virtus Pro. Perhaps indicative that they'll be a little bit more direct in this round. Dan will kick things off. Bandit juggle from Bolo does land. So that's one exothermic now taken down. And Dan will rotate over toward the main wall to deal with that. We'll see if he immediately looks to deploy it. Again, there are footholds, so it shouldn't be all that challenging for Dark Zero to contest that with the impacts of Canadian or Pamba. Far more direct, though, from Virtus Pro. You think about Dark Zero and their willingness to clear out over towards Geisha's side. Virtus Pro very much looking to strangle side itself quite early on.
6-3 to 6-7. Many would label that a choke. I think of it more as a dramatic comeback from Virtus Pro. One for the ages, off the back of a huge clutch from Always to send us to overtime. By the barest of margins, the slimmest of margins. But slim margins can go once again the Virtus Pro's way, with Dan getting the opening kill onto Nafe, and now off of the ROUs.
What the hell?
A sight hit immediately from Virtus Pro. Off of these screens, denying the vision to Dark Zero, and Joystick goes deep for the plant. And if this plant is successful, it might just be the match. Nitrocell from Bolo, and hits the mark from downtown. He takes out Joystick, and they lose Pasha. And with that, we may just very well go the distance. What a Nitrocell with little vision, little information. But VP have already clutched up before and can still do with 60 seconds left. A 2 versus 3. Because of that fast rush, there's still time.
Diffuser though on an island, very awkward position for Dan to try and collect. A lot of lines of sight established here by the defense, but Dan has been allowed to cross. Can Shepard cover?
Can he plant? Can he plant uncontested? 2 impacts for Canadian on the Solar. Someone to, of course, can get that information. Information that could be so pivotal. 40 seconds is all that now is left. Down a player for VP. With DC, that can still have sightline information in towards the site. Canadian is the one, though, that can get the primary information as to where this is being planted on the table. Impact to at least get some vision. Can't get him because he's on top of that table, but can he find an angle of attack? And of course, he can provide said information. It's a double stack down below. Shot in the bum. Forced off momentarily. Where's Shepard? Can he get involved?
Shotgun.
Not really. Shotgun from NJR down below. The pressure keeps mounting. Pampazoo over towards Dragon. Could also opt to get involved at this point because there's no time left. Dan has to stick. Goes for the rotate. And Pampazoo's going to get the headshot. What pressure from below? No time left, and a 15th round is well and truly required in this epic match between two juggernauts of this scene.
We keep talking about the solace in this matchup, just how impactful it's been. Now, typically, it's been from the early to mid-round in cutting down the drone economy, but the team play there from Dark Zero, knowing exactly where that plant's going down, in combination with the impacts and the shotgun, the uncertainty that planted in the minds of the remaining members of VP to force them into a plant position that they did not know they could cover. What a round. 7-7, the scoreline. The winner to continue their run in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and it was that moment there off the fast rush with the RAU from the Sens going forward, going deep to get that plant. Again, if it's successful, the retake was always going to be difficult for DZ.
I mean, what a nitro from Bolo as well. Despite the Warden going down first, Dark Zero bring the round back. Again, with the sense in play, Warden is the biggest win condition for the defense. Despite that, Bolo, huge clutch play, 20 kills, and arguably that 20th, perhaps the biggest in this series.
Pretty simple. You win this round, you're going to an upper bracket final match against FaZe Clan in the main stage. You lose this round, you find yourself in the lower bracket, but at least still on the main stage. The stakes are still quite high. 7-7 into the 15th round, where both teams have been so difficult to separate, with Dark Zero winning out 7-5 on Chalet, their own map pick, and vice versa as well for Virtus Pro 7-5 on Bank, their own map pick. And these two have treated us to one of the best matches that we've seen at this 6 Invitational, and one that could have huge ramifications. Rotero from Nafe, very efficient. Falcon canister destroyed along with the barbed wire. Shepard holds the angle. And we go to T-Room and Karaoke to close this one out. Virtus Pro on the defense, but Pasha over towards Exi and Office, keeping pressure on in terms of entry denial against DZ. No
dedicated hard flank watch here for Dark Zero, like a Nomad or a Gridlock. Oryx is in play. Huge wildcard here for Virtus Pro. Joystick has stepped up in so many rounds in this series. He's been a key player. And with the opportunity of him to maybe flank late in the round, Dark Zero will need to be mindful of that. But all focus currently on clearing the map across. Pasha to hold down the line. He's played well thus far. Needs to chip away at this drone economy though. Flashes to come through from DZ.
Pasha to take the early contact. Is he going to be for white? No! Pampazoo thought it was cleared to push in, but it was never. Pasha, good reposition. Now they may look to try and overload set position. Grim Hive Launcher doing its job, and he is red pinged out. Bolo gets the final kill with the nade, but Joystick elsewhere was able to trade out and get Nave, keeping that advantage in the hands of Virtus Pro. With that, now can go back to site in a 4-on-3. Under 90 seconds remaining in the round. Dan is low. The VP have the numbers. NJR now makes his way over towards that Geisha balcony to try and put pressure.
Defense vacating. Back towards the objective. Canadian confirms that on a drone as Geisha is opened up. Very difficult to see Dark Zero bring this round back, but not impossible. Star players still alive. Canadian, the 2-time Bolo, seeking his second as well. And we'll see if they can concoct something special here. They have a minute to work with.
Only 3 drones, and they're using those right now towards the end. 45 seconds is all that's left. Canadian drone through Geisha and along with Drum. The push in now comes through and towards makeup from NJR. Next kill, absolutely pivotal for Dark Zero. They need the numbers to even up heading in towards site. Of course, NJR's position inside of Geisha now well and truly known. Double stack over towards Drum from Canadian and Bolo. The old duo, here we go. What can they find? One last time. The clutches from Virtus Pro sent us to this position. Is there one back now from DZ? Because it feels as if they're on the ropes right now. Pressured significantly with gas babes in their face. And entry proving to be quite difficult. And time the biggest factor. Canadian gets sneaky through the drone hole. But it's Bolo with the opening kill. On to Dan. Red time. Need to get the plant down. Canadian the man to do it. Always caught on the stairs though. They don't account for him. Neither Shepard and Virtus Pro will offset Dark Zero from 6-3. They take it 8-7 and send DZ to the lower bracket, booking their beautiful date with FaZe Clan in the main arena.
VP, hold on. Too strong on defense. What a performance. It looked so close towards the end, and Dark Zero fought as hard as they possibly could, but it wasn't enough. What a series, though. Two Titans going head-to-head, and sets us up for some amazing storylines for the remainder of SI24.
Certainly does. What a tremendous match from both teams needs to be said. Really does. It doesn't just come down to that one round. So much put. Blood, sweat, and tears from both the whole way through. Pasha holding his heart, probably feeling it pump. And just the nerves, the adrenaline, probably coursing through the veins of all 10 players for putting on an absolute spectacle. But again, it all started on Chalet, going all the way back, 7-5 win for DZ. They were clinical in the clutch, guys. That was the storyline that was brewing. Bank, yes, won by Virtus Pro, largely the better team. But the clutch moments, it felt like we're constantly going DZ's way. They go up 6-3. They have a 1v3 plan. Denied. Well, I think it was 6-5, but you get the point. Denied, sent us to overtime.
Yeah.
Lost for words a little bit here and just wanted to soak it in for what was clearly just one of the matches, if not the match of the tournament, with the way that it shaped up. Bolo, the return of Bolo, his best match, obviously, of the entire tournament as well.
Yeah, both teams really playing at 110% throughout this matchup, and there were just so many key pivotal moments that went both ways throughout the match, and that's why it was so close towards the end. Can't help but feel bad for Dark Zero, right? They get attacked in overtime, which is so rough.
It was always going to be the case, though.
But it never should have gone to OT ultimately, right?
No.
3 versus 1, and a huge clutch from Always to drag his team across the line and then rightly winning it out on D.
Yeah, 6-3, 6-4. Those two defensive round wins for Virtus Pro, pretty normal in nature, I feel like. Default kind of defensive. Here's the clutch, 1 versus 3, for those that missed it. I mean, get the first kill onto Nave, you get the plant denial. NJR could never get involved. He was holding the vert angle, and he was holding that angle simply for when that plant went down. That's the win condition. So he's not in a bad spot. He hasn't done anything wrong there. But you classify it as a 1v3. In essence, it's a 1v2, and even then, one's planting. So yes, it was always available for Always, but he still had to hit the shots. He still had to get through that doorway, and he still had to hit someone inside of a smoke who was planting. One of the better clutches, one of the better comebacks for Virtus Pro. They dropped that first map, and ever since then, they started to really bring it home. 8-7, third map of Skyscraper. There were concerns, you mentioned it a couple of times, that this third decisive map was going to go the way of DZ. And evidently enough, you always, at this point in the tournament, want to throw out that historical data. It means nothing.
Of course, it's not all said and done for Dark Zero, but they will have a date in the lower bracket with the winner of G2 and Bliss.
Coming up very shortly. Don't miss it.
Coming up after this. We're going to need a break after that match because that was very, very crazy. So not, the end of the world for Dark Zero. Again, they'll be disappointed at the way in which this series played out.
I honestly think it could steal them. Now, mind you, for those watching, we are not American.
Really?
We're not. I hope you can tell by our voice. But I honestly think a match like this, because of how close it was, and obviously you give all of the plaudits to Virtus Pro, therefore, if the fact that DZ were 1 round away from beating them, you have to also then, vice versa, give all of the plaudits to Dark Zero. I think it was probably the best game of Siege we've seen this tournament. There weren't that many mistakes. Yeah, obviously, you play so many rounds. What did we play, like 40 rounds of Siege? There's going to be little moments here and there, absolutely. But this is why you get to this point. There's 8 teams remaining. You're going to get this kind of quality down moving forward. And so obviously, yeah, upsetting for Dark Zero, but I think for them moving into that lower bracket, they are now the formidable team. They are now the team that G2 and or Bliss now look forward to and go, oh, geez, we got to go through Dark Zero.
Yeah, I mean, they look really, really scary. Both of those teams, I think, could have the potential to make a run through that lower bracket, maybe even get themselves a stamp in the grand final as well and have an impact. Main stage, though, brings a whole world of different pressure, different variables. I will say, Dark Zero, a couple of their players been in those situations before, namely Canadian Bolo, both played well today. So we'll see, of course, if they can make that run on the main stage. This bracket has been insane. The tournament overall, SI24, has been an absolute banger so far, and I cannot wait to see how it concludes.
Yeah, and obviously Virtus Pro, sensational. I mean, I've been able to have the pleasure of casting them throughout a couple of games now throughout this tournament. I think they've just gotten better and better each time. You think back to their very first match against Liquid, lost that one, and there were some inconsistencies. And they've clearly worked on that. They've clearly tinkered. They've clearly been able to improve as the tournament's gone on to get to that level. Where, as you said, I think both teams are playing at 110%, and to clutch it up again, really showing their resilience, down 6-3, fought back really hard in that third map. Let's go to some of the highlights, though, of course. here for this particular series. It has been a tremendous game, and I hope was able to enjoy them. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess we're just going to highlight that play. I think that's going to get absolutely replayed over and over again, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, an incredible clutch, right? And the context surrounding it, you lose that fight, you're sent into the lower bracket, but they hold on. Obviously, then again, defense, OT, phenomenal performance. We have a look at the match summary then, and the numbers across the board, a pretty consistent spread, not too many huge outliers. Bolo stepped it up massively, map 3.
I mean, look at the numbers here. Now, mind you, there might be some that look at Canadian's EPS rating, but he was playing supportive roles. He was playing a Solus, getting rid of drones. He was playing Grim, sending in hive launches. He was playing positions that required him to probably put his gun away. So it's very easy to just look at some of those numbers and be like, oh, Canadian is the weak link. Like, he had massive impact in that game. I just want to point that out, simply preemptively, if you will, because everyone else, obviously, as you can see in terms of the numbers, everyone was insane, pulling their weight across the board. It was just very much the match of the tournament for me. Looking forward, of course, now, Virtus Pro, FaZe Clan in the arena in an upper bracket final matchup where VP will well and truly not have the fans on their side. That will be FaZe. In terms of Dark Zero, of course, they now go to the lower bracket. The good news for them, though, is, of course, we will still see them in that arena. The question is, who is their opponent? Well, we will find out when we come back from the break as we begin G2 versus Bliss.
The man advantage early in the round, and what you want them is exactly to not do that, not get the man advantage, and play a really late 5v5, slow and methodical, force them in that slow-paced game style that they don't like. That was the first example, right? A late round execute that they win, SSG, and that's another one, but this time in attack, how SSG is using the utility to clear and win the man advantage. Here with the flashes and the Capitao bolts, utility is their key to success right now. Let's not take too much risk in gunfights, open gunfights, rather use the utility as the #1 gadget to win your rounds.
Exactly, why take the risk? W7M had 6 opening kills, and on all of those opening kills, they got a 100% conversion rate on winning the round. And that goes to show that W7M obviously wants you to fight them, they want you to peek them, they want you to go for these engagements, go beyond your utility, beyond your comfort zone, and that's where they're able to hit their shots, and that's where the confidence just flares out.
Yeah, they handled the aggression really well, Fox. I've got to ask you, Alfama, we are now going to Cafe next. SSG's pick. Which way do you see this going?
Well, so far, right now, if we keep things going like this, they clearly had a game plan coming into Club. The thing is, they didn't execute it properly. I think they didn't play around the utility too much, and that's what punished them. Now, looking into Cafe, with the operator lineup they brought, right? They brought Green, they brought Capitao, they brought utility-based operator that removes strong positions. I think it's the perfect lineup for Cafe, actually. It's the perfect lineup to hit side directly and avoid that aggression that W7M is bringing. So if they can keep that going on in Cafe, I think they can actually win this.
Absolutely, the utility isn't the main factor. It doesn't really stop SSG's attacks on a map like Cafe. It's very linear, so information is the biggest key. Information is what's going to guide SSG through these initial round wins, and they need to be able to get a little bit more of a comfortable showing on Cafe. It's the second most attacker-favored map, which is surprising because Cafe is such a defender-sided map. SSG doesn't have a problem of getting in the map. They have a problem of securing that first pick and not losing a trade back. So if they continue with that operator lineup like you brought up, I think they'll be able to put a little bit more pressure between W7M's roam game so that they won't be able to connect and get a trade back.
I think we can all agree on this, that it's basically the early round that is currently defining who's winning. If they can keep their man advantage in the early round and play until the late round and play around the execute, SSG strategically should be better and should beat and win these rounds. If W7M in the early round is playing aggressive and gets that opening pick, then it's on their hand that they will win the round. So right now, what you want to do is play safe in the early round, and in the mid round, prepare execute, and play around that late round execute. The 20-second meta, that's what they need to bring right now to win.
Do you think that you want to see more, you know, the vocal, loud environment from this SSG roster? You know, there were moments where it got loud. I think they've been louder in the past, but it's when your back's against the wall, that's when you really need to step it up. But I do feel like W7M have got that, you know, key, vital map-winning experience where it's not going to affect them too much.
They do. I will say that W7M, the biggest factor for them that we talked about through the tournament is overconfidence, and they are very confident right now. Obviously, when you have an opponent screaming at you and you're able to shut them up a little bit, it puts you in a comfortable driving seat. And from the side of SSG, I want to see maybe a little less screaming and over-exaggeration and a little more just focusing on yourself, making sure you get those rounds. And once you have that little bit of a safer cushion to sit on, then go crazy.
It's funny, it's actually two completely different perspectives on how they should win and approach that game. And one thing that I'm actually surprised is I was talking about, how I feel like W7M must feel a lot of pressure because if they lose here, they won't see their home crowd after such an amazing year. And I don't see the pressure so far. I just don't see it. They're having fun, they're playing aggressive and winning those gunfights. It's back to the W7M that won 2 consecutive majors.
Yeah, I mean, look at them right now on cameras.
Look at this.
It's a prime example. Man's about to eat.
He's eating American. Yeah, Jamie.
That's exactly the sort of vibe that you want to see from them, because you might have thought that coming into this matchup, it isn't the W7 of old that we've seen at the recent majors, the dominant W7M. But the fact that they are here and they're bringing that same bravado and confidence that you would expect when they're on fire is a really good sign, isn't it?
It is a really good sign. I mean, I think it can bite them in the back a little bit if they let it get ahead of themselves. SSG is a team that mentally doesn't do that normally, but when you see them going back and forth, focusing a lot more on the screaming in the first map, I think it goes to show that maybe what we talked about in the pregame, where they are maybe unexpected to be in this position, their expectations were very low. So to them, when they get those rounds from a team like W7M, it gives them that little bit of a boost confidently to just scream back and not necessarily focus too much on the next round, but focus more about the narrative, which they say they don't worry about as much. And I really want to see that going into map 2, is them not worrying about the narrative. And they lost map 1, they have to put that behind them. If it gets to a map 3, I'd be very scared if I was SSG.
Oof, well, we're going to find out very soon. Map 2 is ready, and it is now time to cross back over to a duo that's looking pretty fresh today, I'd say. It's Intera and Pengu.
With Fresh, of course. As they said, there's a reason why Fresh is here with us, and I think inarguably looks the best of both of us.
He is looking dapper.
Looks better than you, that's for sure.
Thank you very much.
You got a t-shirt on with a little turtleneck.
I did say maybe I need to dress it back down a little bit.
It's called a turtleneck, Nick. What is wrong with you?
You could be fancier, come on.
A t-shirt with a turtleneck is not a thing.
Okay. I'm from Denmark. Do you speak multiple languages? I don't think so, sir. You don't even speak French and you're from Canada.
Do you speak multiple languages?
No.
There you go.
He's from England.
We outnumber you. We outnumber you.
The problem with being English, we'll get into the game in a second, but more or less across the world, everybody speaks some English. So you can get around wherever you go.
But do you not feel bad? Do you not feel a little bit lazy that you don't bother learning?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Good. But Parker doesn't, that's the issue.
But I lived in France for 2 years, barely speaking French.
What can you say in French?
Parlez-vous anglais, which is do you speak English?
Okay.
I lived in Poland for 3 years and I didn't learn any Polish either, outside of beer, thank you, good morning, and swear words. That was it. And frankly, that's all you need to get around. Do or die for Space Station. They are on comfortable turf. Cafe is their map pick. And W7M are up 1-0. If SSG failed to win Cafe, their run at the 6th Invitational is over, and we say goodbye to another World Championship winning team. We said goodbye to Ninjas in Pajamas. Was it yesterday, 2 days ago? I think it was yesterday, if memory serves me correctly. The days will kind of blur the same. So, for Space Station, obviously a lot on their shoulders. Gentlemen, set the stage. What are the expectations for both of these teams?
So, if we think about the map first and foremost, before we get into operators and everything else, I'm a bit confused by SSG's map pick. They have to have seen something in W7M's play. Like, I'm expecting this to be a counter map pick because of W7M. Because SSG at this event, on this map, have lost it twice.
Oh.
And won it once.
Okay.
All 3 of those games, 14 rounds in overtime. They lost it 8-6 against Wolves, 8-6 against Dark Zero, and then obviously beat FaZe 8-6 on it as well. So it's not a map that is particularly high preference or that they have particularly good results on. And if you're picking it knowing that you will be attacking first, I presume it is a counter pick specifically for W7M.
I'm actually a bit surprised by the operator bans because I expected 2 operators to be banned out by whatever team, Monty and Asami. But instead, neither is actually banned here, so both defense and attackers, they have those tools available, of course. W7M, they banned the Grim, which you might be thinking, why would you do that? Well, on cocktail attack, reading attack for those window repels, Grim beats in the windows to get the intel. Is it clear? Is it not? If it isn't, capital fire follows, you burn them. If it is clear, rappel on in. Grim has a very high success rate and pick rate here on Cafe, that's why he's banned. But you're giving SSG the Monty now, something that they didn't have previously because they banned it, or they were banned against them rather, on Clubhouse. That could be a different way for them to deal with these problems.
There's a Nitro cell lined up. I don't know if you saw that. There you go. From Herds, tossed out, and pulled a little bit early. Fultz lives because of that. J90 coming into this matchup is the highest rated player on the team and had the most kills as well to go with it. But he had what I think you could categorize as his worst match so far at this event. I believe his final tally was 1-9. Memory serves me correctly?
Yeah.
We need the numbers pulled up, but ultimately, he was ineffective with his gadgetry and ineffective in terms of gunplay. And when both of those things go awry, you end up not being much of an asset for your team whatsoever with a team of SSG that relies on him so much. And he has been the win condition through so many rounds, you simply cannot have a bad game from him yet again. So, you need to start off strong. Hot and Cold and Fultz will do just that. As almost a minute and a half into the round, they get picks onto both Herds and Fleepox.
There's more above. Casey now is still roaming. They're gonna full commit here. It's gotta be, you know, around win or lost upstairs essentially here. Casey looking for a kill, but does he have to read? Impacts the wall, does have it, and the shots lands as well.
Nice kill on the Fultz. Now it's JV92, who's unretrievable. Sees in the afterlife. Ashen in on the fun. Fultz, Ashen, and Houghton all with kills. So far, leaving J90 and Forrest to find them. Forrest will be playing on the shield. The problem with Monty, as we talked about before in previous broadcasts, is that if you don't have a supporting group around him, the Monty is not particularly effective. A second kill from Hot and Cold. Now it's all up to Nade. W7M thrust backwards on this very first round. Diffuser going down. Nade looks the wrong direction, and J90, I believe, matches his kill total from the first map and does so in the very first round. SSG start off 1-0.
On Clubhouse, when SSG were playing much more together, slower, utility, and you could argue say strategical rather than for kills, they looked so much better. They actually looked so much better across that game. They just didn't do enough of it. First round, they got the full clear, but they took it very, very slow.
Yeah.
As soon as they got that into the 4v2, I think it was, they knew that KZ was off site and therefore hit the site and pressured the one player on site, and it was really, really nice reading. The one thing there are positives despite the fact SSG are down one map, and that is one of them. Their reactions to their opponent and what they're doing has been very good so far today.
I don't know if you noticed, but Forrest playing Monty that round, but we never saw him till he planted the diffuser because he was on drones until like the 4 versus 2 basically. He was basically in spawn, droning, checking, etc. He wasn't really actively partaking in that round from what I noticed at least, and he wasn't needed. The roam clear, Monty's not so quick for that. It's more about, getting down the diffuser, pushing the bomb side, whereas the blitz, if you were to play that operator, that's more about going fast, hunting down roamers, etc. Forrest was hovering blitz for a short while there, but because it's a top floor attack, it's not really a high impact operator. Too many angles, long lines of sides, open rooms, very spacious area here on the map. So instead, we see Capital and the Gridlock. But this is where the Grim Bank comes into effect. And it's what allows W7M to go on this top floor defense because it's not that commonly played anymore as it was in the past because of the Grim Capital combination. So, with that operator band of Grim, you can now play top floor and see if you can hold on to it. And you got a Sammy for piano as well. But just in case they play Monty, JB's playing Oryx, who is Parker.
The fastest operator in the game.
That is true. Very well done.
J90, another pick. 2-0, he'll never die again.
Careful now.
Highcaster cursed him so bad in the previous map.
Maybe HD should start paying you because you clearly can take a victory away from them.
Wait, you guys get paid?
Oh, you're...
Maybe? I don't know.
We'll find out, I guess.
JV92 dies to Ashen, and so far, SSG are banging on all cylinders, boys. Fleepox gets droned out and immediately has to scoot away from his position. SSG have plenty of time to line up for this execute. Forrest is the only player so far on his team yet to get a kill through this round and a half. Will hold on to the diffuser. He was on the Monty before. This time, an operator perfectly capable of getting kills as Gridlock.
I had to slow down here again, like you said, Jack. You get the early advantage, slow things down, and again, like you're expecting the defenders to make a move, jump out a window, swing it, a thing, and they are. They're moving around a lot, but SSG playing very far back, very disciplined here, waiting for the right moment.
Here's the drop as KZ had a potential lineup. Down goes Nade. SSG's guns are just way too good for W7M. Not much they can muster, but that DMR hits like a truck. KZ almost gets more than one inside a piano. Philippox is not too far away. He's playing Pixel, long range. Give his position away, and he'll be pushed from back bar, but Fultz gets their first longer range. And Space Station starts off perfectly through 2 rounds. Stark contrast to what we saw in map number 1. SSG looking definitively like the better team.
Again, a lot of good patience once they got that first kill coming in there, and I think, W7M kind of was the undoing of themselves. They'd lost a couple of kills. Their win condition was very clearly that Philippox would be below with the Solace.
Yeah.
Knowing that SSG would try, we would know, many viewers will know North America Siege generally is very plant-focused. SSG like those kind of plays with the Grim, with the Capitao and the shields to try and get those plants down. Philippox had to rotate back up the staircase because of the 2 kills that had happened, and there it all went a little bit askew. SSG waiting their time, choosing their moment to execute, and it went pretty much perfectly from there. Got a bit hairy in the 2v1, but they saw it out. And I think, we said coming into it, or I said coming into it, that Cafe had to be a counter pick, and it looks like they've absolutely done their homework. Absolutely done their homework on W7M.
I agree with you. And speaking of how, NA, they like playing on the plant, etc., both of these 2 teams very plant and strategy oriented. Going into this, there was 11 maps played for SSG. They have 30 plants total. W7M played 13 maps, so 2 more, sitting on 26 plants, so 4 less. These are high numbers of plants.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's literally number 1 or number 2, but it's definitely top 5 for both of them, where they want to get the diffuser down, but we have not seen all that much planting so far on the first map of Clubhouse or here in Cafe. It has been defined on the bomb side, mostly sure, but they're afraid that chaos of gunplay.
I'm not surprised just on this J9 conversation. Not surprised he's actually doing better on Cafe than he is Clubhouse. You see this from time to time with the way Clubhouse plays out. The players that are very, they get a lot of kills or whatever. Clubhouse forces people to play in, I would say, more support roles. You look at breaches, 2 breaches, 1 factor, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Doesn't get in as many gunfights, and people can have bad days, even if they don't usually. Cafe feels like a map that he'll be able to be a lot more expressive on and get himself into more gunfights. 2 and 1, already better. As this attack comes in onto the basement, lots of utility from the defense.
We gotta talk about this.
You do it too. Give me a break.
We are ranked players, you and I, Jack. We call it the basement bomb site, and Parker has been nagging for years.
No, it's not a basement. It's the first floor of the map.
I literally have to change this for the broadcast with him.
Look in the bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, okay, so we're just going to argue about this the whole round.
It says 1F. That's first floor.
I agree with you, but he's in the middle, so...
You're both bricks. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
The first floor, then.
Thank you.
Basement is underground.
Sure.
You know when you come to the lobby of the hotel, Parker, which number do you press?
Ground floor?
0.
I don't actually think that's the case in our...
It is, actually. Yeah, it goes 1, 2, and 3rd right now. Spoilers. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
it's not the case in every hotel.
It pretty much is, though. To be fair.
Cultural differences.
Yeah. Well, right now, one could argue that the attackers...
They're racing.
They're racing.
Did you see the 2 boogies? They were racing together.
Oh, no, I did not see the 2 boogies. But the floor is done for. Sticking a shotgun for Gridlock, 2 boogies, racing across the floor, destroying all of it. Now, the Monty's gonna see action. First this time, it was the roam clear, the kills early. This is a 1 minute 5v5. Sorry. So my bad. 5 vs 4, Ashen kills KC, but Forrest now will lead the charge to the Monty. We can finally see what SSG they envisioned with this pick.
3 rounds in a row where Space Station has gotten this opening pick does not bode well for W7M whatsoever. As now the shield will drop, and Nade needs to be really careful of what comes next. Forrest is just juggling that extended shield. As down goes Philippox to J90. Ashen looking for a kill as well. Hot and cold dies. That's the Gridlock down, but Forrest taking up space. Nade another kill. Forrest has found himself inside of the site. W7M have no. He wins anyway. What? How does Forrest flick around to kill Nade? Diffuser going down. W7M falling by the wayside. J90, an impressive performance so far, as now the Monty on a sliver of HP can re-extend. Sit on that diffuser. Bulls getting softened up, but it's Forrest to get it done, and his face says it all. How the hell does that happen? I have no idea.
I've seen a lot of Monty rounds in my life. I've never seen Monty round quite like that one.
How is he 180 in that?
I don't know.
We need to see. Oh my days. Honestly, I have no idea. I think the strategy that SSG had that round was perfect, by the way. I think, and this is where I think SSG can outthink W7M. They don't want the win condition to be the kills. They want to place them in basically unlosable scenarios. If we look at how the round was broken down, SSG focused on the top 2 floors, getting the vertical, and then they got down onto the first floor, and then went from bakery side across with the Monty, and it.
Jesus.
And what that does is it means the defenders cannot play anywhere. So even though it got a bit hairy, they had enough people in the right positions to get their way through. Another great attack by SSG, where they are outthinking W7M currently. They're taking that win condition from W7M, which is the gunfights and the gun skill, and then making it strategical and utility based. And I love that from them.
It's worth noting here that the praise of saying that SSG are outthinking W7M, that's a massive deal. Because W7M, when they first came around, they reinvented how teams played Chalet. They were trend-setting, meta-setting, changing the game from fundamentals, and showing one of the most clean ways of playing Siege, most consistent ways of playing Siege in many recent years.
It does make you wonder, actually, as we see the same C4 lineup coming out from Hertz, it does make you wonder why the Grim ban, why not the Monty ban from W7M? Because it's been used so far to devastating effect. C4 will miss again, happened on the first round, it's not going to happen again in terms of SSG know it's coming now, they're just so much ready for it, taking that extra 5 seconds.
And I so agree, because I was like, Grim ban, okay, that's like the overall meta ban for Cafe, but it's not what SSG
such a good shield player.
Yeah, and they banned it first, but they clearly have the idea that, hey, these guys do like to bring the Monty sometimes, and the funny thing is when they ban it, like, haha, we're not going to play it anyway, you guys wasted a ban. I don't know.
Yeah.
They might be overthinking themselves right now because they're not really showing up.
We're noting again that every single map at the moment is defender favored. I guess the exception is Nighthaven Labs, which is literally 50-50.
Damn.
However, Cafe has the second lowest win rate for the defenders, sitting at 54% of all rounds. The only bomb site that is attacker favored is Bar Cocktail, which is the top floor bomb site. So the fact that SSG is up 3-0 is quite good. The fact that Forrest is dead early for Space Station is quite bad, because every single round, Forrest has been a big part of the execute. SSG's gonna have to do it without the mountain this time.
And now they gotta pivot. You said, Jack, that SSG, they gotta, be able to also adapt in these rounds, but also sometimes when they do the right thing, know when to stick to their guns. Right now, they said, okay, win condition, Monty. It worked before, do it again. But now he dies early. What's the win condition now? Because all we got is Capital, but there's no fire arrows left.
And it's KZ right now, inside a piano, lining up 2, just letting Hot and Cold get away. He doesn't need to secure the kill because he's got JV92 to do just that. And now it's Ashen alone with 50 seconds to go. Diffuser is down inside a piano as well. Do you as Ashen take essentially a timeout?
Maybe, but you maybe just try. Like, you're 3-0 up on Cafe attacks on what is considered, like, in my mind, even the statistics might not necessarily show this, the most defender side. It's so hard to attack Cafe. They're already 3-0 up. I think Ashen just goes for this, see what he can actually find. Miracles can happen. He's going to take the fight onto Red Stairs and change and look at White Stairs. Depends how much W7M want to fight him, really.
Oh,
if he can identify once, he might be able to. No, I was dreaming. Of an Ashen 1v5.
It's only
a 1v4.
It can happen. The thing is, if you're Ashen there, you want to feel good. If I get a couple of kills, get your confidence up, and if you get a couple of those like people coming for you from W7M, you're like, I'm better. I am so damn much better. But no, he gets 1-for-1 trade.
He's playing on Whiskey, as you saw.
Oh, that's how he died.
Oh, that's very...
Oh. I like the way that W7M coalesced around that part of the map. Whiskey. And it Not unlike a Scotch. It aged quite well. The Monty obviously getting killed through a breach that was made by your own teammates is debilitating, but if you assume that Forrest survives that encounter, he can then put more effort onto Piano, and suddenly KZ, who's playing in that position, is not able to play with impunity the way he was once the shield operator went down. So losing Forrest necessitates SSG to completely change things up. Sometimes a single operator that is an integral part of your execute can be your undoing if they die early. Your whole strategy unravels. I have to imagine that with how important Forrest is in terms of the operators that he chooses to play, that was the case in that previous round.
Yeah, I guess you can argue that more often than not, Forrest will be the defining factor of what style of attack they'll be going for. Like, he's on Gridlock now, that means one thing. But before that, he was hovering Nuke for a very long time.
Yeah.
Nuke and Gridlock, night and day difference, right? So the entire team will change around this. Now it's Gridlock, Nomad, Capital. These operators that say, we don't want you to move a whole lot, or if you do, you will be punished. We're gonna capture you, isolate you. And back in my day, Jack, what this would mean is that you do a limited top floor attack, right?
Yeah.
You take like Cigar, Piano, Air Jab, go below, attack the second floor, that would be.
I was just wondering if this is going to be some kind of half clear, actually, because I was thinking about the top floor, and then I realized how little vert they have other realistically than the Florist drones. So I'm wondering if the plan is to take Piano and then aim for the train side and use the Gridlocks and the Nomads just to hold off Piano, hold the defenders out of there, and then attack that site from there. Because if they do spend all the time trying to take top floor and then start working vertical, it could run out of time pretty quickly.
Yeah, not just time, but again, you said the vertical play, just the Florist, you don't have block or sledge, so strategically not the best approach, by my means at least. And you see it here, the fire goes out, they think there's somebody roaming inside the bathroom, but we know no one's really there. So Util kind of wasted here early, no real follow-up. I'm not sure what you think is going on, but I feel like whatever they thought was happening isn't really there.
Another opening pick for Space Station. So far, they have been excellent, and the only round where they have lost that first blood was in the previous round when Forrest died. So SSG striking first on attack as often as they are is a bit surprising for a team that popularized that all over the map aggressive defense. W7M made a name for themselves in Brazil by being everywhere all at once. And so far on Cafe, it seems like they are nowhere most of the time. Space Station is taking advantage of that.
See the Vigil now running around, but again, how much value are you getting short? They don't know the exact whereabouts. The fire hits, they're pushing up, and they want to take all top floor attack. We were wrong.
And there goes Herds as well. Down drops Fultz to KZ as W7M get their very first pick. Information to be gained by the Soulless now, as JV92 assumes the position underneath the bomb site on the first floor.
And this is kind of the problem, right? They've taken top floor, but there's 40 seconds left. Where do they now work from here? As we see KZ closing off that rotate there. But W7M, they can win this 3v4 from being inside of sight and just playing the late round. Such limited vertical coming out. And they've got Maestro Cams. They've got the Solis from below. And they've got KZ alive inside of the bomb site.
A bomb has been located.
20 seconds, and this is a very quiet round so far. Now Forrest will pivot. Out goes the track Stingers. Nade might take some damage here, but it won't slow him down. There goes Forrest as he vaults in. KZ punishing him. A smoke will stop W7M from seeing the advanced Space Station. Ashen with a pick before he's traded out immediately, and Nave is still there on red stairs to quarterback the defense. J90 might survive, but the round breaks in favor of the defenders as time runs out.
You're right, Jack. A classic example of they wanted everything that they could possibly take. You don't need a lot of top floor because it's not a reading bomb set attack, it's mining and dining. So Vert doesn't get you very far. You don't have a lot of it, and by taking a lot of top floor, you didn't have time to attack the actual site later on.
I think there was a couple of stumbling blocks there. So during the round, I actually wondered, do Space Station know what the site is?
Yeah.
Now, we're working on the premise that they do, but it looked like they were executing onto the top floor, which they did perfectly, to be fair. Got themselves a 5v3. But then the second kind of problem was that the hatch inside of Piano was closed that allowed KZ to basically play inside of Train and play this area. Such limited that I think their plan might have been to open that hatch, or assume the hatch is open.
What a sensational appetizer. That's right. That's all it really was. Dark Zero and Virtus Pro. It was an appetizer for the main course, the main meal coming up very shortly. G2, defending champions, Juggernauts, going up against the hometown darlings of Team Bliss from Australia. We'll go to G2 first. And let me tell you, this is probably the most Australian on an SI broadcast you will ever see. 2 Australian casters, Virtue from Australia, and then a whole team from Australia. This deep as well, guys, into the playoffs on the final day of the playoffs. Now, to set the stakes, you win this series, you go to main stage, you go to the arena, you get to make top 6. You lose this series, and it is home time. Onto the plane, you go.
It's been an intriguing tournament so far for G2. They topped Group A in a flawless fashion, went 8-0 in map count. Very difficult to take down, but unfortunately, they didn't have the best of starts. In the upper bracket, falling to FaZe Clan. It was an epic 3-mapper where they won the first and then, unfortunately, lost the next 2. Down they went. Team Liquid, though, unfortunately unable to match it with G2. So a 2-0 for them at that point in time. Now matching up against Team Bliss in another favored matchup.
As for Team Bliss, well, this roster graphic is out of date. Not because of the players, but simply because of Wedable's mustache. It's gone. He lost that when they lost to SSG. But fortunately, since then, it's been quite blissful for Team Bliss, and they've made themselves a nice little run. Of course, in the group stage, it wasn't all that pretty. Certainly some moments that they would have learned quite a lot from, albeit they went up against some good teams. In the lower bracket, though, they met their arch rivals from SCA in Fury. Or not so much arch rivals, more so just regional rivals. They won that one 2-1. Then they went up against Wolves for the kajabillion time in the last 12 months. They always seem to meet. But this time, Bliss managed to pull off the miraculous. They got the win, 2-1, ended up winning those 2 maps on Oregon and Consulate. Now, why is that relevant? Well, G2 also won against Liquid in their most recent match on Oregon and Consulate. And as you can clearly see here with the map vetoes, Oregon and Consulate play a heavy part in this map veto. We go to Oregon first, picked by G2. Team Bliss get their very favorable Chalet. We head there as well. Clubhouse was a very interesting map, right? Clubhouse is typically a map they like to get, but clearly bombed out against Wolves. Got absolutely slaughtered. They are far more favorable now on Chalet. I like this map veto for both teams because we've seen both teams play these maps quite extensively. The prediction, though, in terms of the socials is indeed correct. As much bias as you can probably try to find as an Australian casting an Australian team, G2 are the utter heavy favorites. That is the storyline, guys. That is what we need to set. G2 should be running away with this. They should be winning this 2-0. Anything but, and we will be shocked.
Let's jump in then. I think you've done a pretty good job at setting the stakes and the expectations heading into this one. Fully anticipating a dominant performance from G2, but excuse us if Team Bliss get off to a raring start because we will no doubt get pretty excited. That could be Amaru, interestingly enough, off the board first. So looking to perhaps tame a bit of aggression from the side of Team Bliss. Defensively, it's the Fenrir. He will play no further part in this match. I would probably anticipate the Solace from Bliss, given that it has been a staple band for them throughout the entirety of this tournament and locally as well in the previous year. I think one thing to keep in mind is it does mean that Ying is available. Typically a staple band here on Oregon and really powerful in dislodging a lot of key positions. So expect the Ying to be in play and probably the Warden in response from defense.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing, say, the Grim also have a factor in play by both teams on attack of Oregon too. We've seen Grim become a very clear pick in terms of attacking operators. The Capitao as well. Both are really good at dislodging positions.
Attackers need to locate.
Feels strange. We need to obviously kind of bring our tempo back down after one of the greater matches that we've seen this six Invitational. As we head to the opening map of this series. Again, you lose this series, you go home. It would be a travesty for G2 defending champions to go out at the hands of a lowly team from Oceania. But they are no lowly team, no more. They are now the sole remaining team from APAC for Team Bliss. That is what is on their shoulders. And they have shown at this six Invitational that they are nothing but a challenger, a threat, and a team that you must take seriously. For G2, they will be giving it their all and will be leaving no stone unturned to make sure they get past Team Bliss and get to the arena.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So let's jump in then. Round number 1. Bliss on defense. Can they find comfort on this half and give themselves a boost? They should be going into this game with little expectation and with that little pressure to perform. Although perhaps after beating the Wolves last night, they now have a sniff of success and are looking for more. It would be quite the tale if Bliss are able to take down G2. As we cast our minds back to the last time OS participated at this event. 6 Invitational 2020, and it was Fnatic to take down a wounded G2. First time G2 had lost at that event. It was different names inside of the server at this point in time, but the precedent is set that Aussie teams can play upset deep into this tournament.
Yeah, straight away, good map control from G2 already. 2 minutes into the round, Bliss have pretty much foregone any kind of pressure up above. This is going to give G2 plenty of time. I like the fact that they've gone with the 0 as well. Get those cams, get more information, especially towards site. Opting to bring something a little bit different with those particular gadgets. Of course, nothing up above from the side of Bliss, firmly on site right now. Statistically, this is going to be a very difficult matchup. I mean, in every single category, I mean, I'm not going to name them all because there's just too many. But G2 are better in every single statistical category coming into this match. Really sets the tone here. That Bliss are very much the underdogs. But Aussies love an underdog. 90 seconds into the round, 5v5. Bliss haven't really given up anything in terms of mistakes. G2, though, getting good positions. G2 also getting good information off of the 0 gadget cams. Fisher guy holding towards Freezy stairs on the smoke. Goes old school in that approach, and a swing from Doki is successful, and the second one over towards Elbow is there, is spotted. Flash a little bit weird, and in fact, Flashes himself doesn't matter though. Benja over towards that pillar position. And so far the kills for G2, but trades are coming back from Bliss. 60 seconds and the fast-paced nature of G2 is causing some issues for Bliss, and Uno will compound that even more by getting rid of Oda. Smoke bomb from Fisher guy, but no pressure freezer does mean he can look in towards sight.
Information gathering tools available with the Argus launcher from Uno, and in response to those smoke canisters, G2 not afraid to just slow down the pacing, set themselves for a default plant. They know it's going to be difficult for Bliss to deny.
Hard to swing this, but Fisher guy, shoulder check, pretty good. Over towards Pillar, can't win that battle. Neither can Sage as well, and it's G2 clinical to begin here on this Oregon attack, taking this basement site. Really strong showing from them, where they clearly showed that respect to Bliss. They went above, got that roam clear game going, did so very quickly. Got themselves into good positions. Over towards Z, they had big tower, opened up hatches, systematically got through their checklist really, really quickly, and then very emphatic with their approach as well when they started to hit site. I think it was around 90 seconds left in the round as well, so there was still plenty of time. G2 just fast in their approach, and typically around 1 minute and 13 seconds in terms of that entry time. So they are one of the faster teams at this event. And it really does go to show what Bliss is going to be up against. They cannot put a foot wrong. And it's actually not even about making mistakes or the lack thereof. It's about, can they play to that 110%? Can we find another level from Bliss? Because that is what is going to be required against this behemoth of a team in G2.
If Bliss are to be even competitive in this game, I think it's fair to say that they'll need to have a live match, and we'll have to see the best from these boys that we have ever.
Yeah.
Now, whilst being dominant locally in OS is one thing, and making top 8 of SI is a commendable achievement, if they are to make main stage, they must win this game. And G2 round 1, do not put a foot wrong. They bring the 0, gain good info, positions cleared, not afraid to fall off plant late in the face of an opportunity for Bliss to deny it. So overall, a solid start on the attack.
Love the attacker repicks here as well from G2. I mentioned that Grim when obviously it got through the ban phase. Very strong on Oregon, especially towards Kid Storms, where you can get a couple of positions on site cleared out, where defenders typically like to be on site. Again, the pacing though from G2, catching Brendo off guard, who's clearly been the MVP for Bliss at this tournament. But Ben just straight through Z in towards security, early kill. Disadvantage now for Bliss. And again, G2 already sort of highlighting how fast of an attack they will go on Oregon. Mind you, this is G2's map pick. But the fact is, Bliss are on the defense, and Oregon is a very strong defensive-sided map. Doki now over towards this attic position. This is dealt with for now, but they should be able to get rid of that mute jammer caused by Fisher guy. And opens that up. And now position to go through. Another mute jammer, though, at the planks, and we'll stop that drone momentarily.
Yeah, when you think about Bliss and their competition locally, and probably even the opposition they've had so far in this bracket in particular, Wolves and Fury aren't known for extreme pace on the entry, whereas G2 continuously have been really fast on map entry, looking to isolate roamers, and unfortunately for Brendo, feels the wrath of that here in the second round. Down below, Alamale getting to work on the buck, with that skeleton key. Benja waiting for a bit of info, he'll lurk on the rappel. Fisher needs to be very careful in this position. Roteros as well to displace the defense, and it's just constant pressure weighing on the shoulders of Bliss, but Wettables responds. Good trade. caught on an island, and Fisho. I said that repel would be key for G2, but he's smacked down. Doki, he doesn't miss. And now G2 have the advantage once more.
Yeah, and showing the difference here, G2, I mean, that push there from Doki, he could have opted to try and make his way in towards Attic and then eventually push in towards Pit. Instead, just holds the sightline. Had a very good cross. And eventually, patience pays off. Down to just Oda and Fisher guy taking on Alamount, Uno, and Doki. Talk about what feels like a very difficult task. Love the angle here from Fisher in towards games. G2 are very much aware of this, but they can't stop him. Fisher up close. Another one as well outside of the repel, and he's strong with the shotgun in hand. From Fisher guy, the repel in now for Uno and the Ying. The Candelas go out effective, allows him to get in towards sight. Does have the kit. Can fake it. He doesn't even need to. The swing, but it's Oda who gets the headshot onto Uno. Despite the very fast start to the round for G2, eventually Bliss were able to overcome that, held steadfast on the defense, and they win Kidstorms.
Sharp trade there from Oda at the death, but I think for the most part, through the mid-round, Bliss actually doing a pretty good job at sustaining the constant pressure there from G2 with the likes of the Repel, the Roteros, Vert down below, also a player down after Brendo was isolated very early on inside of Kitchen. So credit there for Bliss. They do a good job at weathering that storm. Here is the replay package for round 2. Freebie for Benja. Also a freebie there for Uno. Doki arguably as well, given an easy pick. But really good work from Fish in this position. Wards away the pressure top white. Able to deny the trade from the window. And then Oda sharp in the 1v1.
Yeah, and I think early rounds as well, very important for Bliss when it comes to that mental aspect. Getting a couple of rounds on the board and just understanding, hey, we're inside of the server with G2, but we're going toe-to-toe. We're getting some round wins. So very important for them mentally. Fast rush approach could be on the cards here for G2. They do opt to bring the Blitz here on the attacker repeat as we go back down to basement for the second time. Bliss obviously opting to head here rather than kitchen and meeting. Despite the fact they did lose basement, it is very much the site that you want to play defensively on Oregon. So the Blitz is brought. I'm going to Maverick the Capital. Alamau making straight his way towards blue. Never mind. Opts against it. So curious to see what the play will be for G2 in this approach. Brendo, front door here. Does obviously deny and fall back. But Alamau has now got backstairs control, given pretty easily. Oda wins that battle, though, over towards the hallway, and Doki falls early. No Flores, no Rotero, and another start for Bliss. Obviously going for that room clear up above. Again, G2, I think, giving that respect over to Bliss, understanding we can't probably just rush site immediately. But that's job done now for Bliss. You've got the 5-4. Back to site they go, all 5 stack.
Yeah, it was a risky fight for Oda to take. He was being live droned by the opposition, but he hits a really sharp shot, and that's now back-to-back clean kills from him. Critically as well, alive now for keeper barriers late into the piece, and that's going to absorb a lot of the attention of G2. I was going to say utility, but have a look at the count there for the attack. It's not particularly strong in that regard. Not really explosives to speak of. So instead, they'll be focusing on clearing out those positions with the likes of the Hive Launcher and the Flames from Uno. The Blitz can create space. The 4v5 means that options are limited.
Blue stack double for Alamau and Benja with the Blitz and the Grim combination. Thought I saw a player maybe lurking around Freezer side as well. Could opt to go for a rotate laundry or backstairs, especially if it's going to be a blue hit. Where's Uno? Kit in hand. Virtue over towards security, opening up that hatch, can drop down into Freezer. Uno bringing the kit over towards blue bunker. This is clearly where G2 now want to hit with that Blitz. Overload that elbow position, get themselves a free kill, make it a 4 versus 4, and then look to get the plant in. I like the way that the Hive launch is being used here, though, as well from Benja up close, because then no one can swing the doorway this point on, giving them a bit of a chance to just kind of hold back. But now the Blitz is rotating.
G2 are trying their best to find a weakness in this defense.
Laundry.
It's relatively default, though, for Bliss.
Was a nice angle from Oda.
One Nitro in play. That's Sage. He's in blue, though.
Elemental's dropped. But the smoke immediately. So he has to just rush straight through this smoke. He's taking a lot of damage as well. 35 seconds, timer factor. Virtue got the kill onto Fisher. Brendo now tucks in towards Freezer. Alamau keeping the pressure on. And he can only do so much. Tried to pull out the pistol. That does not work. And then they get that kill as well. Watching in towards Freezer. 2 versus 2. Uno and Benja. 20 seconds, plenty of time. Don't have to go for the rush plan. Sage inside a laundry. Could get pinched. It's down to the brothers. In Sage and Brendo. And they get the one onto Benja. Uno. Can he create the 1v1s? No. Brendo strong from Freezer. And a 2-1 start here for Team Bliss. Early days, and they're on the defense. No calls for alarms if you're G2.
around like that, it's probably quite easy for Bliss to, instead of doubling down on the roam, instead look to play on site. Probably not the play though. Again, with the Capital Grim on the board, it is actually relatively easy to maybe, isolate a player or two and give yourself the advantage on the attack. So the roam there from Oda early on to play contact on drones and the entry was a wise decision. And despite, again, being live drone and that fight probably not being favored, he pulls up clutch for his team. And then the rest of those on site doing their job nicely as well.
Now, Brendo's been so tremendous this tournament. So consistent as well. I think he got labeled MVP for yesterday. Start for him. His brother is for Sage. He's also got 2. And typically in the past, when it comes to Bliss, Sage is usually the one you kind of look to. If he's having a good game, Bliss do really, really well, especially at these international tournaments. So far, everyone is singing the same tune. G2, yeah, no real cause for concern considering we now go to the tertiary site of Kitchen and Meeting. This, though, ends up being a big round. You win this, got Kid Storms that unlock, then, of course, Basement unlocks again, and you can kind of snowball the rest of this half for the side of Bliss. The tertiary site now for G2 becomes not quite must-win territory, but certainly a big one that they would like to win. Capcam brought EDDs placed by Brendo. Bit of pressure over towards this kitchen side. Trying to see if there's a lot of pressure up above in terms of the defense from Bliss. And I think it's just Wettables. Maybe Oda towards Big Tower as well. Not too sure. Hard to see from here. Brendo with a bit of pressure over towards security. Element in towards Big Tower. And droning it out as well. And yeah, I think Oda's actually just tucked in towards Attic. Obviously trying to make sure that that hatch position is in control of Bliss for as long as possible.
Been a hot and cold event for Oda. Struggled to get himself into tournament, but been playing well so far. Sage as well, a quiet performer. Just chipping away. He gets the opening kill. Benja as well, low, slain. And if Bliss want to make a statement in this match, winning the tertiary site on defense is one hell of a way to do it.
They're just getting slaughtered. Doki also shot out too. They're just trying to make their way a little bit direct. G2 not opting for that top clear above, not looking to overload that attic position. How do you not win that? Sage had utility in hand and Doki still can't win it on the swing. Down to Virtue and Alamau. And the 2-on-5, 90 seconds left. Again, still opting for this more pressure on site attack from G2. Clearly falling apart though. And I do like the setup that we've seen from Bliss. Again, blocking off that attic push, electrified. The guy had Electro Claw from Oda, denying hatch, which makes it difficult. You need to clear up above. And they opt to go towards split, main entrance. Bisho, again, just good sightlines everywhere, created by Bliss. And they've made it really difficult for G2. And as things stands, there's 6 Australians alive at the moment inside of the server, but there goes 1, Brendo. 1 versus 4 for Virtue. Hard to say it's winnable, though. He doesn't even have kit. 50 seconds left in the round. Slow push now. Rue dining, making his way to see if he can catch someone off guard in kitchen. Flash to come in. Seeing if someone wants to go for the swing peek. Oh, he expected that from Wettables, but Sage catches Virtue. And Bliss with a 3-1 start. No over celebrations. Mentally locked in, focused all the way through to begin here on Oregon. The map pick of G2. On defense, it's a 3-1 start. Defense, it's a 3-1 start. G2 don't look too worried.
If Bliss continue to be competitive in this match, I'm quite intrigued to see just how resilient G2 are going to be and if there'll be perhaps a tipping point in this matchup where the pressure does get to them a little bit. Very early days here, only 4 rounds down. Winning the tertiary site, though, for Bliss is a big W in that column. Set themselves up nicely now for the primary sites. You look back there in the previous round, G2 taking a lot of isolated fights, which, again, isn't inherently bad. When you're trying to split that attack and create space and find a couple of gunfights, find an opportunistic play here or there. But Bliss are mechanically sound at the moment. It's been one of their strengths. And their awareness has certainly ramped up as the tournament's gone on.
Just speculating from G2's perspective on things, the first couple of rounds to me felt like they were giving a lot of respect to Bliss, doing a good job clearing out, making sure that they don't look to go too direct to site. That round though, especially Uno, on the Nook through Z, it's like, hey, can we get aggressive here? Can we maybe get in their face a little early in the round? That fast-play style of G2 that we know is typically quite successful. Bliss were ready for it. Had really good sightlines and probably anticipated a bit more of a horizontal approach. They knew they had attic locked down, didn't have to worry too much about up above anyway. And while there's no cause for alarms, there will be if this gets to like 5-1 territory. G2 probably only need 2 attacking rounds, guys. We say that quite often, especially when it comes to Oregon, even still in this meta. And even then, as well, mind you, Bliss's attacks have not quite been the cleanest at this tournament, and so, therefore, they need as many defensive rounds as possible. Benj will open up some sightlines in towards games. Fisher obviously holding close with a shotgun. Oh, hello?
You see him?
You see him! He's dead! Benja! A little bit napping! Fisher guy goes to 6. Advantage Bliss.
Elsewhere, big tower. Alamau head-to-head with Oda. The Vigil had been spotted before on the scanner, but G2 couldn't quite capitalize upon that information. In the meantime, Bliss do get the opening pick as Benja tried to get cheeky on the breach. Uno as well, taken low. And the pressure from Bliss so far has been really quite phenomenal. A team from a minor region, a team with no expectation in this tournament, showing that they're here to play and they are not going to be pushed over easily.
And it's at this point now, G2, if they haven't gotten the message, it's pretty much loud and clear. This is not going to be an easy series, not an easy match at all. Uno on the balcony outside, low on health on that Ossa. Big part of probably what they want to do is get in, place that Talon shield down, get a bit of presence, go for that plant. Look at the rotate and the roam from Oda on the Vigil down below. But watching his Alamau, oh, he still can't win it. Oh, even in the anticipation of that push from Oda, Alamau can't hit the shot. He's 0-5, and Oda's 5-2. Brendo elsewhere. Could be even close to timeout territory if you're G2 with 60 seconds left in the round. Uno just gets decimated through the front door. And Virtue as well through big window. Flawless from Bliss. A 4-1 start on the map pick of G2. The perfect start for the darling team from Oceania.
They have to go 5-1 though. 4-2 gives G2 that window of opportunity to bring this match back. Again, with it being quite defender-sided overall. That said, big positive notes for Bliss are their ability to confidently close out rounds. They're doing a decent job in getting the opening pick, finding win conditions. They're also shutting down key players. Alamau, as you mentioned, 0-5. Fisho getting an opening pick relatively easily on breach, and the flank court shut down. Frustrations already starting to set in a little bit for G2. Their map pick, their series to lose, their hammer to forfeit.
Yeah, I agree. I think 5-1 here is so necessary. It's not the ultimate win condition. It's not exactly as if they don't get 5-1, they can't win it out. But we've already mentioned Bliss's attack, especially in a map like Oregon,
10 seconds left.
where there's a lot of key positions that need to be dealt with, will not be an easy task against G2. So despite the scoreline, despite the start that we see here, it is defense Oregon. There are expectations to do well on it. Can they get to that 5-1 scoreline though, which is a real good half from Bliss. 4-2 does then sour things a little bit going into the second half. Big round from G2. So far, they've just struggled for the basics, getting into the map. They haven't even really been able to do that. And so, what do you bring when you can't get into the map? You bring the Montagne, you bring the shield play. You can help them as well on site later in the round. And Alamau obviously goes scouting, as Bliss have been aggressive so far. Although, currently, 5 Bliss members on site. Means for G2, once again, last time out when we saw this site earlier on, it means G2 should be able to be quite offensive up above. Gaspabe again, Fisher Guy denying this freezer push.
G2 will thrive in this 5v5 environment in the late round. The Capitale combined with the Monty and the Grim to zone out space will make it really challenging for Bliss to hold down key positions without their positions itself known to the attack. Key fight over towards Freezer then. Fisho staring down Monty. Uno, meanwhile, opens up the hatch with the secondary hard breach, and it just means now that Fisher is on a little bit of an island. Can't get back towards the side itself for free, so we'll now just be staring down Alamau. Elsewhere, meeting hatch opened up, and it's Stokey on the floor as to clear key pieces of utility. Such an important round for both teams. G2, with all their experience in these sorts of moments, you're anticipating a strong response, and for Bliss to find it challenging, but can they rise to the occasion?
One Gaspabe available for Fisher Guy, of course, very much makes it a little bit more trickier for Alamau. Try and push through this freezer position. He has gone for a rotate though, now opting towards Laundry and away from Fisher Guy and away from that smoke. Give a barrier in play though, of course. Roteros can still come through. Virtue takes a bit of damage. Oda completely dislodged though. Well done from G2. That's much better in their approach in these rounds. Good angles from Virtue over towards Freezer. Will there be a swing now from Bliss? They've been quite successful at those so far in this half. Hive Launcher now being used by Benja with only one canister remaining in the chamber. Along with the smokes and the incendiaries available now for Capita, it feels like it's execute time for G2. Vulcan canister pop. Trying to deny that push over Freezer. It's a Freezer Laundry hit. Doki can still come, and he does. Drop E-Box. Watching with Sage. That felt like a big part of the win now for G2. Now they can turn all of their attention towards this Laundry and Freezer side. Sage gets the trade, but the pistol from Alamau confirms Sage. Down to Wedables in a 1-on-3 with a shield in his face. This becomes so difficult. Double kill with a pistol from Alamau. G2 get a very much needed second round here in this first half. It's a 4-2 lead at the half for Bliss. But those two attacking rounds will be so pivotal for G2.
Yeah, really well played by G2. As we sort of prefaced, in the 5v5 late round, they are probably favored to win it out. With the composition that they had, you could see the Grim, especially through Freezer, meant that Fisho couldn't aggress on the cross, couldn't support Oda, who got caught on the swing and was immediately shut down after being flushed out by the Rotero drone. Monty then follow all of that up, able to go deep, can disrupt that closet position, making it very challenging for Bliss to deny space and the site itself. 4-2 scoreline. Bliss hitting the benchmark, I suppose. Would have loved the 5-1 lead. However, G2 up to the task.
Yeah, really strong from Alamau on that pistol play from the Montang, and clearly much better work from G2. Changed things up a couple of times. You know, first it was like, okay, let's try and set Alamau down Freezer. Then they rotate him over towards Laundry. Eventually, that was probably the right play, considering he didn't have to contend with the gas bait from Fisho Guy. Virtue then gets a really good angle. I think maybe because Bliss then thought, okay, well, the Montang has shifted over towards Laundry. That's where the hit's going to be. But G2 kept the pressure over towards that Freezer side as well, creating that pinch. And despite the fact that Bliss was even able to get that kill onto the E-Box drop from Doki, didn't matter. Benja aggressive over towards Garage. Trying to see if he can catch someone from Bliss. Caught a little bit unaware in terms of their surroundings. They should be aware that this is a possibility. Indeed, they will drone it out. Oda's been around the block for a long, long time. He's not new to this game. He understands what can be a threat here from G2, and the way that they're going to play these basement sites will be aggressive. Fisher Guy, a very prominent Montang player. Certainly on Orokin, I think he will be necessary in helping push forward into site eventually for the side of Bliss against G2.
Uno looking to contest that though, at least for a little while longer, and stall out the push here from the Monty. Doesn't want to forfeit his life, but if he can stall time, capture a couple of drones, that will be a win in his column. Fisho to just play lockdown. Doki elsewhere though, lurking around. Now in through Z, will play contact with Oda.
Been a great start for Oda on the north. Certainly would like to get something early here in the round for Bliss. Nice work from Uno, just disrupting Fisher Guy on the Monte, making sure he can't get that full backstairs control. Alamau aggressive over towards Blue, has thrown out a gas babe already. And a really strong forward-facing shield too. Again, showing the aggressiveness of G2, but that Rotero from Brendo gets through, so that shield does get taken down. That's kind of hindered that blue bunker hold now for G2 defensively. It worked from the Flores in Brendo. Still has two more Roteros in play. And that was also a second gas babe thrown by the side of Alamau. He only has one more remaining. Benja now spots one. He doesn't opt for the repeat, and you know what? He doesn't need to. He can kind of fall back over towards security. And Alamau eventually lost his life. I imagine the re-aggress towards blue bunker without that shield, and he gets punished by Wedables.
Benja now trying to find his way back towards site. Mindful that the rotation may be cut off, but eventually makes it to top stairs while droned out. Confirmed. Oda might look to lurk now on the Nook as Uno responds through blue.
Not sure. I'm assuming Uno just got super aggressive there. Only one drone left, by the way, for Bliss. So in terms of site information, not a whole lot of it, but they do have the Montaigne that they can play off of. Brendo to play them behind Fisher Guy. 40 seconds remaining. Benja on the other side of Pillar on that ward, and if there's any flashes that come through, of course, he can deal with that. Gave himself open momentarily. Brendo couldn't find the head. Loses his brother elsewhere, and Oda as well to fall to Virtue. Fisher Guy continues to pull forward. Can he get the pistol in play? He goes for it, but it falls short. Brendo by himself on backstairs, and G2's defenses look pretty strong. Nice headshot from Brendo, but this becomes a very difficult task. 20 seconds left, and a 1 versus 2. The kit close by. The flashes to go out. No more Warden in play. He doesn't go for the kit. Instead, he's opting for the kills. Needs to find them very quickly. At this point, you have to run and gun. The swing from Doki, though, as soon as he knows he's in the hallway, is so strong. And G2 now making their mark here on Oregon. Bliss very much understanding this is still an uphill battle.
Stark contrast in terms of attack there. Bliss not entering over towards small tower. That allowed the likes of Benja to roam around quite freely. We saw it from Doki as well inside of Z. Admitted into most attacks from G2, most of the map outside of the objective floor itself were typically vacated by the defense, whereas G2 had more free reign offsite just to garner a little bit more information, apply a little bit more pressure. Bliss then forced into more of a linear push, really rotating around the Montang itself, back stairs, bit of blue pressure as well, which unfortunately was squandered as well by Uno. So the attacking prowess from Bliss, not quite up to the same level as what we saw from G2 in that first round. And again, that's why we were prefacing the last round of the first half as being so important for Bliss. A 5-1 lead would have given them that cushion to warm up into the attack, but obviously now goes without saying, G2 right on the heels of Bliss once more.
Yeah, they are. And obviously Bliss are aware of that. In fairness, though, at least back home locally, that's the kind of site I think even Bliss would lose locally. It's these other tertiary sites, kids' dorms, along with kitchen and meeting. Those are going to be the sites that Bliss ultimately need to win. So this becomes a very big round in this 8th round. Not necessarily must win, but it is suddenly a big round for Bliss. Unable to win out down in the basement. Laundry and supply, Doki, aggressive into bedroom. Obviously with that forward-facing shield onto the balcony. Double push right now from Bliss over towards Big Tower. That's going to be Wettables and Brendo. There is one up there. It's Uno on the water. Rips the Nitro Cell. Has been drawn. That's so clean from Uno. And the Nitro Cell as well for good measure. No. Doesn't get the kill onto Wettables. He is getting droned out. He is getting beat out as well. But so far, he's at least taken one. And now also taking all of the attention of Bliss towards this Big Tower position. Flash, but of course it's the Warden. Now the frag grenade as well. Warden can't really deal with that, so he pushes forward into the Bs. But he also fires back again. He's so low, taking a lot of time. And they're swinging from Wettables. Got so over-aggressive, and Uno gets 2 from Big Tower. Proving how difficult he is to dislodge. What can Bliss do now? He's so low. Finally, Oda will get rid of him, but job done from Uno.
Yeah, what a play there. Just missteps. Perhaps could have held on for at least a little while longer, but difficult to be negative in response to a play like that, even though it may have petered out towards the end. The damage already done. Minute 30. 4-3 scoreline in favor of Bliss, but a 4-3 man count now in favor of the defending world champions in G2. From here, it's difficult to see Sage and the rest of the team clutch up. And again, that storyline persists. In OS, we would not count out Bliss from this position, but all different level now of competition where we fully expect G2 to close this one out. Pretty aggressive extension, it must be said, with bedroom rather reinforced. And also muted off by Benja. That can be cleared though down below, and the wall now should be opened up. Keeping barriers to stall things out. The deployable shield still standing on the staircase. Doki may elect to stay. And a keep barrier to support that position. It was Oda who got blown up by that Nitro. Fisho trying to dodge another. And unfortunately for Bliss, unlocking this round will be tough.
Yeah, Virtue's been so consistent so far. Sage to just push through Trophy, gets himself a kill. Benja still inside a pit. Fisho guys should be aware of this. Never mind, he wasn't. Got caught, and Doki as well got Sage. A very strong defense from G2 showing here on Oregon. Their map pick in this series as they bring that scoreline back from 4-1 to now 4-4. But Bliss understanding full well this was always going to be a difficult task. Attacking into this defense of Oregon of G2. It's why we put the emphasis on them probably needing those 5 defensive rounds. Now, they're staring down the barrel of a G2 comeback that then turns into a lead. Not just there yet, though. Into the 9th round, we go to kitchen and meeting. Tertiary site. Probably now must-win site. But this is the moment here as well in the round where it was all pretty much done. Uno getting the double kill here. Wettables at that point repelling in because Uno was taking that contact fight elsewhere. And they just didn't really have the utility to get the final kill. Really strong round from G2. And this is where Bliss just need to probably hold on for dear life to stay in this contest. Get around, just keep that kind of scoreboard flowing, ticking over.
Phenomenal job then from G2 and Uno in particular in that previous round. I think for Bliss, it's all about either ramping up the pace a little bit and getting some more map control, or really making sure that key power positions are dealt with a little bit more finesse. The meeting would go. Double hard breach on the board for Bliss. Looking to break down this setup as much as they possibly can. An early drone work now. Over towards small tower. An opportunity though still to split this attack, and Sage may well look to do so. He's on the ramp. May look to post up above. Information inside of dining for the attack. Team Bliss seeing if they can hunt down Virtue. Uno though close by in support over towards Showers.
Fisher guy finds the opening kill onto Uno. A redemption, a reprieve for that last round, but Virtue finds a trade elsewhere on the map against Brendo. Keeps it at that 4 versus 4 territory. So far, Virtue's been so consistent throughout this game of Oregon. Was one of the standouts, at least on the attacking half, doing again well here in the defensive half. That drone doesn't make its way through. 5 remaining for Bliss. But it's Wedables. Does eventually shut down Virtue. It felt like it's holding a key position over towards dining. Gets rid of the Azami, and they've also dealt with that Warden. Suddenly things open up, an opportunity for Bliss. And it forces Doki into action. Up above and towards Kids' dorms. Keeping at least a little bit of that burp pressure. As the drones come through, Ram. Very important on a site like this. Is that a missed drone? Doesn't really pay dividends anyway. 90 seconds left. And still that top floor control for G2. Very prevalent.
I think at this point, Bliss have a really good read as to where this defense is positioned and what the game plan is for G2. You can really feel the effect of that Solace ban, and Bliss gathering a lot of key information. Now it's all about playing off that, capitalizing upon the positions that they have and the advantage that they have worked so hard for in this round. You let this slip, and for Bliss, it might be difficult to get back in this match, but Fisho, a double kill here in round 9. Benja and Doki, 2 star players to try and clutch up for G2.
Benja going for a play over towards top backstairs inside of Big Tower. 50 seconds left. He spots one on the rappel. This could be a freebie. It's Wedables on the ace. Not too sure if he's aware of Benja's position. He's slipped in. Yeah, he's got no idea. Free kill for Benja. Information though provided for Bliss. They now know exactly where one of the 2 players is remaining. Gumine stepped on for Fisho in towards site. Doki coming in from classroom though. Benja up towards attic, and he's already catching off Sage. Fish needs to get the plant down. Oda to provide cover, but where's that cover? He doesn't even know really where to look. One up above, but he's got no idea. Plant goes down successfully. Now they know Benja's up above. Doki, though, coming through security, but they have already dispersed away from the site. Spotted! Oda, it's a shoulder shot. Then plays the keeper barrier. Thank you very much, Virtue, says Oda. Needed that one. Now Benja in a 1-on-2. Is Bliss looking to take this tertiary site to give themselves back the lead? Benja knows where one is. The Nitro Cell was the right idea. Pulls it back, then back out again, but it doesn't hit the mark. And suddenly this becomes very difficult for Benja. As he gets lit up inside a kitchen. Has to just stick this plan. At this point, pros do not fake, but Oda's a pro himself. Bliss take the lead. 5-4 on Oregon on G2's map pick.
Super important that Bliss get the plant down. Very difficult, it must be said, for Oda to cover against both defenders. Positions not certain. Vertical lines of sight awkward to contest. Fortunately, though, for the Aussies, the plant was confirmed, and then the keeper barrier from Uno used against the opposition. Unfortunate for G2, a valiant attempt on the retake, but they've shown some weakness now on that tertiary site. Can Bliss smell blood in the water and convert a primary objective? Because we're going now back to basement. And the challenge continues for Bliss.
And that's where it's going to be quite difficult. And this is where G2 have looked really strong on these kind of more default sites, if you will. I mean, obviously, tertiary site, kitchen and meeting, that's where attacking into Oregon, you're going to have to find those rounds. Bliss were able to do that. You give them the credit. But this is where G2 can look to get themselves probably a 6-5 lead, say, winning basement, then winning kids' dorms again. It does now mean, though, for the side of Bliss, getting themselves that particular round does then open it back up again later on. We go to basement, though, for G2. They're looking quite strong when it comes to these very much on-site defensive holds. But Bliss have opted to change up their approach quite dramatically. It's a clear, but then a rush later on. I can't imagine it's going to be that fast-paced rush with just the blitz through Blue Bunker. When you bring the Jackal, you bring that Finker, you're going to be clearing. The Maverick to open up the hatches. But then later in the round, you've got to now contend with a fast-pushing blitz. Fisher with the entry over towards Small Tower, and away Bliss go with this very intriguing lineup.
Double drones, in fact, triple from Bliss. plus the blitz itself. Blitz for Bliss. So it should be relatively easy for them to ascertain what is and isn't being tested by the defense. Now Benja is off side of lobby. Nitro saldo a little bit too early. Trying to catch the Jackal of Sage. Oh, it doesn't matter. Line of sight. So Benja, he blows the Nitro, then holds it with the SMG, can fall back. Bliss now in a 4 versus 5. A tough objective made even more challenging.
Still a lot of time remaining in this round, but no, Jackal makes that clear a little bit more annoying, although G2 not really playing into that roam now, and they've got that player advantage, as we typically see on Oregon. Now you just go back down to basement, take that player advantage, makes it very difficult for the attack to overload certain positions. Still complain to that blitz. It's still probably a bigger win condition than the Jackal, but again, really sort of highlighting what G2 can do on these sites. Pop up, get a kill, pop back down. Makes it really annoying. The Fisher guy's going a bit quick here. Good backstairs control, little peek down over towards that pillar. Loki holding around that angle on the Azami. Fisher guy gets his own drone out now, and Brendo looking to clear out this position in terms of that top-facing Kiba barrier. Takes a peek on that Finker. Has 3 Adrenal Surges. Again, can really make this rush happen. He loses his life, and it will be a little bit more annoying for Bliss. E-Box droned out. 3 drones is all that remains for Bliss. Again, really good. Nitro Assault from Uno, though, right onto the face of Fisher guy. The shield can't do anything to stop that. Flashes from Bliss. Do they go off of that? No. Hold their positions. But suddenly now they are staring down the barrel of a 10th round defeat. Very strong defensive hold from G2. Not really making any kind of mistake. And again, basement is theirs. Oh, so convincingly. 5-5.
Uno has been incredible throughout this map so far. Several moments where he's really stepped up and found a kill or found some space or held a part of the map. That has been a huge condition for G2 in getting that round across the line. Nitro there to dismiss the blitz. Huge. If Fisher is able to get control there and facilitate the push back stairs into blue for default, again, could have really changed the complexion of the round. But unfortunately for Bliss, and it's been a story for them throughout this tournament, sometimes they can find it so challenging to shut down just one key player, and that unravels them, especially on attack. So Mingarang calls attack in response. 60 seconds for the boys to chat it over. We are going back to another primary site though.
4 out of the last 5 rounds for G2 clearly have now got the momentum in this match. Despite the fact that the scoreline is 5-5, of course, Bliss got out to a significant 4-1 lead. Albeit, defense on Oregon is a big reason for that. As the timeout does come to a close now for Bliss, back into the server. Again, it's these aggressive plays from G2 on the defense though. They're pushing up backstairs. They're peeking blue bunker. But they're making it very difficult for Bliss to even get in towards the site because of their aggression. Really well played from G2. And so far, again, they're very much in the driver's seat here to close this one out. Kid Storms, after this kitchen meeting again, you would imagine, could opt to switch it over to dining. But nevertheless, they are in pole position. So it's up to Bliss now. 2 sites, 2 tertiary sites, no more basement, at least for regulation, to try and salvage this map. Of course, it is, though, G2's map pick. But Bliss started off really, really hot.
So into round 11, top floor. Defensively, nothing standing out as being hugely unusual. Jaeger is in play though, so a decent amount of catch to try and help fortify keep our positions.
5 seconds to insertion.
That would have been a good counter to the Grim, for instance. Another piece of utility, although the Grim now has been swapped off. The Ying is in play.
Oh.
And I must say, I feel like we've probably seen a lack of Ying, at least compared to what I expected on a map like Oregon. So a big condition for Bliss, especially if they want to play around it, would be to take down the ward.
Well, they don't have hard bridge, and they can't get through attic now. That's just been Rio'd off. So
they could go big window hit. It's not necessary.
Well, I mean, they could. Certainly makes it a little bit more annoying.
They are droning it, though.
Yeah, I mean, outside of that, outside of this one little position in terms of that attic wall, you don't really need it anywhere else, but it also means you can't hit games.
Yeah.
No secondary brought by Fisher guy for the record in terms of that Capitao, so that's maybe, I don't know if it was a misequipment play. It certainly should have brought at least one hard breach here. And could come back to bite Bliss, or for whatever reason, it could work out. We've seen funny things happen so far at this event. Certainly an opportunity, though, for G2. A couple of Nitro Cells as well in terms of utility that Alamau and Virtue both possess. And again, a lot of these positions on site now quite anchored in. Games don't have to worry about. Attic wall don't have to worry about. So it's these white stairs positions. It's the Armory corridor position. Big window. G2 can very much win this round pretty convincingly because of the fact there's no hard breach for Bliss. So shower corridor, these kind of white stairs positions, these are the big win conditions now for Bliss. You must win these fights. You've got to be able to win big window.
So if you want to pull off an execute big window, you will need pressure down below to negate plant denial, such as a Nitro cell. I believe it's the Valk of Virtue down below currently, so we'll see if Bliss are able to pinch that out. Nitro from Alamau as well, and that can be sent in across the double window position. Will Bliss be able to pull this round off? Unconventional. We don't typically see this kind of setup from them.
No. I think Fisher is probably meant to have secondary. That's my guess. Nitro Cell towards top white though, misses the mark, so that's 1 out of 2. Nitro Cell's gone. Candela now for Odo, and as I said, can make their way in towards Attic from this very position, but they lose out to Virtue and Uno because they essentially have to just go in terms of that one-dimensional attack. Wedables on the rappel in, through the smoke and through the flames, and can find the kill. Very strong from Wedables, but Benji gets the kill back onto Fisher Guy anyway, keeping the advantage with G2. And the rappel is successful from Oda. But the trades continue for G2. They had the numbers on site. And they didn't really have that many avenues that they needed to worry about. Once they cleared that battle over towards White Stairs, Virtue can then play it, understanding the rest have to come through the rappels. He has a good position, can't get cleared out. And G2 will punish Bliss. Match point for G2 here on Oregon. 6-5 as they take the lead for the first time here on this map.
Fantastic work there from G2. Despite a couple of nice rappels in towards the objective from Bliss, which were able to turn the tide a bit, power positions still held. And it did feel like that idea was a little bit undercooked from the Aussies. Good attempt from Wet. Oda hitting a very sharp shot there. But unfortunately, not at any point during that did Bliss look like they were going to be able to dislodge the player down below. Nor was Kids under heaps of pressure. So the plant was never going to realistically be an option. Dining for the final round of regulation. Some an intriguing selection here from G2.
I think it's the second Malusi pick I've seen this whole tournament in terms of the games that I've been able to cast/watch. Match point for G2 here on their map pick of Oregon. Have been very strong in their defense. Bliss have so far only been able to win the one attacking round that was on Kitchen and Meeting. This time around, it's Kitchen and Dining, and that scoreboard highlighting a 5 out of 6 round lead for G2. Really dominant in this comeback. Down 4-1 early on. Bliss looks strong, in control on the defense, but matched, replicated by G2, even one better. Benja aggressive with this drone. Of course, the Mozzie being utilized here by G2, hence why Benja is able to do this. And a lot of information as well being gathered. Sage red pinged out on the rappel towards small tower. Large focus for Bliss has to be this small tower site because it is a dining site, not Meeting.
Those drones can only be outside for 10 seconds, but that's a long time to garner information. Relay that to the rest of the team. Ben just spotting multiple players outside small tower. He'll be feeding that to Virtue, who aggresses on the shield. Timing not going the way of Bliss. Sage falls while reloading. No trade. And G2 looking dominant here on Oregon.
Yeah, the mental pressure right now for Bliss would be through the roof. Understanding it's match point round for G2. Down a player early on. Can they flush out Virtue? The other Aussie on the other team. MP grenade thrown by Wedables. Warden. And they go for the bolt in. He's just too good! The OG makes a big play for G2 and they will take Oregon. Flawless, basically. Yes, Brenda got one at the end, but essentially flawless for G2. One map away here in the lower bracket from progressing forward. Looking for that destiny battle against Dark Zero. They take their map pick of Oregon.
Fantastic work there from G2. Able to collect 2 critical attacks in the first half. And from there, Bliss struggled in the second. Smiles all around from the G2 squad. They'll be pretty pleased with that result. For Bliss, it's about picking themselves back up for map number 2.
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously, G2, though, far too good on that defense. Very alarming if you're a Bliss fan because that was just too clinical from G2. Basically had their way with Bliss's attacks. At times on the defense, of course, Bliss looked very, very strong. We gave them the plaudits, but in terms of attack, G2 just suffocated them, made it very difficult. And it's mainly because G2 just weren't sitting back on site. They were very aggressive. They were pushing these positions. They were getting early kills. A lot of the times, the opening kill went the way of G2. They're making that happen. They're setting the tone, setting the pace, and you can clearly see the discrepancy between these two teams. One is a world champion. The other one, of course, comes from a very minor region. Despite that, though, still a 7-5 scoreline. Not too bad, not too shabby. An honorable map loss. But for Bliss, honorable losses, all that's going to do is send them out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, a respectable result here for Bliss is great, and I'm sure fulfills them with confidence going forward. But they're not looking forward at the moment. They want to put in their best performance here in this best of 3, and they need to play at their very best if they're to bring this one back.
Well, short break here is required after that first map here for the best of 3. Don't go too far, though. When we come back, it will be the map pick of Team Bliss looking to respond on Chalet.
Those numbers mirroring attacker and defender win rates on most of the maps.
Stylistically, I think this has been one of the best matchups of the tournament so far, just because of how chalk and cheese it is. Now, Nick, where do you stand? Strategy?
He's to your right.
He's standing to my right.
I'm looking far right, actually, yeah. No, I think it will come down to... I'm in the middle. I'm going to call it the mini executes.
Yeah.
Where it's like a mixture of both, right? You need to set up your thing strategically, but then 3, 2, 1, execute. Chalet plays out like that for most bomb sites, but we also know this is the map. WSM on defense, they altered the meta. Thankfully for SSG, they stop defense. They can build up some rounds, but I fear for their attacks to come.
Now, I promise I wasn't coming. I was trying not to say these words on the cast, but Chalet, and you say altered the meta, they basically showed how Split Fury is played on this map. And I know it's the buzzword, I know it's the topic, and I know you hate it. But yeah, that's exactly what they did.
I mean, you're not wrong. We hate the word, but you are indeed correct. And the thing is, SSG, I do think that if they can get a couple rounds here in defense, maybe the first, like, let's say 2 in a row or 3 in a row, WSM, they've not really been in this position as reigning major champions where we might go home, this might be over. So we have to also question the reigning major champions mindset of, okay, how do they do under not just pressure, but fear of going home, not playing in front of your home crowd, and not making it to the expected level that they should be at.
This is the 21st map that W7M has played so far in this event. Far away, a full series ahead of the next closest. Now, this is numbers. These are numbers coming into today's match. Obviously, we don't have the numbers for what happened with VPDZ. We know the results over there. We're not going to spoil it for you. G2 and Bliss is going on the other stream at the moment as well. We're not going to spoil that either, but 21 maps is a crazy amount of Siege to play. And they've still got so much more to go if they want to make the grand final. Is there some fatigue that starts to kick in for this W7M team?
It's certainly a change. Like, if you look at how teams play during the domestic leagues and best of ones, if I remember rightly, W7M qualified to the Atlanta Major on like 9 maps, for example. Something like that, 9, 10 maps. The point is, they played double that at this event only. So surely there's a factor because the teams are just not used to it.
Okay, things will start off for Cafe. Okay, all right. So they were trying to spawn peek. They did a bit of damage to Hurts, but then they said, you know what, the gig is up. We're going to get 2 kills. So this is like Cafe, right? HG, they want to control the pace, they want to set the tone, they're still going for it.
Nick, it's still happening.
I know, I'm sorry.
They haven't stopped.
Poor JV, stuck in spawn.
Ashen is still going.
He's
new objective, get in the map. Get in the building.
Oh, I mean, the thing is, right, from a player perspective, we had like, what, a 10-minute break. Players are like, they're taking a bathroom break, etc., talking, strategizing, etc., preparing. You're getting cold. You go on the server, bang, spawn peaks, catching points off guard. No. They were ready for it because, again, you did this so many times with your SSG on Cafe previously. You're gonna expect it again. Forwards will get 1 kill onto Felipax, but it's still the defenders playing for a man deficit.
This site's actually a really curious one for me because the way that North American love to play it, North American teams love to play it, is they like to do these big cross clears and end up in library really late into the round and then drop into site. Whereas Brazilians and European teams tend to just attack library and the site off bar and games directly because you just need to clear out 2 positions. You need to clear out the library position, you need to clear out stock, and then you can plan. So obviously Forest is playing inside of stock and needs to be cleared out should the W7M want to do that. But North American teams love this site, whereas other regions do not.
Ashen is itching for another engagement through the window, as it's KZ now to take some damage from Ashen. Finally, E1D is burned by JV92 as we've just surpassed the halfway mark of round number 1. And Ashen finally gets dealt some damage and ends up being fatal as Herds out on the balcony subdues the youngster. J90 engaging towards JV92, keeping numbers close, but still benefiting W7M. All those Kiva barriers that J90 has inside a library, working wonders as he just sees the Cav. But he can't do much against Nade. And then there's KZ, got the first 2 picks to suppress Forest, finish him off, and W7M goes up on round number 1.
Great rotations there from W7M. Looked for something direct, it wasn't quite happening, and then split themselves all the way across the map, leaving one library, piano window coming back through solar, all of those different places, and in the end J90 was like just too worried about all of, you know, everywhere at once. It's what we talked about from W7M, and it's how they revolutionize this map.
I was a bit worried actually for W7M because I was afraid that they weren't getting enough things done in the server after they got these first opening kills. And again, on the way back into the building, that's where he died. That sucks in this.
Yeah. That spawn peek was actually kind of genius. So the mute went out to try and get the enemy to look towards the mute. Obviously, he would be too fast by dropping straight back and coming in game's window, and then you spawn peek off the back of it. But W7M are wise to it, apparently.
Apparently so.
Keeping that one for the ranked strapbook, though, Nick, I'll be honest.
We can try that one,
in about a week's time.
Yeah, that's the one thing when you're at these events. I'm kind of itching for some Siege at this point, you know? We just play a lot before this event, but not here.
I obviously am nowhere near as good at this game as either of you. However, I get that same itch, and when I go home to play, I am very quickly humbled. As my games don't look a goddamn thing like these matches.
Nah.
Well, I cordially invite you to the Ranky Stack, Parker. How about that? You can come and play with me and Nick. We'll have a great time.
Link's also got invited recently, so...
Yeah.
So, I mean, here's one thing. We were discussing this. You said, yeah, there's been a couple people who've been banned from Ranky. And I said, why is that? You said, well, they're just not very good. I have no doubt I would meet that same fate.
We allow people in who are not very good. It's all about the vibes.
Yeah.
It's all about the vibes. We'll play with anybody, no matter the skill level.
It sounds like you're saying I passed the vibe check.
Yes,
That's
you
the
do
nicest
pass.
thing you've ever said to me. Now, for this map in particular, Chalet has been the most played map here at the 6 Invitational. 21 plays, make this 22. It is defender-sided, but not as close as we see from the, or not as much for the defenders. It's much closer. 55% of all rounds won by the defense. Bar Gaming is the most played site, but the top 3, Kitchen Dining, Wine Cellar, Snowmobile, Bar Gaming, are all played roughly the same. The only thing about this map that is different from a lot of the other maps is there is no attacker-favored bomb site. Okay. Every single site is skewed towards the defenders, even if the numbers aren't that great, 53% being the lowest. First pick is going to be Herd, so essentially on what is a coin flip map, the attackers could very easily go up 4-2 or even 5-1 on this first half.
Typically when I want to play Chalet and I see it being played, you don't want to have one single member being isolated in a front and forward position. Playing solo bar, very risky. Having a teammate to help you, not so much. Ashen now, 2 rounds in a row, very much on his lonesome, and he gets punished for it. Okay, Forest to the floor. IQ doesn't matter. Scanner, you might see what you want to shoot for, but he gets shut down instead. That might actually sway the outcome of this round because now the wall might not get opened up. It's hard to find and get rid of that Kite Claw. There are no Parker MPs and no Thatcher in play.
The thing is, it was a big risk to try and get it from below, especially when they have top blue stairs and could shoot the Kite Claw from there.
Yeah.
4v3 is another kills found by SSG.
Forest with both of them, and he's not too far off of Hot and Cold on the Tubarão, both looking through the floor that's been opened up. Now it's Nade to attempt an entry to office. The scene of the crime so far for Space Station, and there's the Zoto canister being used again horizontally. Not for the footprints, not for the nitro cell. JV92 has been down. Philippe Hawks with a kill. He knows that there's another playing around it. Nade is in there, but it's all up to Nade now, as both Philippe Hawks and JV92 are bleeding out. At the moment, just a little out of reach. Hot and Cold up, and suddenly Nade can win this. If he can retrieve his teammates, Fultz will sit and wait, as he doesn't have tons of information. JV92 is also retrievable. Boys, this was a 1v1. It's now a 3v1 for W7M. This team has been resurrected. And if you're a believer, you're putting all your faith in Fultz as he turns towards library stairs. One goes down, trophy stairs rather. Fultz now circling around. Diffuser in the hands of Nade. Fultz was spectacular on Cafe. 2 rounds of dominance. He's got pings. Can he complete yet another clutch from behind? Sweeping up with the shotgun. No! Nade shuts him down. W7M win the round.
Bit of a shake there, no?
Oh my.
I mean, he had it. He was looking
It's a
confident.
long face, Jack.
He had the position, but when it came down to the 1v1, Foles was shaking a bit there. I think he overcomplicated that massively when he's 1 HP, just full send, full commit.
How have SSG, if we go back from that, how have SSG lost that?
Yeah.
It was a key fight between J9 and I think it was Nade on the Thermite.
Okay,
On the
yeah,
Thermite,
yeah.
they walked in off his door.
Yeah.
Obviously, J9 gets that kill. The other two players are downed. But what a round for SSG to lose, and you've got to say it. You've got to call it for what it is. That's a big thrown round. Oh, dear. I thought actually Philippox made an incredible play to open this round up. He did end up downed, but he flashed into Piano and then pushed up against the office wall to get the kill into office, and that just unlocked it all.
The fact that Nade walks in, I believe it was Nade who walks in, kills the Azami that's playing by Piano, and there was no response from Space Station when they're
Well, as we return here to the B stream, G2 off to a flying start here in the lower bracket, but not really. It was 4-1 down on Oregon. It was a very strong defense from Bliss to begin, but we anticipated that was going to be the case, guys. We knew Oregon was going to be very defender-sided, so the strong start from Bliss, we managed our expectations. And of course, in the end, G2 brought it all the way back with an even stronger defense of their own.
Yeah, G2 struggling to put a foot wrong in that second half. Bliss finding it very challenging to find openings on the attack. Their defense was great. Obviously not quite good enough to get the 5-1 lead, which ultimately could have been enough to push at least OT. Positive signs, I think, from both teams. Some key takeaways as well. I think that Bliss have it in them to push this second map, their selection, right to the wire. However, G2 are probably going to just get better and better as this game goes on.
It's the fine margins. When you get to this kind of level and you're going up against this kind of team, G2 is a team that's capable of winning this entire event, the Win 6 Invitational. So for a team like Team Bliss, you have to play at that 110% threshold every single round, every single play. That is what is required for this team because they're not naturally going to be good enough to beat G2. They need G2 to arguably play quite poor in certain areas and for them to then go at an even higher level. Certainly certain moments here, like even on this Kids Dorm site, 5-5 scoreline, clutch down to a 2 versus 2. Had they won that, suddenly it's overtime confirmed and match point. And suddenly changes the landscape. But instead they lose it. G2 just so clinical on that kitchen dining defense, where we saw the small tower hold from Virtue, and he was insane to close that one out. He had a very good game. 12-8 first, 1-0 as well in first kills, 75% cost. The best player inside of the server was an Australian, but obviously Bliss ended up losing.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Virtue with the standout game and did a really good job, small tail final round to close that out, despite the best efforts of Bliss to counter that particular hold for the dining site. Still some positive signs again for Bliss with Oda topping the scoreboard. He's a player that had really slow start in this tournament, but he's found his footing, he's found his way through. But I think we need to see the likes of Brendo, who have been incredible throughout this event, really step it up. Map 2, which should be more comfortable for Bliss. Chalet is a map that they love, and I think an opportunity for them to bounce back could occur. It's going to be a challenge, but I think it's possible.
Yeah, very well could be. All right, Chalet we go. Strong map for Team Bliss, but the socials say it's still heavily in favor of G2, rightfully so. The defending champions looking very strong in their closeout on Oregon. Despite a 4-1 lead for Bliss, G2 did not really put a foot wrong on that run home, especially on their defense, of which they will be defending first to begin here on Chalet, which is obviously a map that does a little bit better for attacking than its counterpart in Oregon that we saw before. Capital gets banned out by G2, and most likely Bliss will respond with either Dokkaebi and or Ying. Obviously, we did see the Ying make it through last time. It's actually the Brava that gets banned out from Bliss. What are they cooking here?
I mean, we might end up seeing a lot of Maestro play and Echo play in response. It would be pretty atypical for Bliss. But we cast our minds back maybe to like
your first mistake.
To the Dark Zero game we had earlier. It's probably also a target ban as well for the way that G2 are going to look to sweep map and clear util. Fenrir as well will be bolstered if that escapes the ban phase as well. So, won't be the case. But yeah, Brava and intriguing ban. Don't hate it. Capital as well taken off. So, a little bit atypical again in terms of those attacking bans. But I'm intrigued to see how this one will play out. Bliss starting out on attack though. And on Oregon, they found it very difficult to clear key power positions. Now, I was talking to you a little bit off camera that I think that the dynamic does change a little bit more here on Chalet, where those power positions are perhaps a little less important than they were in the past.
Yeah.
Still a couple, you think mezzanine, top library stairs, half wall, etc. So they still exist, but I think they're a little bit less linear in their fashion compared to Oregon, and that should suit Blizz if they're feeling themselves here on this second map and they can bring the pace required.
So away we go. Second map here for the lower bracket. Blizz, one map away from being sent home from 6 Invitational for G2. You win this map, you book that day in the arena against Dark Zero. Here we go. G2 on the defense to begin, and we go straight to kitchen and dining to begin this round, to begin this second map. What can Blizz do on the attack? Well, they go straight for a 4-man attacker repick. Immediately change their approach into how they want to go into this round. For G2, over towards that mezzanine in terms of pressure and sightlines being opened up in towards library. Castle barricade as well in place, top library stairs, blocking off that position. Right now, the onus feels like it's got to be Blizz. Their map pick, can they respond from that last map's defeat?
So this defensive lineup playing out as expected. With the Brava banned out, the Maestro comes out. I think as well with the Azamis coming out as well, alongside Castle Barricades. Blizz need a lot of explosives. So they brought the sledge with nades, Ash charges on Brendo, as well as, you know, Selma's on top of that if required, plus goes without saying the Flores for terrors as well. So I like the pivot here from Blizz. They're responding directly to what they've seen in the prep phase from G2. And it will come down to ensuring that this clear is clean, they gain space off the back of it, and they apply pressure to G2. Pressure was the name of the game for both teams on that first map for Blizz. For the most part, they lacked it on attack.
Straight in towards library, but those sightlines that I mentioned before opened up. Alamau takes advantage. Brendo loses his life. A player that you said probably to be looked to for Team Blizz. Doki towards top library, and really good positional map control for G2 on the defense. Library stairs in control, piano, the hallway as well. Doki can get aggressive, swings the window, and Sage was not ready for that. The aggression again from G2. Paramount, it's there that we saw from Oregon, now here as well into Chalet. Really good position here with a triple stack of keeper barriers, but they get opened up. The air jab from Oda displacing Doki. Really good play, but he still hides behind that singular keeper barrier. I think another one got thrown as well, but another air jab. But I love the way that this was played basically by both players. Credit to both, but it's Benja that helps out. Eventually with a pinch, and Doki did a good job of surviving in a very difficult position. Fish over towards Ego, he can't get through. Uno's gonna go hunting down, you may as well. Strong start from G2 on Chalet. They mean business.
And you can see the reaction from G2. They were cooking over towards library stairs with the triple keeper barrier setup. Doki saying, let's relax with the Nomad in chat. You guys can't see it, but off screen. You saw the Azami catapulted back.
Yeah.
But there was still one barrier left standing. They couldn't clear it, and Blizz, try as they might, eventually farmed by Benjamin's support. A funny round to kick things off. I'm sure even Blizz will chuckle at that. Doki doing a phenomenal job in locking down that position. And that is a pump-up round for G2.
45% attacking win rate this map for Chalet when it comes to obviously offsetting that defensive meta that we see everywhere. This is the third best map. It's only 1% off the second best map. You could basically say it's the second best map, if you will, for attacking, which does mean for Blizz, very much the onus is on them to do well here early on. And G2, what do? They get into their face. Again, we saw that back when Oregon in their defense and what they can do. So aggressive. And we've seen G2 on this map already at this tournament where they go fast. They go very fast. And I already fear what Blizz are going to have to deal with on the defense. They need attacking rounds early. Absolutely. Already forego one on that kitchen dining defense. And they go up above now, G2. Office and bedroom for the second round.
So we'll see the Carly then in play for round number 2 from Oda. And this is a position that he has played throughout the tournament, where he'll get on what we call Jigsaw Balcony, just to the left of Library, looking in towards Bathroom for the cross.
What an angle, Fisho. And again, that's where Blizz have got to be able to learn a little bit. They know full well that G2 are getting aggressive. Solar, in terms of that Nitrocell, a very common kind of Nitrocell throw, over from bedroom, in over towards the Repel. And Fisher Guy was ready for it. So Benja gets shut down, you lose the Warden, you lose that Nitrocell utility that never even got out. Now they can drone Solar, get a bit of pressure, and put pressure directly over towards site.
Another Nitro then, this time in the hands of Uno. Seeing if perhaps he can dislodge the double window position. Flies out, but Wettables able to dodge that one. And now relocate back above and play the cross. A good pressure position for Bliss to pivot the rest of the attack around. LML though with keeper barriers can look to fortify his position. Still 4 in the pocket. So he should be able to react to the clear here from Bliss. And he turns around to shut down Wettables.
And I was just about to say, and now it's in hindsight, but Wettables playing a very key position there on that rappel outside big window in towards bedroom. Because you need that pressure. Helps those in solo try and get their way in. Now, of course, for G2, they can turn their attentions very much to solo. We see that there from Virtue. Fishrow guy also falling down, originally playing that rappel position. And they just fall one by one like dominoes.
10 seconds to go.
G2 again clinical on the defense. Good positions from Virtue. We can see here on the replay how aggressive they can get at any moment in these rounds. And so far now you could say the alarm bells are ringing for Bliss. Their time at this 6 Invitational has been a pleasant one, but it might be coming to an abrupt end at the hands of G2 here in the lower bracket. A 2-0 start, already 1-0 up in the series. This is Bliss's map pick, and a map where attacking is far more achievable. But G2's defense has just looked so good.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And it feels like we have seen this kind of storyline time and time again where teams from minor regions, whether it be OS or perhaps the likes of Korea, Japan, APAC as a whole, Asia as well, where they'll come into a matchup like this as the underdog. They'll show promise map 1. Then the second map, it really unravels and they're unable to fight their way back and really do themselves justice. First 2 rounds, phenomenal from G2. Don't put a foot wrong, continue to aggress, and despite at least in the second round, the initial burst of aggression with the Nitro and Solar shut down, Bliss with a very linear attack, unable to clear the likes of LML. There's always going to be a challenge for them to convert that one. So for Bliss, their problem-solving skills put to the test. And for round 3, see if they can unlock basement.
This feels like close to must-win territory. Not just so much for the fact that they need to make it 1-2, but I think at this point, Bliss need a round. It feels like a lifetime ago when they got that round, Kid Storms, and then even prior to that, where they started so strong on Oregon, going up 4-1 on the defense. Can they find a way to break through what's been a very strong defense of G2, a very aggressive defense? You know, it's kind of, I feel like the opposite approach of like a Virtus Pro that we saw earlier on. VP were so strong on that anchor site defense. G2 go a little bit more aggressive. They push forward. They go to these windows. They go through these doorways. They like to swing. You see them get aggressive early on, just like that. Nitro cell from Uno, 2 minutes 15 into the round. Another opening kill for G2. So they are making things happen. It's not a case of Bliss walking in and you know, fumbling and falling over themselves. It's just G2 are making their life miserable. Lovely shot back though from Fisho Guy. The DMR, he's able to get rid of Uno. And does make a bit of an entry as well over towards Trophy. But Doki inside of that kitchen, now into dining with Benja close by on the Warden. Of course, this is basement, but you will typically see the roam up above, and that's exactly what G2 have done.
3 players from Bliss, still yet to find a kill here on Chalet. If you're to take down G2, it needs to be a team effort. Wettables will double down, so Doki falls. Minute 30 on the clock. And this is the best position that Bliss have found themselves in for quite some time. You mentioned it right as well. Back on Oregon, struggling to collect rounds. It's been quite some time. There is a drought for Bliss at the moment. Minute 20 then, as they confirm positions. Benja, though, inside of bar. He has been pinged, though. Bliss aware of his position. They just need to nullify it.
Just over 60 seconds remaining for what feels like an opportunity for Team Bliss. If G2 win this round, it's going to be a mental destroyment for Bliss. They're going to have to probably feel it at that point. Down 3-0. Certainly in a good position for this round. Over towards Big Garage. Wettables to open up some sightlines in towards Wine. Bishro, though, close to going out. The hands of that gas babe of Alamar, who still has 2 more. Another one thrown from this boiler position. Still 1 in pocket. 40 seconds remaining. Bliss need to find a way to win this round. It feels like it's paramount. It feels like it is a requirement at this point. Oh. But Virtue slaying his own kin. Eventually, Alamar went for the run out of boiler. But Brendo was watching. And now in a 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds left, Bisho guy so low on health makes his way forward. Flash goes out. It's only 1. Needs to play off of it immediately. But again, it's Virtue. How can you do this to your own kind? He's got no choice though, and Benja to finish it off at G2. Bliss are crumbling.
And the one thing that G2 really have over their opposition at the moment are these star players that are stepping up in a high-pressure situation. They have been here before. They know what it's like. Bliss fumbling into the unknown. As mentioned prior, heading into that round, 3 players still in donuts, whilst star players from their opposition continue to hold key parts of the map. And I alluded to it before that perhaps on a map like Chalet, it would actually favor Team Bliss because arguably there's less of those positions to clear and they should be a little less impactful. I take that comment back because we're seeing it time and time again already. G2, 3 rounds in. Key parts of the map, even parts of the map that typically aren't held, are on lockdown. Big play there from Virtue. Benja, of course, to cover. And Team Bliss, you can see that frustration beginning to set in.
Yeah, and it's not just frustration, it's also the mental reality of the hurdle of very much approaching them, which is the daunting task of a massive comeback required against the defending champions. It's one thing to start well, and then G2 kind of claw all the way back, and you're trying to offset that, but now you're finding yourself staring down the barrel of defeat. Staring down the barrel of that 30-hour trip back home, and it's a daunting one. Can they find a way to get a couple of rounds here? A required now couple of rounds. Absolutely now must win these rounds. Now, mind you, of course, defense still does prevail even on this particular map, but not so much so that G2 should be going out 5-1. Not that kind of territory. Sage immediately on the rappel, opens up the castle barricade in towards bedroom. Again, it's kitchen and dining. This time around in the 4th round. Bliss had the advantage in that last round and still could not find a way to win it. As you mentioned, a couple of players on Donuts, Oda and Sage, 2 very critical players for Bliss. But right now, it's been the Virtue show. And G2, again, just looking for these offensive plays. Benja through Hatch with the Nitro Cell Rift as he try and get a play on the rappel. Virtue gets shut down, though, and Alamau as well knocked. Great start here for Bliss. This is the best chance they've had on this map. Must now win this round, but a lovely Nitro Cell from Benja down below. He'd been sitting there for some time, and at the very same time, Doki got a kill as well back onto Oda. It's a 3-on-2 though, with that kill from Sage. Doki pushing through Bathroom, catching off Sage towards Solar, and Doki still alive, ducking and weaving. In a 1-on-2, certainly still winnable for Doki from this position. In a 1-on-1 now, because of the EDD placed by Benja down below. Brendo to plant. This would be heartbreak if Doki's to win this round, and he certainly can. He forces Brendo off the plant, but he has the time to re-navigate. Doki, though, could go for the drop, and he does, and he could break the hearts of Australians everywhere. What a play in a round from Doki! From above and down below, and with that, it could be Bliss's time at this tournament coming undone. Sensational from G2.
They're here to defend the hammer, and Bliss, the blockade, pushed aside. It was a phenomenal start, a 5-3 advantage, but the retake up above by G2 meant that that plant could not go down. Just when it looked like Bliss finally might be able to get something on the board and keep the chances of the map alive. Heads now very much below water, and they need to find a life raft, otherwise this is going to unravel big time.
It's already difficult enough as it is to sort of make your way back against any kind of opponent, whether local, whether interregional, or at this particular event of 6 Invitational. The fact you're going to try and do it against a G2 team, defending world champion, who are clearly playing some really solid Siege, it makes it so difficult. Tactical timeout called, and I can't even imagine to begin what they are discussing here. I don't see many lips moving. Maybe it's simply just a circuit breaker to try and deny this momentum of G2 that they've already clearly established. Massive round from Doki. At that point, it was a 5-on-3, got 2 kills pretty quickly. And obviously, really good work as well from Doki over towards Bathroom, and then eventually holding that vert was the difference maker. The fact that Brendo was playing from a below position, couldn't really do much more. But in fairness, he still had like 90 seconds in the round. He didn't have to go for that plan. He could have actually gone for a retake up above. Doesn't opt to do that, goes for the plant, and eventually then denied. 4-0 to G2 on the defense on a map of Chalet, which is Bliss's map pick. And as good as Bliss have been at this tournament, and as many commendations as they will get from the wider community for an APAC team to make top 8, one from the most minor of all regions in APAC, honorable losses do you not much. They don't do much for you. You don't get to the main stage off honorable losses. For G2, though, very much now 3 rounds away from booking a main stage date, the lower bracket quarterfinal against Dark Zero. And what a matchup that would prove to be.
the winner of this game to take on Dark Zero in the lower bracket quarterfinal.
I just said that.
Did you?
I did.
Ah, my apologies. Look, it's hard for us Australians. I'm stewing in disappointment at the moment, understandably so. It's a rough watch for us, but on the flip side, it's awesome to see G2 really putting the hammer down.
Yeah, understand that, of course. But mind you, the way G2 are playing, it makes it really difficult to really be too disappointed, because it would be more disappointing if G2 were kind of stumbling over themselves if we still couldn't get the job done. G2 are playing really, really well. And I can't remember who tweeted it out before this game began. I can't recall. I think it might have been Doki. But clearly said they respect Bliss. They're here for a reason. They're going to take this as seriously as they can. And we've seen that on Oregon, now also on Chalet. G2 are playing as good as they possibly can. They are absolutely giving their all here. And that's why we are seeing the gulf in difference between these two teams. I said at the start of this broadcast, G2 probably needed to play a little bit poor and Bliss needed to play really, really well. So far, G2 have played amazing.
The Vigil scan from Uno.
Yeah, smart.
Looking to try and push through the Bs. Thrown the funnel up, so it won't come into fruition, but that could have been one hell of a play.
And the Beast caught him as well at the end there as well on the way out with the scan dissipating. So he did get pinged over towards Piano. Logic Bomb did go out. And so, yeah, his position was known by Fisho. He had no idea that Alamau was also inside of that position towards Office. Sage may be thinking off the back of the flash, but he's already close, holding that doorway. Alamau just driving the stake through the heart of Team Bliss and getting rid of Wettables. Alamau wants that main stage in front of his home crowd, but momentarily, Brendo with a double kill. Makes it a 1-on-2. Gumine position known over towards Piano in terms of Virtue and Benja. The information they have against Brendo in the 1-on-2 would require something special here from the kid. MVP yesterday for Bliss against Wolves. Probably needs the biggest clutch of his career here to save this round for Team Bliss against Virtua, against Benja, with 40 seconds, a kit in hand and a prayer as he makes his way down Library, but through mud. It's Benja, it's G2, and they're making very quick work of Bliss.
5 rounds in a row. Bliss silenced. And that's off the back of a tactical timeout as well. And if they wanted to keep this map and the dream of SI alive, they probably needed at least 2 attacks. One, even if they get it now, unlikely to cut it. Outclassed, outperformed. But this is the expected result. G2, hugely successful over in EU. Defending champions as well. The expectation is on them to try and defend that hammer as best as possible. I believe over on the primary stream, W7M and SSG going down to the wire. Perhaps map 3 has been blown out a little bit. So, I'm curious for spoilers, but I believe W7M have really garnered a pretty strong lead and might be on the precipice of closing that one out shortly. So there's every world in which, depending on how the other matches shape up in that lower bracket,
who's going to finish first?
We get a G2 W7M lower bracket match, which would be pretty insane.
Yeah, of course, prior to that, though, the other matchups would be Sonics versus W7M and Dark Zero G2. Talk about some massive elimination games there on the main stage. Of course, in the upper bracket final, you've got FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro. Big matches require big teams, and G2's the biggest of them all, the defending champions. And on the verge of just swatting away Team Bliss to send home the final APAC team, and doing so in significant style. 5-0. Final round of this half, looking for the clean sweep. But Oda finds the opening kill onto Doki, shutting down the man who had the big clutch earlier on in this half. 5 versus 4, but not the first time Bliss have had an opening kill. And so far, every time, G2 have been able to bring it back and win the round.
Alamau's position revealed off the back of the Hive launcher from Fisho. We're going to put this position at bay. Mirror window has been disrupted off the back of the Ash charge. 2 minutes then. Can Bliss find anything? Impact out. Virtue able to down Oda. No points enabled, of course, so he won't know at least for now. Unless he got a sound cue. That leaves us then in a 4 versus 4 that Fisho will find Uno.
Yeah, and Oda brought back up, so it is an actual 5 versus 3 here. Brendo then compounding the lead for Bliss, and a 2-player remain for G2, Virtue and Alamau. And yet somehow, part of me still thinks they can win this round very comfortably. Virtue then gets 1 to back up my opinion of that fact. And another exchange to happen, and Alamar, they're so swift from Piano through to Library, gets the kill onto Brendo, and they still have not been able to dislodge Virtue. And suddenly, that opinion now looking to become a reality. Pop up from Virtue, not the first shot. Knows another one over towards that big window. Double stack Mezzanine. They swing together, and together they get the kill. On to Virtue, down to Alamar. Already clutched up inside of Office so far in this half. In a 1 versus 2. To keep the sweep alive here, to get them a 6-0 lead. No, shut down, denied by Wettables.
You almost sound a little bit disappointed that the Australians denied the perfect half. Come on, man. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm a G2 fan now.
G2 Esports.
5-1 half for G2 as they go into the attack now of Chalet. A very, very strong half from them. And putting themselves in a good position, I think, going over to that main stage where they can take the momentum of this match, where they've been so good, not really making that many mistakes. I mean, obviously you give Bliss a little bit of credit there at the end of that last round of the half. Really good job to push in, get some good entry kills, open things up. Finally, a couple of those early contact engagements going their way. Feels like that hasn't really happened at all on Chalet. Or at least if it did happen, they could never capitalize. This time they did. They get that one solitary round. Over to Bart Games to begin their defense now, of which they need to win 5+ rounds. At minimum to get it to 6 for OT. It's a daunting ask against G2. And a very difficult one. Hard to really set the expectations that they will be able to do it. If they can, would be one of the greater comebacks that we've seen from an Oceanic team.
Would it be the biggest comeback in the history of esports?
Probably not.
It would be large.
It would be quite large if that happens. G2 very much in the driver's seat. And the other thing as well, very quickly, G2's attacks on Chalet have been very quick. Very fast paced. Bender on the Blackbeard, kind of suggesting again, like they are more than happy to take these fights early, but Doki on the wrong side of it. Straight over to that big window position inside the games. As I mentioned, they like to go fast in these rounds. I wouldn't even be surprised if Bender goes for a bolt to try and take on Bistro Guy, and he's going to meet the Blackbeard, but doesn't matter. Shield in the face or not, head is taken off. Good start here from Bliss. Understanding the mission here, which is to defend these fast-paced, pushed attacks from G2. They get the opening 2 kills onto Bender and Doki, and straight in towards Library for Uno.
Bliss have nothing to lose, nothing to hide, so they may as well play as aggressive as they feel comfortable in looking to try and persuade G2 into a different play style. Over time, perhaps they may look to just slow it down a little bit. See though how they try to fight their way back into the round, because it's hard to count them out. 3 versus 5, sight hatch open. When we see G2 maybe at this point in time just say screw it. Let's aggress in towards the side, see if we can flush out this defense. Perhaps not the worst decision. I think the defense is still a little bit fleeting from Bliss, who are still scattered around the map. But G2 won't know that unless they gain information. Uno has spotted one behind the mirror window, I believe. Clearing that though, a whole different story.
Yeah, yellow pinged out. Just saw it there from our POV of Uno. So he could go for the drop. No one really playing below. If he can hit the drop kill, it just walls off that right side of the window, which has been broken, by the way. It's obviously can't see through, hence why we are seeing Fisher Guy holding that left side angle. Sage gets a kill onto Alamar, really now compounding the advantage that Bliss have in this 7th round. Virtue tries to just make his way in. Doesn't quite work. Nitrocell neither too. Good kill from Uno, but then traded up above from that mezzanine position of Wettables. Let's find a 2nd round and a 2nd in a row. Not quite comeback territory just yet. Far too early for that. But it does need to be 1 round at a time mentally for Bliss. That's the way they're going to approach this. Forget the scoreline. An old wise head from the Oceanic region once said, it's 95% mental. And that's what it needs to be for Bliss in this moment. 1 round at a time. Keep that mental in check. Back yourselves in. You're on the defense as well. G2 have to come to you.
I am not going to utter the C word. C word being comeback. Until the scoreline is 5-5.
There'll be a lot of other C words as an Australian.
Comeback. I'm not uttering that until it comes down to a 5-5 scoreline. I simply think that G2 will have the prowess to just lock this out eventually, especially when those tertiary sites begin to be exposed. I know in Chalet, tertiary sites is a bit of a loose term to use because arguably every objective is defendable, but the sites in which Bliss, more specifically, are less comfortable in defending, that's where G2 will be able to exploit fine space. But again, intrigued to see, right? The Bliss continue to double down here, aggress off site, try to disrupt G2. I think that's the play. Because the moment you give G2 space and the opportunity to set up those plays in a late round for the execute, that's where they really thrive. So we'll see Bliss now go for spawn picks, double down, triple down, and I think that's the way to go about it.
Yeah, they have to back themselves in to be aggressive here. Yeah, 2-5 scoreline. You don't want to mention that comeback word, but clearly something that Bliss need to do. Have to be winning these rounds now. Cannot allow G2 to get this match point. It would be just devastating in terms of the mental. When you see match point at the top of your screen for 4 rounds in a row, that's really, really hard to overcome that, especially when you have the deficiency between the two teams. The differential, I should say. The one round at a time mentality. The case for Bliss. For G2, well, they themselves can't really get too caught up in a potential comeback. They also need to just focus 1 round at a time. Alamau with the drone through front door as G2 try and find some information. They've already lost 4 drones. Barbed wire spotted over towards the stairs, and Doki's made his way into the hallway. This is where Bliss need to be responsive and find these kills. Oda, through that dining hallway, has kind of got himself into a tricky position. Could get pinched, especially if G2 look to try and take this position of the map. This is, of course, though, office and bedroom. Oda is trying to deny that kind of kitchen and dining presence for the vert denial.
So a minute 45 then remaining on the clock. G2 with decent ground, but can they play off it and translate it in towards some site pressure? Doki will elect to lurk below, and there is a player inside of dining. Oda, will he be able to withhold this pressure? Distraction, front door, logic, bomb 2 comes through to position revealed. Oda spots Doki late, but the swing comes through. Doesn't matter, that 2 also denied, and the trade won't land for G2. Virtue, the one and only player from G2 to find a kill in this round. It's Wedables to fall. Now a 4 versus 3 with Brendo on the lurk.
Yeah, a couple of kills he can get here. There's one, and then just run back down. There's another one as well, close right, coming down the stairwell. It's a big, big kill, because that was kit down as well. So Alamau gone, no hard breach. I mean, no, you still got Uno. Well, never mind. Went a little fast there. I was right the first time. 3-on-1 now with Virtue the solo. And Bliss are on the verge of finding 3 rounds in a row. Getting into a rather defender-sided Chalet. Not too surprising considering the nature of the tournament so far. 9 kills for Virtue. He's been great. And G2 have been pretty good at these clutch plays. He's got 40 seconds. Kit, though, quite far away over towards this front door position. Still needs to make his way up above. And with only 30 seconds remaining, this now becomes very difficult because Bliss have done the right thing and gone straight to site. Playing around office and bedroom. Sage in the site itself. Same with Brendo. And then Fisher Guy playing piano. All positions covered. Barbed wire gives away position. And sound cue. They now know Virtue's coming from mezzanine. This should be a very easy round win for Bliss to find their 3rd here on Chalet.
Valkyrie camera being watched as well by Wedables. Bliss have a read. Virtue taken very low. Bliss will claim their 3rd round as they slowly chip away at that deficit.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, yeah, slowly. It feels like it's taking a lifetime, doesn't it? You know, they're still 2 rounds behind. And at any moment, G2 can just pop off, go super fast pace. We've seen that on Chalet. We know what their attacks can look like when they're absolutely in tune as a team. 3-5, Bliss, though, making a very slight comeback here. And I will mention that word, considering it did start 5-0 in terms of the deficit they found themselves in. For G2, the attacks have been a little bit stalled out. Credit to Bliss, they're holding good positions, making it a little bit annoying and difficult for G2 to get inside and get that map control. Clearly something that Bliss have worked to try and deal with. And we saw that from Oda early on, playing that dining position, making it annoying for G2. They couldn't get that vert control. They couldn't really get a good foothold inside of the map. Couple of fist bumps, but no real smiles for Bliss. Understanding the task at hand is still a very difficult one.
So, spoiler alert then, over on stream A, the result of that W7M SSG game. W7M out on top.
10 seconds to insertion.
And so that means we will have 2 Brazilian games in front of their home crowd, plus the 3rd likely to be the defending world champs. So I tell you what, that Friday is looking very, very tantalizing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And obviously, commiserations for SSG. I think they had a very, very good tournament. They go down to obviously a very good team, having won the last 2 majors, W7M. They got up against Sonics. What a game that's going to be over in, of course, the arena on the main stage. So that's now 5 out of 6 teams confirmed in terms of the presence heading into the finals. We've got 1 more team to confirm. Right now it's G2 in the box seat. 1 map up. 2 more rounds away. But Bliss making a little bit of a comeback here on the defense of Chalet, proving to be difficult to deal with. And at the very least for Bliss again, when we talk about honorable losses, well, this is quite honorable. It looks quite devastating. Down 5-0. They've been able to win the last 3 rounds. Oda towards the mezzanine. In towards library, and again holding these aggressive angles. Why? Because G2 like to go quick, so Oda wants to catch him off guard, but even better was Benja there. On the Jackal, doesn't even need to find the feet, just gets the head onto Oda. Sage looking for a response, over towards Piano, but the acute angle held by Doki with the DMR. Catches Sage off guard, 2 and 6 for Sage. He's not on at the moment, unfortunately, for Bliss. And a 3 versus 5 now, G2. For the first time in this half, look really strong on the attack.
Yeah, Sage lurked into a false sense of security. The rest of Bliss forced into making a play. G2 now mere seconds away from map point, series point. In their journey to defending the hammer. They win this. Dark Zero waits. And at the moment, they look formidable. Benja to find 3 here in the 9th round. Fisho guy slain. Flawless for G2.
3 match and series points now for G2. They look towards Dark Zero. They look towards that main stage. They feel it's their right. And so far, it certainly is with the way they've played in this series. Bliss have been commendable. A 7-5 loss on Oregon. Despite a 5-0 start, they win 3 in a row. Keep this interesting. But it seems as if G2 start to flex their muscles whenever they feel like it and can pull away. 3 match points.
You can see in that previous round, Bliss trying to aggress with Oda, the double down from Sage, who got lulled into this unfortunate engagement, which wasn't favorable. And then from there, G2 were just absolutely clinical. They didn't slow down the pacing, instead just rolled through that momentum for the rest of the round, and Bliss couldn't make a play in response. So they now have a 3-round buffer. G2 look formidable. And on the live stage, despite the crowd likely to be against them, especially if they are to advance against W7M, they will lean in
well,
to that storyline.
They're still going to get through Dark Zero first.
Dark Zero looked pretty good today.
They did look pretty good.
And Canadian will be hungry to lift the hammer for a 3rd time, no doubt.
And they still need a 7th round here. Bliss already showing that they do have the capabilities of winning 2 defensive rounds. Can they make it 3? That's exactly what is required here. Then you got the 1 attacking round for Bliss, then 1 2 defensive round. They won 3 in a row. They're going to need to now do that again if they are to keep their SI life alive.
You can see Doki just waiting for a potential run out, expecting that from Bliss if they are to contest the Soul or Repel, but it's Sage elsewhere. He'll contest Benja. The primary hard breach taken down. And Sage, despite having a disappointing map thus far, able to claim his 3rd pick.
Doki almost finding one there. Through the barricade. I think that was onto Brendo, running around on the Legion. Outside in the exterior balcony. A bathroom with the entry now made through Doki. He's had that massive clutch in that first half.
Drone ready.
Hull out. Over towards big window on the mezzanine. G2 starting to get a bit of that map control through bedroom side. Of course, it's bar games here for this match point round. With Bliss keeping all of their presence over towards that library side. Sage still top library stairs with the shield in play. It's a very strong position that G2 will eventually have to clear. Virtue droning through office and Uno with an angle. Where the balls, that step forward. It's a dangerous one. Don't repeat it. Stuck on an island, can't get back to that position. Of course, he's now a little bit wary of the fact that his position is vulnerable at the mezzanine near the chimney. Doki now through Piano. 90 seconds left in the round. Is this the round that G2 say goodbye to Bliss?
So Dockerby line and the Grim in play. G2 will look to constrict this defense, put them on islands, pick them apart. Easier said than done at the 4v5, but as they push through library, they should be able to get the first, but Sage wins it out. Virtue elsewhere does find Wedables, who's looking to aid and support this position. Sage rips the Nitro, but then falls back to the waiting arms of Fisho. Rendo elsewhere taken low. Minute on the clock. And G2 in similar positions in the past have been able to bring these rounds back, but with Uno falling, this could be a Bliss round.
Well, he's back up, he's slow. 50 seconds, then he can still do some work. No EE1Ds, but a flash in hand. We saw from Sage the overswing top library stairs. I thought he was going to lose his life because of it, but he got one and then he stayed alive. 4-on-3 advantage. 30 seconds though. Time the biggest factor here now for G2. Alamau to push through library stairs. Uno with the diffuser in hand does have the hatch opened up. No more hive launcher canisters available, and Virtue goes for the drop. Full white, someone's going to be watching this drop. Fisho guy was able to get that kill from Bar. Virtue's still got at least one onto Brendo, and his life is still alive. Surely they can't win out from this position. There's so little time. Alamau successfully makes his way down, wants to put the pressure in towards Bar, but he can't even make his way through the doorway because Sage switches on with a flank. Originally strong above on top Library, went all the way down to basement, and then back up through Library stairs. 3 in the round, and Bliss stay alive.
Brendo able to drop the diffuser in the hands of Uno. So from that point onwards, the remaining members of Virtue and Alamau had to try and frag out the 2 versus 3, not put in those positions. Fisher did a really good job as well to not give away his life for free, able to find safety behind the bar, and Bliss able to just draw out this series for at least one more round.
They were down 5-0. Now it's 6-4. Mentioned the fact that if this comeback was to become a reality, how significant it could be. In that moment, Sage goes for the wide swing rather than holding the shield. It seems aggressive because it naturally is, but is also then able to catch G2 off guard. They're more focused on the shield, not for him to be 5 meters away from it. And so therefore he wins out. And then a really good play to go to basement, go down towards blue, and then pop up late round. 4-6. Unfortunately, the reality for Bliss, though, is they still cannot put a foot wrong. They cannot make any mistakes. They can't give opening kills to GT. They can't give pathways in. And these tertiary sites now become the real hurdle, the real litmus test for Bliss. It's bedroom, it's office, it's still 2 match points, 2 series points for G2.
Position secured.
So the Azami then in play for the match point round. That's a piece of utility that Benja will be tasked with clearing. Those Rotero drones on the floor as. I will say Bliss perhaps not leaning as heavily into the Bravo as I anticipated, but again, that might just be the default cameras. Valkyrie also is in place, so understandable. We don't want those played out.
Did you say Bravo?
Oh, yeah, being banned out, but they're not bringing Maestro, they're not playing Echo.
Reloading. Oh yeah, leaning into the rubber band. Get you. Virtue, though, gets the opening kill onto Sage, and that's the Warden too. Big kill. Virtue, very clearly the MVP in this series. From Oregon, now into Chalet. Red pings galore, the pressure mounting onto Edibles and the Azami, starting to feel the pressure. Fisher guy, massive kill onto Alamau. Oda can't respond, but they certainly can from Office, but they lose 2 for the 1. Brendo now the 1. In this match point moment, needs to deny the plant off the yellow ping. The impact grenade won't do enough. The kill, no, does not come through. Plant down. Brendo, you need the biggest clutch of your career. And it's oh so difficult now with the Repel in play for G2. They are now mere seconds away from pushing their way through the GG from Alamau, and rightfully so for the defending champions. They get through Team Bliss. It didn't take too much, and they booked their date in that lower bracket quarterfinal. To the main stage goes the defending champions, and we say goodbye to the final APAC team of this tournament.
What a performance from G2. Able to steamroll their opposition. It was the expectation, and they fulfilled it. Done in 2 maps. Disappointing, of course, still for Team Bliss, who gave it their all and didn't give up until the final round. But G2, simply too good.
Simply too good. The irony is the best player inside of the server through the 2 maps was an Australian, but it was on the side of G2. Virtue, the MVP. So consistent. For Team Bliss, you take away some honorable commendations. A very good tournament. Top 8 for an APAC team, the only APAC team from the minor of most minor regions of APAC. But not good enough, of course, against G2, against the Juggernauts. The defending champions make their way to the main stage. It wouldn't be a main stage without the defending champions. W7M make it through, G2 make it through, and we get a top 6 that is tantalizing.
Yeah, and as this game and as this series went on, you could see the frustration build more and more for Bliss, who just couldn't keep pace with G2. That was the big thing for me that really stood out, that on attack, G2 brought that aggression. Bliss found it difficult to tame. And then even when the sides flipped, whether it be on Oregon or here on Chalet, G2 just kept that pressure up. They made few mistakes, and the ones that they did, they still did an okay job at sort of patching up. And against a team like Bliss, they could get away with it.
I don't think this was a case where Bliss played bad. I really don't. I think G2 were just absolutely playing some of their better Siege, not really making that many mistakes. Siege sometimes can be about teams making mistakes and others punishing it, but I think in this instance, it was just clearly G2 were the better team. Statistically coming into this game, they were superior to Team Bliss in every single statistical category that we track. They were the heavy favorites. The underdogs from Australia, unfortunately, didn't have enough bark in them. They tried their best, 7-5 on Oregon, 7-4 on Chalet. They were close, yet not close enough. And that's the story typically for APAC at these major events. But hey, top 8's not bad. You give them the commendation. The honorable losses are there. Pat on the back, good job for Bliss. But now it's time for the real big dogs to do the barking at the main stage.
Big dog.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
No.
Yeah, Virtue, look, 130 APS. Huge performance from him. We backtrack as well, again, to Oregon, where he was also really, really strong as well. 82% cost, so a consistent impact for him throughout the match. And when you look at the stats for Bliss, if Fisher is your top EPS, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, and also top entry, apparently, with 3-0 on the first kills. I mean, 73% cost. He has been a veteran of the scene for a long time in Fisher guy, and he had himself a very good tournament, but Virtue had himself a sensational match, the clear MVP from the 2 maps of Oregon and Chalet. And look, 7-5, 7-4, not total beatdowns, all things considered. G2 had to work for these games. Bliss certainly gave them a challenge, and a challenge that they were able to deal with quite comfortably. And for G2 now, of course, they move forward. Lower bracket quarterfinal main stage against Dark Zero, in which the competition then jumps up significantly from Bliss to DZ. Fortunately for G2, they didn't really struggle in this series. It would have been questionable had they won this in a close fashion, say 2-1, close third map. You'd be kind of worried for them. But they got through Bliss pretty comfortably. And I think that match now against DZ is very much a 50-50.
Well, here is the finals bracket for 6 Invitational 2024. As you can see, in the upper final, it is the Brazilians of FaZe Clan to try and take down VP for their spot in the grand final in front of a home crowd. And then as we look at the lower bracket, 4 teams seated there. Currently, G2 slot in against a Dark Zero. I look very hungry today to put in a good performance for an A. Sonics, their counterparts, will take on W7M. So you look at all 3 matches on the Friday, and each of them just with so many exciting stories.
Yeah, I mean, each of them as well with storylines that have progressed throughout this tournament. Fortunately, group stage, then into playoffs, we get to see a lot of these teams. It's not a matter of some of these teams having some time off, qualifying early, getting an extra stage advantage. So all of these teams have been able to make really good storylines, have really good performances. I can't wait to see what that upper bracket final is going to look like in terms of FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro. Winner goes to the grand final. You avoid that lower bracket gauntlet, and a gauntlet, isn't it? Like, you see all of those little question marks. That's a lot of best of 3s that need to be played, that need to be made for the likes of W7M and G2. Now, of course, we can't have like a G2 W7M grand final. That can't happen, but they could meet in a lower bracket final to determine who does go to the grand final. Wouldn't that be sensational? Of the teams remaining, of course, congratulations. What an SI that they are all having. For those that we say goodbye to in terms of SSG today, along with Bliss, 2 good friends, actually. Those teams get along quite nicely. Obviously, we say goodbye to them.
Yeah, unfortunate, of course, for both of those rosters, but I think it's pretty fair to say that the bracket as it's set now makes a lot of sense based on expectations heading in. Not too many curveballs, and super excited to see, especially if the Brazilian teams can perform in front of their home crowd.
And with that, we say goodbye to the playoffs. Thank you so much for everyone tuning in today. We had some insane matches on both the B and A streams. Before we do go, though, we've got the intel play from this most previous match, which I'm actually not even sure what it will be. Good plays. Probably nothing like our first match on the B stream. It was Virtue, apparently. Small tower, 3K, and that was enough to, of course, solidify things on Oregon. So this was not really a series that had super high, massive plays. That in itself was nice, but nothing like our earlier match. That's for sure.
There's no magic
No
drops.
explicitives.
No.
No swearing in that moment.
Not in this match.
Virtue. Any final words from you, Michael?
No, pretty much what I said before, right? Super excited to see the Brazilian teams in front of their home crowd. There was some trepidation that perhaps they might not actually make it in front of the crowd, or we might only have one team, or whatever the case may be. But FaZe, W7M, can they fly the flag for their home nation? Can G2 defend their hammer? Can Dark Zero and Canadian win their third? I mean, where do I stop? Where do I end? I don't know.
Storyline after storyline after storyline. You'll have to keep watching, of course, 6 Invitational, heading to the finals, heading to the main stage, to see how those storylines develop. For us here, though, of course, for the playoffs on the B stream again, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the main stage here for Sao Paulo, Brazil.